Hey, what's up, everybody? James is pulling up with rundowns, handy dandy rundowns. So we got happening today. Good morning, everyone. Where are we at? In my Fire the Vest era gets the belt today. Congratulations, IMF TV. Good morning, everyone. I said last night when I went to sleep, I said I will be out of bed before 6 a.m. I did not get out of bed until like 6:40. Which is like half an hour after I usually leave.
Are you feeling
A little thrown off today.
Are you feeling the weight of the time change?
No, I'm feeling the weight of having gone to bed after midnight, like every night this week.
Yeah.
Just some anxiety, a lot of stuff going on with the writing gig.
Oh.
And just yeah. I think it's a little bit the time change in that I'll be sitting there and I'm like getting work done and sitting down and what's our word today? We need to have a word. Joe, come up with a word and text it to us.
I got you.
All right.
I have one for you.
Okay.
Text it to him, though.
Shoot it to me,
Text
yeah.
it to him, though.
Shoot it to me. Happy Friday, Chatty House. Let's have a good show.
Hey, salute to Shoeless. Good for you, man. I mean that sincerely. The drive, not too bad. Shout out to Brentwood. Get La Costa if you're hungry. It's on, well, there's one in Oakley on Main, and then there's one in Brentwood. It's on Brentwood Boulevard, which is technically Main. I don't know, man. It's Friday. He's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's over there. We're hanging out with you till noon here on ESPN 1320. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. Weird start to the morning. Wanted to get out of bed before 6 a.m. Because I typically try to leave about 6:15. I got out of bed about 6:40. I decided to sleep in a little today. Hoping that it would change the vibe a little bit. And man, a 130 to 104 loss is not what you wanted last night.
Yeah, you know what? I think the best part about today is that we got here and yesterday's breakfast was still in the refrigerator.
That was big time.
We were able to bust in and start having breakfast again.
And then Megan, our great promotions manager, is that her official title? Promotions manager? Came down and is like, hey, by the way, this is all getting thrown out if nobody takes it, so take whatever you want home. All right, bacon and eggs all weekend. You got it.
That's right.
Can't wait.
Might have to take home like 47 small pancakes.
That's a good Jiffy Lube keyword, by the way. That's really, really strong by you. The thing that jumped out the most to me last night was the juxtaposition of how Golden State's offense thrived while the Kings were doubling Steph and getting the ball out of his hands, and the Warriors having answers to everything the Kings were trying to do defensively. And then the Kings' response is DeMar DeRozan or somebody dribble around and take a tough shot. Like there was cohesiveness on one end, where there is a system, and it's when this gets taken away, here's the answer, and when this gets taken away, there's the answer. And then on the other end, it was hope someone makes their wild shot. Hope they start knocking some down. And the Warriors started turning the ball over. The Kings played some good defense, and they made it a game through the end of the second quarter and through the third quarter. But man, it was really glaring, the Kings' issues on both sides of the ball last night.
Yeah. Okay. So the offensive side of the ball is a total mess, but
disaster.
The defensive side of the ball, like you could see the remnants of what they were trying to do.
Yes.
Right. It was very clear. The idea was we'll allow Draymond Green or Quentin Post to shoot from the corner and maybe beat us. We'll allow Gary Payton III to shoot from the corner and maybe beat us. Right. Guy Santos, whoever it is.
Sure.
We're going to stop Steph.
Yep.
And then we're going to do our best to stop Jimmy Butler as well.
Yep.
And when the shots started to hit, there's this big discrepancy here between what it means to allow someone to shoot a corner three and what it means to not even try to defend somebody at all.
That's it, dude.
It was a joke.
That's it.
Straight up. I don't want to see another player standing on the edge of the box looking at a three-point shooter and they don't even move.
Not even making them think about it.
Not even trying to make some sort of failed attempt at a closeout. Just embarrassing.
And I don't want to speak out of both sides of I'll say our mouths, because we said yesterday, like, man, you want GP2 and Draymond Green. Those are the guys you want shooting threes. If Jimmy Butler wants to line one up, go ahead. But to your point, you still have to make them think about it. You still have to make them. It can't be Gary Payton II gets to catch it, spin the ball in his hands, get his feet settled, and take a warm-up three.
And they look at him, and it was almost like, oh,
good.
Go ahead.
The defense works.
I'm going to sit here in case the ball comes off the iron.
And okay, that's a fine strategy if it's a guy who's shooting 20% from three.
Mm-hmm.
If that's Jimmy Butler, who I think is 5 of 25 from three with the Warriors, if he's going to shoot it, like, okay, cool, leave him. But Gary Payton II is shooting it decent this year. Draymond Green is shooting it decent this year. And when Draymond starts the game 2 for 2 from the exact same spot, hey, maybe do something a little different. Just a little bit. And that they continued letting 22 of 39, and you held Steph Curry to 2 of 6 from three. And the rest of the Warriors were 20 of 33. And they hit some. There were a couple. Gary Payton II hit a contested one in the corner that was silly. Buddy Hield hit a tough one in there. But other than that, it was like, man, these are just wide open looks.
Kyle, in the first quarter, they shot 7 of 13 from three.
Good God.
And only one of those came from Steph Curry.
Good Lord, man.
He was 1 of 2. You got 2 from Green. You got 2 from Post. You got 1 from Gary Payton. You got 1 from Buddy Hield. Like, at the end of the game, the guys that hit threes against you that were, again, just breaking, like, it was Quentin Post.
Mm-hmm.
It was Draymond Green. It was Buddy Hield hit a handful, Guy Santos, and Gary Payton. Those 5 players went 16 of 26 from three.
That's outrageous.
That's ball game.
That's outrageous.
You don't have a shot if their third-tier guys and second-tier guys light you up for 16 to 26 from three.
Which players were those? Say those names again.
It was Buddy.
Okay.
I threw Buddy in, but it's
4 of 6.
It's Draymond Green, Quentin Post, Guy Santos, and Gary Payton. I didn't even include Moses Moody, who again crushed you from the 3-point line.
Do you know he's like 50, 40, 90 since becoming a starter? They were saying that on the broadcast last night. I had no idea he was playing that well, but Guy Santos, Buddy Hield, Draymond Green, and Quentin Post, a rookie second-round pick, those 4 guys made more threes than the Kings did.
Oh, yeah.
Those 4 guys outscored the entire Kings roster from the 3-point line. Right? There's no... I don't even... And this is the concerning part for me. If they had come out... I thought against the Knicks, they came out flat.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they came out flat last night. I think they just kind of got beat. And that's the thing that worries me more than anything. Is that I didn't feel last night like they threw their jerseys on the floor and went, oh, okay, whatever.
No, but it's just like, first of all, the scheme, that you just can't do that.
It didn't work.
And you have to adjust so quickly if that
Right.
is what's happening.
Yep.
And to not make the adjustment, and, the first quarter is one thing. You get to the second quarter, and again, it's 1 of 1. It's 1 of 3. It's 2 of 2 for Gary Payton. Guy Santos, again, 1 of 1. Like, it's one thing to try to take away Steph, but when that's not working and you just keep falling behind, I don't know what to say. Like, there has to come a point where you have to have some sort of shift in what you're doing. And I thought maybe they weren't flat, but they were sloppy.
Yep.
They were slow to the ball like they were against the Knicks.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, Valanciunas got played off the court.
Mm-hmm.
And, people could argue that or not. But, I mean, Doug Christie started Trey Lyles in the second half because he got played off the court.
They were putting him in a pick and roll, and Steph was cooking him. Or whoever had the ball was just running around him. Like, that was a problem. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. But I think to this point, you're right. They have to adjust on the fly. Like, that's something you have to be able to do. And I'm sure that A, that's a really tough thing to do. And B, it's even tougher when you're a month in with this group of players, month and a half in with this group of players, and you have a rookie head coach.
Yeah.
Like, that just makes that mountain even steeper. And you have to figure it out. Like, you're running out of games here to get to a 7 or 8 seed. So you have to figure that out on the fly. But also, when you're watching last night, you mentioned, okay, Jonas Valanciunas only played 14 minutes, but what else would you have done last night? If you have complaints about how that game was coached, outside of like, hey, maybe don't double Steph. Okay. Like, that's the answer. That I just don't. We know this roster is not shorthanded, not properly equipped to really play high-level defense against a high-level offensive team, a well-oiled machine, which is what Golden State is. They've had a bunch of guys playing together for several years now, and the Kings don't have the defenders equipped to handle that. Like, you can throw Keon Ellis on Steph, and you can throw Keegan Murray on Jimmy Butler. That's great. You held those guys to a combined, Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, 6 of 14 from the field for 17 points.
Yeah, he did a really nice job there.
The problem is everyone else.
Yeah.
You have no answer. Draymond Green poured in 23 points.
Man, he had the floater.
The floater in the lane was when it was over.
Yeah,
it was like, oh, all right.
Well, that's going down. Yeah, this game is over.
The thing that concerns me the most out of this loss is that it just, not for the first time, but it was really, really obvious that, they just don't have the dudes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they just don't have the guys to get the stops they needed to get in this game and to make the adjustments they needed to make in this game.
Yeah, anytime they got remotely close, they got to 6 a couple of times in the third.
Yeah.
Then the Warriors would just hit a bunch of threes.
Yep.
And then boom, it's over.
Right back to 12.
Yeah, and I get that you had a design, and I like, to be honest with you, it really, really worked to shut down Jimmy Butler, and it really worked to shut down Steph Curry.
Jimmy Butler only 2 free throws as well.
Yeah, but you can't just concede like what are like nobody in the gym 3-point shots.
Yeah,
like somebody has to do something to run at somebody, and you let them get in a rhythm, and it became like contagious. Yep. Everyone hit.
And then by the end, when the Kings are just chipping away, and they honestly, they hung around longer than I expected them to in the third quarter. Like, and I say hung around in that, all right, it's at 13. Okay, they got it to 9. Oh, back to 11. Okay, got it to 7. And they just couldn't quite get over that hump, right? What that turned into was, okay, they're doing everything they can to run Golden State off the line, and now it's a layup line. That's so many open dunks, open layups as they pulled away at the end of that game. And I think that it's the shortcomings on the Kings roster just kind of got exposed last night.
Yeah, and like, even I know I put in my 6 quick thoughts last night that it wasn't a blowout. I mean, it ends up being what, a 24-point loss, right? 26. But how much of that came after the game was totally over? It was like a 14-point game, and then all of a sudden, the Kings went. Yeah, the Kings went to their bench unit. Went
3.5 minutes left, down 20.
Okay. Yeah, and even before that, it was like, all right, they got a couple of shots to put it away, and then the Kings' second unit didn't score. The third unit didn't score anything at all.
Yeah,
it was brutal to watch. Yeah, I don't know what to do in that situation. I mean, I would have at least tried maybe Isaac Jones to give yourself a little bit of a different look as a big. I didn't think Trey Lyles was horrible. I thought Trey Lyles actually had a pretty decent game. But again, you got to a point where I don't think you could play Valanciunas, and then there was a stretch where they had Keegan Murray playing the 5. Like it just got like completely out of control.
You cannot be reliant on Trey Lyles. And I know that Domantas Sabonis is hurt, and that changes the calculus on their rotations. But if it's, hey, Trey Lyles, go give us 22 good minutes tonight, you can't bank on that. Like, you might get it.
Yeah.
But especially this year, he's not had a great year.
No, he's been all over the board.
And you can't just be like, oh, hey, we know for sure Trey Lyles is going to go in. We have to run this small ball, and we feel great about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's all right. Trey's going to Trey and pray.
Yeah.
All right.
I thought the second unit outplayed the first unit. The Kings second unit completely outplayed the first unit. I thought whether it's Keon, Jake LaRavia, or Trey Lyles, I thought they were just so much better than what was happening with the first unit. Yeah. And we haven't even got to the elephant in the room. This whole Zach LaVine thing. Like, bro.
I can't tell. I can't tell if this is a taking a back seat or if this is like open rebellion. I don't. Zach LaVine, who you and I, not like huge fans of the addition, but we're very willing to concede. Yeah, that is a dynamite offensive player.
Dynamite offensive player. Fun to watch.
Literally, statistically, the most efficient guard in the league. Just doing incredible work beyond the arc, at the rim. He is an awesome offensive player. He has taken 16 shots in the last 2 games, and he has played 61 minutes, 68 minutes, 68 minutes.
68 minutes. I asked him very specifically at practice the other day about, taking a step back offensively, having a rough night against the Knicks. And he said, oh, I didn't have a rough night. I shot, more than 50%. I shot 50% from the field and better than 50% from 3. And then I look at last night and I'm like, does he think that last night he had a good night? Because he was 5 of 6 from the field and 4 of 4 from 3. Just like hands up in the air. He had a great night. He was so efficient.
And he took one fewer shot than Jonas Valanciunas, who played 14 minutes.
6 players on the Kings had more shots than him. I don't even want to know how many players on the Warriors had. I think it's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 players had 7 shots or more for the Kings.
The Warriors had 7.
So 14 players shot more shots than Zach LaVine, your leading scorer. Just very, very strange, man.
So weird. All right. And plenty to get into from this game. We're still doing a Jiffy Lube giveaway. Just because the Kings don't look great doesn't mean the Jiffy Lube is not trying to hook you up. We'll have your Jiffy Lube keyword of the day. We'll have more on this Kings loss to Golden State, but I'm going to turn around and look ahead to tonight's game down in Phoenix as well. Buckle up, everybody. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil's pushing buttons. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Joe, is the word in? My man.
Boom.
Real quick, I just wanted to say shout out to my little brother Jake. He's moving up. He got a new job, great new job. He's a big inspiration for what I do and why I work so hard. So I just want to say shout out my little brother Jake Brazil. I love you, buddy. Congratulations. Let's go,
Jake.
Here we go.
That's big time.
Good work.
Look at the Brazil bros. Just climbing ladders.
Yeah, it's been a good month
love
or
this
so.
For you.
So
we love this for both.
Love you, buddy.
Nice job.
There he is right there.
Hey.
Drew down. I don't have a lot of thoughts on Kuminga last night. He hasn't played in, I don't know, 30-something games.
Yeah. His minutes were
And I'm not gonna
truncated.
act like the Kings defense was good. I also thought Keon Ellis, that's 2 games in a row where Keon Ellis has been put on a much bigger player and just not been able to do anything. And that's okay. But
it's you know what? I'm gonna save this. I have I'm gonna talk about football during breaks because we're doing all basketball today. Did a little mock draft last night. You can read it at NinersWire.com. Shout out to PFF, their mock draft simulator. Made 2 trades, one back in the first round and one up in the third round. Made 6 picks in the first 101. I think that's good strategy. Didn't love the way I attacked the defensive line. Probably could have done that differently. But it was best player available in the first round. Had to go the direction I went. And then tried to find value on the defensive line, and I think I did an okay job. If you want to read it, NinersWire.com. Jalen Royals, wide receiver, Utah State. Big fan. Big Jalen Royals guy.
You had them going with a cornerback in the first round, right?
Yeah, Will Johnson.
That's tough, though,
Michigan.
because they just need...
Yeah, I don't know that they value cornerback enough, but I think Will Johnson's an awesome player.
Okay.
And if he's available at 11, it wouldn't shock me if they're just like, yeah, he's the best player on our board. We need a starting corner. Here you go. And if you trade back and he's still there, like...
Yeah. I would look at offensive tackle, defensive end at that number 11 spot. And I would also try to move back. That's a good question. Chris Ochoa, Kyle, if you had a guess today, what position are the 49ers drafting?
Defensive line. They've released Leonard Floyd, Malik Collins, Javon Hargrave. Is that it?
I think that's it, because I don't think they had anyone else.
Yeah, they just don't have any dudes on the defensive line, so I think that's the route they're going.
Jay, can we expect a complete roast of ownership and front office by Sac Media? Yeah, I mean, I think we've been hard on them the whole time. I think it's going to get noisier here in the next week or so, though.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, this is a tertiary concern from the Kings 130-104 loss to the Warriors last night. This is I want to get into some more pressing things, but it is deeply concerning to me that Golden State can look at the Kings offense and say, we're just going to stick Steph on Keegan Murray, and that's going to go fine for us. And then it does go fine for them. Steph is not a turnstile on defense. He tries really hard. Like, he's not, but Keegan Murray has 5 inches on him.
Yep.
And several pounds.
Probably 30.
That should be a matchup that you can exploit in a way that makes the Warriors warp their defense a little bit.
Especially when you don't have a natural shot blocker.
Right. So he took 10 shots, but he went 2 for 10. And I think both of his makes were from 3.
Well, of his 10 shots, 8 of them came from 3.
Yeah. We can't get into the little mid-range. We can't get Keegan on the block. Nothing. Steph just gets to hang out on the perimeter with Keegan. That is the perfect encapsulation of everything that I have been worried about with Keegan Murray. And again, this is a separate thing from last night's loss. This is a bigger picture thing. That's it. Like, that shouldn't be a thing that A, Golden State feels comfortable doing, and B, if they do, that it doesn't get exploited at all.
Yeah, it's tough, man. There's so much that goes into defending Steph on one end, but you have to make him work on the other side of the ball.
Yep.
And if you don't make him work, you just like let him run free and let him have all of his energy. Now, again, he didn't have a big night.
No.
And so I think the Kings did a really, really good job of not letting Steph have a big night. But at the end of the day, I don't care that Steph scored 11 points. He got beat by 26 points.
Well, and when that defensive strategy, which you're right, we did say, whatever you got to do to make sure Steph doesn't beat you, but when other guys start beating you got to change. Because what's Steph, because he's been dealing with this his whole career, he manipulates your defense by going, okay, I know these two guys are going to come with me, so I'm just going to kind of fade back here and we're going to get an open back cut.
Yep.
Or I'm going to head toward the top of the key and somebody's going to be wide open in the corner. Did you see the video of late in the game, Kuminga goes baseline dunk, and Steph is standing maybe 12 feet from the basket. Keegan is standing next to him. Kuminga goes in for a dunk, and Steph literally points at Keegan and points at the box or the block.
Yeah.
And he's like, you need to go there. Like, that's embarrassing.
Yeah.
But that was the game plan. Like, hey, don't leave Steph. Even if it means a wide open dunk, just don't leave number 30. You got, at some point, like, you have to be able to adapt that.
No, I totally agree. And, even Steph hits his 4,003 of his career, right? And the place erupts. Zach LaVine hit right back with a 3 of his own, and it was still like a 6 or 7 point game at that point.
Yeah. Like,
the game was close. The crowd was going bonkers, and you were right in it.
Yep.
And then you just stopped. And, to me, like, very, very disappointing just how the entire game played out. But really, the fight and the inability to make adjustments on the fly. At some point, you had to do something different.
I have a question. Do you think that what you're talking about right now, how because they fought back, but they couldn't quite, like, it got to 6, but then you're right back to 12. All right, get it back to 7. It's up to 11. All right, got it back to 6. Oh, back to 10. And they just couldn't quite get over that 2-possession hump.
Yeah.
I just couldn't quite. And I think if they had, maybe it goes a little bit differently. Do you think that the way they, I'm trying to the way they kind of fell off over the last 18 or so minutes of the game last night, do you think that was informed at all by what happened against the Clippers and knowing that, hey, we got a game against the Suns tomorrow that we're going to need? We can't get over the 6-point hump, so we're going to coast.
Maybe, but, like, you got to get some of these guys, like, back in a rhythm.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm not saying it would have been the right thing.
Yeah. I mean, I think Doug left Malik Monk out there a little bit longer than you would have liked.
Yeah.
But it was like strictly like, hey, man, you have got to figure this out. I mean, he goes 3 of 13 from the field, 0 of 5 from 3. He scores 7 points. He turns the ball over 4 times. Like, this was a colossal, like, meltdown by Malik Monk. Again, Zach LaVine, 5 turnovers. Like, not only did you not shoot the ball enough, you take 6 shots, but you turn the ball over 5 times. And
you had as many made shots as turnovers?
Yeah. Whew. Just so you know, everybody on the team, like, almost everybody had a negative. The only one who didn't have a negative was Trey Lyles. He was a +4, right? Zach LaVine ran a -34 for the night. The next 2 worst players on the Kings ran -17s. So they scored twice as many points against when he was on the court than when anyone else was. Absolutely
crazy.
It's crazy how they just couldn't figure anything out on the fly. And again, like, in a game like this, there's enough finger pointing to go around, but you just can't have a situation where your best scorer is 5 of 6 and hits all 4 of his threes and has the 7th most shots on your team.
In that, along those lines, in that vein, Malik Monk, since saying that watching the game and realizing that, or he learned while he was out and watching the game that he needed to be more of a distributor for the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
He's led the team in shots twice in 2 games.
Yeah. I don't know what to say. Like, he's not playing well
there's
at
too
all.
much. So Steve Kerr said this about Golden State. He said this on, I believe, on 95.7 with Willard and Dibbs. He said that this year's roster fits together better because they used to have too many overlapping parts. That is the fundamental issue with the Kings roster right now.
Mm-hmm.
They have too many overlapping parts.
Yeah.
Because Malik Monk wants to do what Zach LaVine wants to do, what DeMar DeRozan wants to do, and what we want Keegan Murray to do. And then you have Domantas Sabonis, who's one of the most effective passing centers the sport has ever seen. So you have to figure out a way to get all of those parts moving in the same direction, and they don't want to.
No, there's a lot of fighting back on the court. You can see it.
Yeah.
Like a lot of like, no, I'm not doing that.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's not a like DeMar DeRozan, I think, had 7 assists last night.
Mm-hmm.
And that's great. You love to see that number, but that's not because he's looking to set up teammates. It's because, there's a double. There's an obvious pass. I'm going to make it. But a lot of the time that double comes and it's like, all right, let me get this shot up. Or let me get rid of the ball, make the defense reset, and give me back the ball.
Yeah.
And I think what we're seeing from a guy like Zach LaVine is there's deferring and going, all right, well, somebody else needs to do something different. But in deferring, he's just not doing anything. It's not, I'm going to defer and take on this role. Devin Booker in the Olympics. Remember when we were talking about how effective he was?
Yep.
Because Devin Booker didn't say, I'm going to be on the court and do all my normal stuff. I'm just not going to shoot it. It was, I need to do something different. I'm going to be more of a distributor. I'm going to stand in the corner. I'm going to play good defense. And that's what I'm going to do on this team. We're not seeing that. We're just seeing a bunch of guys who don't know exactly how they fit together.
It's funny because what you're describing is something that I always gave Harrison Barnes props for. When Harrison Barnes saw a problem on the court with the team, it's like, hey, we're not rebounding at all tonight. I'm going to go get 8 boards.
Mm-hmm.
Or it was like, oh, we can't shoot the 3. Oh, I'm going to go hit a couple of 3s.
Right.
Or like, look, we got to stop this thing. I'm going to get to the free throw line.
Yep.
He'd get to the free throw line.
Yep.
There's no one who's taking on that role right now of what is missing.
Mm-hmm.
How can I help?
Mm-hmm.
There's just not.
And I think a guy like Jake LaRavia, I think fits that. I think Keon Ellis fits that kind of role.
Mm-hmm.
But I think their skill sets are a little bit limited in how they can go about impacting the game in those ways.
Yeah.
Like Keon's skill set is not, hey, I'm going to go stop a run by getting to the line.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what that's and that's been kind of the problem that we've been talking about, just the kind of 30,000 foot view is, okay, they have enough talent that they can string some wins together for sure. If you told me they made a run and they were the 8 seed this year, wouldn't be shocked at all.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't be even a little surprised. But when you start looking at what are the flaws here, can they figure X, Y, and Z out? It's like, I don't think they can, because you have too many established veteran players trying to all fit into the same role. And if there's, I don't know how many, there's like 9 roles you need to fill on a championship team, right? They have like 4 guys filling one role.
Yeah.
And then you have these other guys who are probably a little bit underqualified to try and fill the roles they're filling. And it leads to stuff like this, where we're not really sure what they're doing offensively. And they don't have, when Golden State gets in a tough spot, they have plays they can run, they have sets they can run, they have go-to things they can do that, hey, this is going to get us a layup, this is going to get us an open corner 3, whatever it is. When the Kings get into a tight spot, it's like, hey, DeMar, can you just get to the free throw line maybe? And that's like it. Malik, can you hit a tough 3? There's not like a go-to, okay, this is rock solid, here's what we do in crunch time. It's stand around and watch.
It's stand around and watch DeMar. That's yeah. And I get what you're saying, because like, again, we've talked about it so many times. Early this season, there was a very clear pecking order. It was De'Aaron Fox is number 1, Domantas Sabonis is number 2, Malik Monk is number 3, with, well, maybe 3 and 4 is DeMar DeRozan and Malik Monk. Number 5 is Keegan Murray, and then you just keep going down. Like, you could easily see it. Right now, it feels like there's no number 1 at all. There's a couple of number 2s and a bunch of number 3s, and they all just kind of blend in together.
Yep.
And so there is no moment where it's like, hey, number one, feed the hot hand. There's none of that going on.
Mhm.
Number two, there is no, hey, get somebody a wide open look. Let's get them going. That doesn't happen at all.
Mhm.
The pick and roll is gone.
Yeah.
Like we're not seeing Malik Monk even use his superpower to get downhill. This is not even in existence. Part of that is because he's beat up and you can see it.
Mhm.
He's just not moving like he
Yeah.
normally does. The other thing is he's just not hitting his shots, which again goes back to the fact that his legs are shot.
Mhm.
Even though he just took a couple of games off, he looks like his legs are beat up and like he doesn't have the lift. So it's a bit of an issue. Like I don't know how you climb out of this right now. And the problem the Kings have is that the NBA doesn't wait for you to figure it out.
Nope.
Like they play again tonight.
Yep.
And what's going to happen tonight? I don't know, because this is another beatable team, just like last night. Like the Golden State Warriors are playing well right now.
Mhm.
That's still a gettable game. It
Mhm.
is. They're a beatable team. They're not a team that you should walk in there and get just crushed. The same thing with
Yeah.
the Knicks. The Knicks are a really good team.
Yep.
The Knicks didn't have Jalen Brunson.
Yep.
Like they're not the same team without him. They just lost 3 in a row.
Yep.
And they walked into your building and they smacked you around.
Yeah, that's it. Like this isn't to say the Kings should have won either of those games necessarily, but especially like Golden State's now 13-2 since the deadline. And I think they're now 13-1 with Jimmy Butler in the lineup. I think that's right.
Yeah.
12-1, 13-1.
No, I think. Are you? Oh yeah, they did lose 1 game. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Dallas. So even you shouldn't lose that way. And same thing with the Knicks. Okay, maybe you drop one of the Knicks, but you shouldn't be getting just run off the floor.
Yeah.
And that's what's particularly disappointing.
They look like the team that when turmoil hit with De'Aaron Fox, that came out and got smacked around twice.
Yep.
That's what they looked like today.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, what's the reasoning this time? Like, what's going on that would make it, you had De'Aaron Fox come through town and that threw you guys off kilter? Is that what happened? I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Like this team right now just looks like they are, like out of it. They've got to find their soul again. And that's never a good thing. And, again, Domantas Sabonis, if he returns tonight, which we don't know whether he's going to be back or not. We have no idea. We have no idea. Like, there was a lot of expectations that he would play last night.
Mm-hmm.
But with the same time, I said I was at practice the day before. Both Zach LaVine and Doug Christie both said, yeah, we're not sure if he's going to play or not. They didn't give us Domantas Sabonis, even though it was requested. They didn't give him to us that day, which was also sort of a red flag that we should have picked up on, that he might not play. And then, we have no idea. I don't think you wanted him playing the back-to-back, so it's possible he's playing tonight. And it's possible that they looked at it and said, okay, we've got a better chance of beating Phoenix, and that's a more important game for us than the Warriors game.
Man, that's tough.
Mm-hmm.
We're still giving stuff away.
We are.
Jiffy Lube hooked us up with $50 gift certificates, and they hooked us up with these sweet Insiders hoodies that are exclusive to this giveaway. We're just going to give you a keyword, and you're going to enter it at ESPN1320.com, the Jiffy Lube contest page, front and center. You can't miss it. ESPN1320.com. Today's code word is corner. Please explain.
It's that place that the Kings just left open all night long.
Oh.
The corner where the Golden State Warriors hit all their threes. That corner spot.
CORNER, corner.
The easiest 3-point shot in the game.
And they just left him open.
Left him wide open. Stood there and watched.
Didn't make any sense, man. Oof. Now 4.5 back of the number 6 seed. 2.5 back of the 8 seed. 16 games left.
We should tell it. So right now, go to ESPN1320.com, click on the Jiffy Lube logo, and
I said that contest page. It's front and center.
All right.
Enter the code word corner.
And the code word is corner.
You can win a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate, exclusive Insiders hoodie.
There it is.
Giveaway.
Got it.
Nailed it. Corner. I don't know, man. Where were we? Malik?
I don't know. Yeah, Malik. There's so many things to just tear apart in this game.
I kind of wonder, because we speculated last year that maybe by the end of the year, you got guys like De'Aaron and Domas kind of looking down the bench and going, ugh,
mm-hmm.
this isn't it. I wonder if they're dealing with a little bit of the same thing now, where Zach LaVine's looking around and Malik Monk's looking around and DeMar DeRozan's looking around and going, "Hey, we're Spider-Man pointing meme here.
Mhm.
We're all same kind of thing, and we're all standing around trying to figure out where we fit, and nobody's really fitting in. And the offense is DeMar DeRozan dribbles around and scores when we need a big bucket. So what do I do if I'm not scoring when we need a big bucket? Just doesn't.
No, that's what it feels like. It does feel like that there isn't like a.
They're all realizing, oh, there's no run to be had with this team.
Yeah, and the one guy who is like, yeah, there's no run to be had, but I'm going to go get mine, is DeMar DeRozan. You
Mhm.
can see that he's like, yeah, I've been here before. I don't care. I'm just going to go score my points.
Mhm.
And it's not like in a horribly selfish way. It's just like, hey, like I see what's going on and I know where we're headed, and I'm just going to go out there and score as many points as possible and move up the all-time scoring list and do my thing.
If he hadn't done that last night, by the way, he gained on Steph Curry big time on the all-time scoring list.
Oh, yeah,
12
there it
points.
is. Picked up 12 points.
If he hadn't, what was it? Was it the second quarter? Yeah, second quarter he goes 3 for 4. Third quarter he goes 3 for 3. And the first quarter he was 2 for 5. If he doesn't have an efficient 8 for 13 night, that game gets ugly a lot earlier than it did.
Oh, I totally agree. Like, yeah, I'm not calling DeMar out for anything that he outside of not defending the corner three at all.
Sure.
But you know, there comes a point where somebody's got to help. Somebody's got to do something on the defensive end. It's nice so that he at least gave them a solid, efficient scoring night.
I guess. We had the over-under at 4.5 wins against teams above 500 to close the year. 0-1 to start. Got nope, don't have another one tonight. Phoenix is sub 500. You got to go win tonight. And we're going to talk about that game tonight in Phoenix coming up next. We got plenty more to say about the Kings-Warriors game. I have one major question for you about that game, but we got to get to this Kings-Suns game first, and we'll do that next. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. That's Joe Brazil, and we're the Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Clear. I will be right at the back.
All right.
How much time do I have? Oh, we got.
What's going on, everybody? Yeah, Marks is I think this is part of it. This team was not playing well even in their wins versus bad teams. But then they started winning really well against bad teams. They started actually like turning the screws on teams, and you're like, oh, maybe they have figured it out. But again, bad teams are bad teams, and you've got to remember that in the second half of the season or the final 25-game sprint after the All-Star break, that bad teams just lay down most of the time because they're looking for a loss. And they get to the third quarter, and whatever worked in the first half, they do less of that in the second half. They go away from players that were working really well and maybe had some matchups advantages. Let's see. What is the first move? Assuming we finish 9th and lose our picks. To be honest with you, I'd sit in a room and really contemplate what my core was, who I'm moving forward with, who I'm not moving forward with, how can I move off of contracts. One of my first things that I would do is probably see if what I could get with DeMar DeRozan and a handful of picks. If I can get, a $25 to $30 million player, that's what I would do. But that's not because DeMar is a horrible player. It's very specific. He's 35 going on 36, and his contract is a good enough contract that teams will take on for a year, especially with his productivity, and have no problems taking on that contract and maybe giving you something that's really good if you throw in 1 or 2 first-round picks, maybe 3 first-round picks. So, hey, Brian, I don't disagree with this at this point. Like, somebody has to go to the bench because Keon Ellis gives you a better shot at winning. That's it. Like, it doesn't matter what the points per game are or the assists per game or anything else. Like, Keon gives you a better opportunity to win basketball games, and he probably should start. Now, you can bring him in at the 4-minute mark or the 6-minute mark, whatever you want. He's still getting 30 minutes, but it doesn't matter. Like, if you're getting off to a bad start every single night, you got to figure it out. And, like, you can say Monk, but I could counter with DeRozan. I could counter with Levine. Somebody has to go to the bench, and so Keon Ellis can help the team win. I'd say the easiest way to fix the Malik Monk situation is to somehow get a point guard that's way better than Malik Monk. That would be the easiest way to fix it. I don't know how you do that, but like you got it. You got into a situation with Malik where, again, ownership was part of that decision, just so everyone knows, like him going into the starting lineup, that wasn't just Mike Brown's decision. And once you made that move, it was always going to be difficult to go back. But if it's not working, it's not working. That's like straight up. Like, I don't want to sugarcoat it. I think he was better in the 6-man role. It's what we said forever. It's what I said forever. Like, I just think it's a better spot for him. I also said that there was no way to do it. Like, once you made that move, and it was over.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
He's James, I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Kings and Suns tonight in Phoenix, second night of a back-to-back for the Kings. New biggest game of the year?
Yeah, I don't think there are any big games left this year. I don't. Like, you just kind of see how this thing is going to end up. They're going to be the 9 or the 10, most likely the 9. I don't think that there are a lot of big games left this year.
Really?
Yeah, just by looking at them, we can talk about, the biggest game of the year.
With it. All right, hey, there's a stupid basketball game in Phoenix tonight. Kings looking to take the season series from the Suns already. 2-0 against them. The Dallas Mavericks are playing with like 6 dudes, 2 Army men, some Lincoln Logs, and a traffic cone. And the Suns have lost ground in the standings on them over the past week.
I mean,
so
Kings legend Kessler Edwards has been starting at center for them. A 6'8" Kessler Edwards has been starting at center.
I would take Kessler Edwards on the Kings right now.
Yeah. I mean, wasn't it Nick Stauskas, former Kings legend?
To hell with Nick
went
Stauskas.
Out and said something
to hell
like,
with
yeah, though, like, if you're going to go out and say, hey, why is Kessler Edwards in the league? It's like, well, because he did a whole lot of things that you never did in your entire career, and that's why you're out of the league and he's in it. He listens. He works hard. How about that, Nick?
If I was Nick Stauskas, you would never hear me commenting on the NBA again.
Ever.
Much less, I'll have takes, I'll have thoughts. Much less, why is that guy in the league? Bruh. Read the room.
Bruh.
That guy sucks. Sauce Castillo sucks.
You were a top 10 pick and a bust at that. Nick Stauskas, so people know, he's 31 years old. He is easily young enough
prime right now
to play in the NBA. Yeah.
Woof. Suns have lost 2 in a row. They've lost 11 of their last 15. The Kings, obviously, we've talked a lot about how disappointing this season has been for them, but from a like league wide perspective, is there a more disappointing team than Phoenix?
No.
Like,
Well,
I think
Philly.
Philly's probably there.
Yeah.
But I would yes, no doubt for them it's gone. But I think when we were looking before the year, we were going, hey, like Joel Embiid played basketball all summer, like high level basketball all summer. Can he be healthy again? And then Paul George, can he be healthy again? Like, that's pretty precarious. Like, what happened to Philly is just, oh, their dudes got hurt. That was okay. That makes
They got
sense.
old and they got hurt.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. What's happened? Phoenix has actually been relatively healthy.
Yeah.
If you had told me that at this point of the year, Devin Booker has played the amount of games he's played. I'm trying to get to. I lost Phoenix's schedule here. Hang on. If you had told me 66 games into the year for Phoenix, and they've gotten 60 games out of Devin Booker, 53 out of Kevin Durant, and 46 out of Bradley Beal, I'm like, oh man, probably doing all right.
Yeah.
And maybe not, but they were a team I figured would be right in the mix with Golden State, the Clippers, Minnesota. You can throw the Kings in there. But for that like 6, 7, 8, they were going to be right there in that mix.
Yeah, I think 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 all open, but you figured Phoenix would be more towards the top end of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're just not.
No.
And then you go, it's like they added Tyus Jones. We went, hey, organizer on offense, good player, effective player. Again, 5.8 assists to 1.3 turnovers this year, playing 28 minutes a night. Devin Booker, you love Book, especially coming off Team USA. And man, probably learned a lot being around those guys. Royce O'Neal's a good player. Ryan Dunn's been a nice little player for them.
They went out and got a Plumlee to back up Nurkic.
They got a Plumlee. They then traded Nurkic to bring in Nick Richards, who's a decent player. You still have Kevin Durant. Grayson Allen's coming off a career year. Bradley Beal, the biggest thing is his health. You look at their roster. It's not bad. Bull's been playing well.
Yeah.
Their roster, and you're like, these guys shouldn't stink.
It doesn't make any sense what's happened to this team.
They just hate each other, I think. I think they're just miserable.
Yeah, they are. I would agree. They are just miserable at this point. And, I think everyone expects Kevin Durant to get traded this offseason. And, the owner came out yesterday, and said they're not trading Devin Booker at all. But that's the guy. If I'm a team on the outside looking in, if I'm a team like the San Antonio Spurs, who has a bunch of draft picks and has some talent, and you might be able to go get, they're talking about maybe going to get Kevin Durant. I would really look at going to get Devin Booker and pairing him with De'Aaron Fox and Victor Wembanyama for the next 5 years. That has some real pop.
Yeah.
But if he's not available, they're just a mess, man. I don't know why they're so bad. And, they went out and they got a new head coach again, but another new high-end head coach in Mike Budenholzer.
That's a good coach.
It's just a mess, though. He's a good coach, but he's been run out of a couple of spots already.
Sure.
So
he had a ton of success in Atlanta, won a title with Milwaukee, and now Phoenix is just a catastrophe.
Yeah, it's a full-blown 5-alarm fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With not a lot of paths forward. King starters tonight. We'll see about Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah.
No injury report yet because it's the second night of a back-to-back for the Kings, but it's Malik Monk, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, and probably Domantas Sabonis. And for the Suns, looking at Brad Beal, Devin Booker, Royce O'Neal, Kevin Durant, and one of the Plumlees. Mason, right?
Mason Plumlee.
I
I think Miles is out of the league.
Okay.
There's only one Plumlee left in the league.
There were 3 at one point, though, right?
There were 3.
Was there a third one in college? Miles, Mason, and someone help me out. Who was the third Plumlee?
Oh, Marshall
Plumlee.
It.
Was that the one that wanted to go into the Air Force and they were like, you are too tall to fly in a plane, bro?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. He played 21 games for the Knicks and 8 games for the Bucks back in the 2016-17 and 17-18 seasons.
How could I forget?
They had the 3 brothers. They all made it to the league.
No Kings injury report yet. Domantas Sabonis probably still questionable, though.
Yep.
At least anecdotally. For the Suns, Cody Martin, Nick Richards, both of them questionable. Grayson Allen and Monty Morris doubtful for the Suns. And every piece matters for this team. So, man, Grayson Allen being out's a big deal.
Mhm.
Makes him a little easier to defend. Nick Richards being out is a big deal.
Yeah,
if he's gonna be out.
Yeah, if he's going to be out, he's one of the rim runner guys that really, like we've talked about this, he does give a guy like Jonas Valanciunas a little bit of a problem. Super physical, above the rim player, like really exciting young player. But yeah, he's questionable. We'll see if he plays.
Matchup of the game tonight. This comes down to, and you have Keegan against Kevin Durant with Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal. You have to be able to defend one-on-one a little. So, all right, Keegan, good luck. That if you start having to send 2 at Durant, he's going to make the right play and they're going to get an open shot.
Yeah, I mean, Durant is still unbelievable.
Yep.
Like it doesn't matter how he's aged well, despite the Achilles injury and everything else. Like, yeah, he plays major minutes. He still plays some defense. And to be honest, he still hits his shot like most of the time. Like he's an exceptional player and he always has been. So you got to figure out a way to stop one of these guys. I think the Kings will let Brad Beal kind of do his thing. Like he's hurt them like a couple of times. But if you can slow Booker and you can slow Durant, this team starts to run out of firepower pretty quickly, especially if Grayson Allen's out.
Yeah. Yeah. And look, this is the problem. Is we can say, okay, Brad Beal, if he busts you up, then what are you going to do? But you can't do that anymore. You can't just keep going, you can just kind of because Bradley Beal is too good of a player for that. If you want to let, I don't know, let me find someone here. If you want to let, God, they got a bunch of good 3-point shooters. Bol, he's shooting 33% from 3. If you want to let him stand out in the corner or above the break and blaze away, all right, cool. But there's just not an opening tonight where you can just say, okay, yeah, if Brad Beal wants to go score 35 points, let him.
Yeah, man, you're right. They do have a lot of players shooting really high. Wow.
They have they have 7 guys shooting above 38% from 3.
Well, yeah, I mean, Durant's at 41.3, Bradley Beal's at 39.3, 41.3 for Tyus Jones.
41.5 for Royce O'Neal.
Yeah, and Grayson Allen, if he plays 43.4, like he's a great 3-point shooter.
Colin Gillespie is the guy tonight.
It's probably going to be Colin Gillespie who has a career high.
Colin Gillespie, I don't know if he'll get a career high. I think his career high is like 20-something. But that's the guy who's going to knock down a couple of threes. And it's going to be like, really, this guy?
His game high is in his career is 18.
18.
I'm calling for it. He's getting his career high tonight. Colin Gillespie.
Okay, very good. Yikes. What a tough spot.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, this is a moment where the Kings have to step up and, you know, if you can win this game, it secures you as a play-in team. This would be the one that, like, it's over.
Yeah.
Like, the Suns can't catch you. Even if you fall to 10, the Suns won't be able to catch you, and you'll have the tiebreaker against them.
Yeah, because they'll have to pass you all the way.
Yeah, and you got one more game against them later in the year, too.
Last game of the season, I think, right?
Yeah, either the last or second to the last, yeah.
All right. James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil's also here. Last night was all about the Kings trying to stay in the hunt for the 6th seed. Tonight, it's all about just staying above the 10. We'll have Keys to Victory coming up here in a bit on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
It's funny, the Andres Biedrins video they had last night.
You know why they had him there, right?
Yeah, because he was the first assist. Yeah. Well, look at that. The Chiefs are re-signing Kareem Hunt to a 1-year deal. My
favorite thing on the highlight of Steph's first 3 is Kalena whiffing a screen. He screens the second, but I think he's supposed to get the first guy. I might have that wrong, but it looks funny on the replay.
What's going on, everybody? We're trying, I'm trying not to be so negative with everything because I know that's been such a big thing that everyone is so negative right now. But man, it's like being realistic about this team is negative. Like,
bro.
there's no way around it. I'd like to tell you it was different.
That's it. Is if you would like, and I haven't seen. I've been trying to keep up with the chatty house a little bit, but if somebody's, if you're either in the chatty house or if you're just watching, if you want sunshine and rainbows, like give us a reason.
Yeah.
Like that, I will. I'm open to it. I'll listen. But hey, maybe everyone starts hitting all their shots. That doesn't play. If you just want to be eternally optimistic, that's cool. Like, please go for it.
Yep.
I have a ton of reasons for optimism though right now.
Okay, so somebody asked me, it's Jay Oliphant.
Shout out to Jay.
Are we able to comment on when the front office wanted either Jay or Luke fired? When Mike Brown was the head coach, from what I know, they gave him a choice. They said, we want to either fire Jay or Luke Laux.
Hour number 2. That's James Ham, Kyle Madson, Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. Underdog did not go as well yesterday for me.
Yeah, we didn't have the same response that we had the day before.
Yeah, no, and that's tough. That's tough for us. Download the Underdog app. You don't even have to sign up to just look at the stat projections with us. But we'd love for you to play along. If you do sign up, use the promo code KyleM. All right. So yesterday we had Zach LaVine higher than 20.5 points. I didn't get there. Finished at 14. We had Jimmy Butler lower than half a 3-point made. Yeah, nailed it. Didn't even attempt one.
Why would he?
Yeah.
When you got Quentin Post and Draymond Green and Guy Santos.
You're not going to not let Guy and QP get their shots up.
Moses Moody and Gary Payton the second.
Moses Moody's a good player.
All those guys just hitting all those threes.
Draymond Green higher than 6.5 assists? No, why would you pass it when you're wide open in the corner? And then Keon Ellis, 1.5 steals. I thought I saw him have 2 steals, but no, he's only credited with 1.
Oh, boo.
So, 1 for 4 on that lineup. That's not a winner. But we're back on the horse. It's my favorite. I've got action on the NBA every night.
Yeah, it's fun, right?
Something. Yeah, I always kind of pick a game and try and lock into it. Or if there's like an earlier game and a later game I like, I'll match those in a lineup so I can just focus on each. So when the Kings are playing, though, you obviously know that I'm dialed into the Kings game. Here's what I'm looking at tonight. Kevin Durant made threes. 2.5 is the number. And I'm leaning. Oh, wait. Did they take him off? What the heck?
Uh-oh.
I wonder if there's injury stuff happening with Phoenix, and so they're changing their... Okay, we'll just do the Kings ones for now. Zach LaVine, 20.5 points.
Okay.
Is this a situation where we're going to look at Zach LaVine and we're going to go, we're going higher until he hits it because he's due? Or are we going, he's taken 16 shots his last 2 games. We're going to keep riding that wave and go lower than the 20.5.
The problem that you have is that even though he took 10 shots the one game, he scored 17. And the next night he took 6 shots and still scored 14 last night.
Right.
So all he has to do is take like 12 shots and he's going to get to 20.5. That's the problem. And I don't know.
I'm going higher. I think this is a spot where Doug or whatever player is going to be like, bro, you were brought here to put the ball in the hoop.
Yeah.
Just go do that.
I think it's tough. Like, it doesn't make any sense. When you look at his games, all of his games throughout the season, like most of the low shot attempt games he's had has been with the Kings.
Okay.
Every once in a while he had a bad game against when he was with Chicago where he didn't shoot a ton of balls. But at this point, like, why would you take 6 shots? Why would you take 10 shots? Like, everybody in the building knows you're pretty much, if not the best offensive player on the court, you're one of the top 2, regardless of the teams.
Yep.
Like, it's like Steph Curry, and then it's Zach LaVine last night.
Yep.
There was no one else. Like, Jimmy Butler's nowhere near as good offensively anymore as Zach LaVine.
Nope.
It's just, to me, it's really, really strange that that's kind of the path that the Kings have chosen, and that they aren't just making him shoot.
Yep.
Like, if I'm his teammates, I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Pick it up now.
Yeah.
Like, do you need me to set a different screen? Do we need to do a double screen?
Yep.
To get you free? Whatever it is, man, you're 4 of 4 from 3.
Yep.
How about you go 8 of 8 from 3?
Yeah.
Or how about you go 8 of 12 from 3?
Sure.
We don't care if you miss half of the next 8 shots. That's fine.
Yeah.
Shoot them, please. But no.
I think it's going to happen tonight.
Okay. I'm with you.
He's going to have like 18 or 20 field goal attempts. And if he does that, I like him to go higher than 20.5 points. What about Keegan Murray? I'm looking at 17.5 points and rebounds.
Ooh.
Keegan's scary because he might score 17 points, but he also might score like 8. And then you need him to get 10 boards, which I don't love. But can I get 12 and 6?
12, so it's 18.
Yeah, is the number 17.5? Yeah, 18 would be the number I'm trying to get.
Okay, and what has he done against Phoenix this season? So if we're looking at the games against Phoenix, we got a 17-4 game, so that's 21, and a 14-14 game. So I say higher.
We're going higher?
We're going higher.
Love it. Okay, very good. And then Malik Monk. I'm looking at 2.5 turnovers.
Ooh, that seems low.
Right? Especially if he's looking tonight and going, I need to be back in distributing. I need to stop putting the ball up. It's better for us if I'm a distributor.
Yeah.
I need him to dribble one off his foot and throw a couple away.
That, and I mean, the other guy I would look at is Sabonis turnovers, because Sabonis against Plumlee turns the ball over a ton.
Okay.
This is a pretty good turnover team, if I'm not mistaken, the Suns.
I've got Domas at 2.5 turnovers as well.
Yeah, but if he doesn't play, that's the problem.
Yeah, but if he doesn't play, thanks to Underdog with their pick'em game, he just gets removed from your lineup.
No, that's true. And as long as you have someone on another team, you're okay. Yeah, boy. Sabonis, if I'm not mistaken, in the games against Phoenix this season, has turned the ball over a ton.
Okay.
I'm going to look right now, and just to make sure that we're on the same page here. Phoenix, go all the way down to Phoenix, and then I've got to look up turnovers. Turnovers. Yeah, I was right.
And then is it a lot? How many is it?
7 and 6.
Okay, yeah. So we're going higher on 2.5 turnovers for Domas, but then you need players from more than one team.
Okay.
So I'm jumping up to the Lakers-Denver game, and I just want to root for Nikola Jokic, and he's 50.5 points, rebounds, and assists.
Oh, do it.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Okay, great.
More.
Yeah, I'm going higher on that. All right, there's our lineup. Very
there
good.
You go.
Nailed it. I can't wait for Underdog with March college basketball, bro.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be because the first day is a Thursday, right?
Okay.
So there's gonna be games on while we're in here, and I'm gonna have lineups flying. I'm gonna be super annoying on the radio.
I wonder if we can do the quad.
People like you always are.
The quad.
We have to be able to. It's YouTube TV.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're allowed to plug that. Anyways, download the Underdog app. Sign up now using the promo code KyleM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus credits when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KyleM. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus credits instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Void where prohibited. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncbgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 HOPE line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. He's Joe Brazil. And the Kings play the Suns tonight down in Phoenix, down in the desert. And you've said it's not a big game.
I don't want to say it's not a big game. I think at this point, every game is, you would like to see them win as many games as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And if you lose this game, you're in all kinds of trouble. But I also don't think that there's any way for this team not to be in the play-in. There just isn't enough competition now at the back end of the Western Conference. Now, I look at next week's schedule, and I can see this Kings team losing a bunch of games in a row. Like,
sure.
We talked about it yesterday. Doug Christie, the Kings under Doug Christie had not lost 3 games in a row. Now they have. That was the first 3-game losing streak during Doug's tenure here.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw someone say, they need to have like a conversation with the team. Doug needs to do the rah-rah speech again. It's like, hey, look, those things, you can't go back to the well on those again and again.
Yep.
They've already had 2 of them.
Yep.
And like, we're at a point where it's like, hey, you have to just move forward.
Yep.
Like, you have to go out there and play better. That's it.
At some point, that's what it comes down to. Like, I know we always look at coaching, but players have to play.
Yeah.
Players have to execute. So, I mean, Doug can only do so much.
No, I totally agree. Now, if it's a schematic thing, like I think last night was, if it was a choice to play the way that they did, where they left the corner threes wide open, with lower percentage 3-point shooters, like not horrible 3-point shooters, but lower percentage 3-point shooters.
Mm-hmm.
If that was the plan last night, then yeah, I think some of it can be game plan cost you,
sure.
Right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like tonight, that's not who this Phoenix Suns team is. This Suns team is a holy mess. I mean, what did they lost? Like 11 of 13 or something. Yeah. It's something like maybe it's 11 of 15. They've lost 3 in a row.
11 of 15.
Yeah.
2 in a row, 11 of 15.
Okay. Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, they're in a bad spot. And so like if I'm the Kings, I'm coming out here looking for some retribution from last night's loss. You got to have a get right game, right? Because they haven't had one in a while. And the Kings have lost 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 5.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not good.
Let's get to keys to victory. James Ham, key number 1.
Let's see. Key number 1 for me is force feed Zach LaVine. I need 20 shots, Kyle. I need 20. I don't care how you get there. You have to tell Zach LaVine, dude, enough. Like, we're not doing a philosophical vacation in the middle of the stretch run. There is no way in any world that you can take 16 shots over 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's all it takes to beat the Kings, is to basically do what the Kings tried to do to Steph Curry last night.
Mm-hmm.
If you just throw 2 guys at Zach LaVine and the game's over, well, that's bad.
Yeah, you have a way bigger problem than losing to Phoenix at that point.
Yes. Whether Zach is shooting the 3 or he's going to the rim, I don't care. He needs to show up and he needs to take 20 shots.
Yep. That's what it comes down to. I'm right there with you. Number 1 for me, I forgot to write them down in our thing. So defend Jimmy Butler is not my first key.
Okay.
You do, however, have to defend one-on-one.
Yes.
That at some point you have to be able to slide your feet and keep somebody in front of you. And it can't be double KD. Okay, you got rid of him. Oh, it's Devin Booker. We got a double Devin Booker now. Like, nope. You got to defend one-on-one.
Yeah, they have too many players
Yep.
that you have to, in theory, double team. Now, that means you can probably run a little bit of zone.
Mm-hmm.
Their bench is going to be super soft.
Mm-hmm.
And like you can probably, once they start taking guys like KD or Booker off the court, or if they take both of them off the court,
Mm-hmm.
like they don't have anyone else that can score. So that's when I could see you go into a zone and like really lining up. But when their stars are on the court, you got to play man up the best you can. And you got to help each other.
Yeah,
for sure. Like rotate.
Team defense matters.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. But that doesn't change the fact that like the Kings have enough healthy defenders that they can probably give them a little bit of a panic here.
Yeah.
And like, look, if that means that Jake LaRavia steals your minutes and you go with, the Keon, Keegan and Jake LaRavia lineup to like get yourself more defensive versatility.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That works for me. Like figure out how to do it. Like figure out how to stop these guys.
Yep. We have the same number 2-ish. What's your number 2?
Let's see. Oh, try to get Malik back in the flow.
Yeah, you need PG Malik tonight.
Yeah, he just has not like
Point guard, not cursing.
yeah. Yeah.
Point guard Malik.
What you need from him is if Domas plays, get him in 5 or 6 pick and rolls and let him feed Domas and just let him get a rhythm back for that.
Mm-hmm.
And then off of that, I guarantee he will start to create for himself.
Yep.
He'll start finding ways to make other teams, other players better. But you have to start with the basics with him and get him back in the flow of the game.
Yep. That's it, man. You can't let him aimlessly run around and like, am I a point guard? Am I a scorer? What's my job here? Because if I get it up, I'm not giving it back. So how does this? It doesn't matter, dude. Get in the pick and roll, distribute. That's got to be job number one for him on this team. We talked about the overlapping parts and guys needing to take on different roles.
Mm-hmm.
That's it for Malik.
I
number
totally
3.
Agree. Number 3. Did we have the same number 2?
Yeah, we had the same number 2.
Okay. Defend the 3, like please, someone. Don't leave the corner wide open.
There's gonna be looks where, hey, you rotated, they get somebody running, get that person who's shooting the 3 in their peripheral, something moving toward them. Maybe they make it still, but it's a lot easier when you get to stand in the corner and treat it literally like pregame warmups.
That's what it was. I mean, the whole entire game.
The lack of effort was to close out was insane on some of those.
They didn't even try on so many occasions.
Yep.
It was like, what are you doing?
Yep.
Like, because I know one of Mike's principles was it's the second and third effort.
Yep.
It's not just the first effort.
Yep.
You got to go chase the second effort. You got to chase. I didn't even see a first effort from some of those guys.
If you saw on the other end of the floor, again, Steph Curry, not a great defender, but every time he is near a 3-point shooter, he runs at him with a hand up. That's the best shooter of all time because he knows that, hey, that can affect a shooter.
Mm-hmm.
Just somebody running at him with a hand up. A little more effort on that.
Please.
Number 3 for me, who's the other guy who's going to light it up tonight? Who are you? Keon Ellis was really good last night. The Kings didn't get enough from their starting group. But if you're getting a better game from Zach LaVine and you're getting an effective game from Malik Monk and you're getting an effective game from DeMar DeRozan, who's going to be that other piece that helps kind of lift you when the bench unit's on the floor? Going to be Jake LaRavia? Is it going to be Keon Ellis? Is it a big Trey Lyles night? You need one other guy to do a little bit of scoring.
Yeah, I mean, so last night they got 42 points off the bench from Ellis, LaRavia, and Lyles combined. Like, that's really good. If you can get that, like, on any given night, you're going to win most of those times, you would think.
Yep.
So somebody else is going to have to step up. It's second night of the back-to-back. Even though the guys didn't play 47 minutes or 45 minutes like they did the last on Sunday when you had a back-to-back, that doesn't change the calculus. You're still looking at not only playing a game, but then getting on a plane and flying to Phoenix. And but like there's no time for excuses or no time for reasons or anything else. You have to go play and you have to beat a team that's bad and losing and has no interest in being there.
That's what it comes down to, man. All right. I have a question for tonight's game that I had for last night's game. And I think Doug Christie answered it after last night's game. We'll talk about that. And are we still scoreboard watching? We might dive into it. He's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's here. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Yeah, we are.
Okay, so to get back to the question at hand during the last break, yes, from what I know, whether it was management or ownership or whoever it was, went to Mike Brown and said, we want you to fire either Jay or we want you to let go of Luke Laux. At that moment, I don't know why everyone who heard that, because this happened when Mike was still there. We heard about it the week before Mike got fired. First and foremost, Mike said, no, kick rocks. I'm not doing that. Mike said, I'm not firing Jay Triano. I'm not firing Luke Laux and blaming them for what's happening here. I'm not doing it. So that should have, A, told us that Mike is gone like anytime. But B, what it really should have told us was that De'Aaron Fox was gone. Because if you gave Mike the option and he took the option of firing Luke Laux, which again, he was not going to do. Luke is his guy. But what that would have done with your relationship with De'Aaron Fox was end it right there. Because Luke and De'Aaron Fox are super close. Luke Laux went on De'Aaron and Rasay's honeymoon with them to train with.
Okay.
He was in Italy with them. Like, they are very close. Luke Laux had hired Rasay as like a development coach when he was with the Warriors.
Right.
She was an intern. So, like,
I gotta line up this video real quick. Hang on one second. I think everybody's gonna be able to hear this. Can you take us out of the stream for 1 second? Uh-huh. Thanks. We're going to do that, and then we're going to do this. All right.
Yeah, this thing got like weird with all that stuff, with the Mike Brown stuff, and then again, Mike said, "No, I'm not doing it." Keith Reed, did Laux have to leave for FSU, or could he have stayed the rest of the season? Like, why, Keith? Like, if you have a chance to go to your alma mater and start building the program now with all the NIL money and everything else involved, and they want you today, why would you stick around? Because if we know that Luke Laux was on the chopping block from management, do you think Luke does? The answer is yes.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Joe Brazil behind the glass. James Ham is there. I'm Kyle Madson. The Kings and Suns tonight in Phoenix. Oh no, my pen broke. Oh, never mind. It's been broke. Never mind. We're good. We're good.
You're okay?
A piece of pen that broke off that I reattached haphazardly fell off.
Well, it's good you have glasses, protective glasses.
Yeah, that's why I wear these. People are like, blue light blocking? And I'm like, no. Pen, little
shards of
thing blocking.
Shards of pen flying at you, potentially hitting you in the eye.
We'll just have this conversation again. Doug Christie, after last night's game, got asked by a friend of the station, Matt George, ABC 10, about, hey, will you make any changes to the starting lineup, given that you've lost 3 in a row and you've looked pretty bad in the last 2? Here's Doug's answer.
No, because we've won a lot of games with Malik in that position. I think that injuries and, like, when you guys look at it as like this present iteration of what happened. And what you got to understand is that before Domas got hurt, before Malik got hurt, they were starting to find their way as a unit. And once a guy gets hurt, you bring him back. You got to trust them. You got to let them find their game. And it's unfortunate that it's happening at this time. We're going to go the same thing if Domas plays tomorrow. He's going to play his minutes, and it's a possibility that he's rusty. It's a possibility that the flow is not there. Like, those are things that happen that are you can't necessarily control. But what you do have to do is you have to trust your guys. They've put in a lot of work. They deserve that opportunity, because when they are playing at a high level, it's beautiful to see.
Yeah, I'm out.
I mean,
First of all, You go ahead first. I'm sorry. I don't want to.
Okay, so
You
look,
go ahead.
the only way out of this is with Malik Monk finding his game and Domantas Sabonis back on the court and being Domantas Sabonis.
Sure.
That's the only way out of this thing.
Mm-hmm.
There is no alternative universe where, again, like we can say Keon Ellis and Jonas Valanciunas are now your starting shooting guard and your starting center, and we're not going to play the other guys because they're not in rhythm with everybody now. Like the only way out of this thing, the only way that you're a good team a week from now, 2 weeks from now, and have any shot to win a play-in game is if Malik Monk looks more like Malik Monk and Domantas Sabonis is back on the court dealing. And so I get what Doug is saying is like, we almost don't have a choice. We have to go put these guys out there because the only way we get out of this, the only way we get back to who we are is if we have these guys playing well.
Mm-hmm.
Like we can be a decent team or a team that scrambles and might be able to pick up a win or two here and there if we don't have those guys playing. But in order for us to be who we were before and who we might be moving forward is if we have these guys rolling. And so you're going to take some hits because of it.
The issue I have with this response is that this is not exclusive to since Domas and Malik got hurt. Hey, maybe try Keon Ellis. And like, no, this has been a thing.
Yeah.
This has been a thing for a while. And when you come out against the Knicks and he gets smoked in the first quarter, and then you come out against Golden State and he gets smoked in the first quarter. And part of the reason he got smoked in the first quarter is because you didn't have Keon Ellis to follow Steph around, so you had to do a bunch of weird stuff and like doubling. Let's remove. I am with all the reasons that you quote unquote can't make this change now. I got it. You got a Hall of Famer in DeMar DeRozan. You got a $43 million dude and Zach LaVine and Malik Monk used to come off the bench and now he starts, and so he can't go back to the bench. Toothpaste out of the tube, etc. I got it. But just fundamentally, your starting lineup, the pieces fit together better if Keon Ellis starts at the shooting guard position instead of Malik Monk. Or I guess point guard technically.
Yeah.
Now he's not bringing the ball up the floor. That'll be LaVine. That'll be DeMar. We know that.
He brought it up quite a bit last night.
Yeah, but you just need to get the ball across the timeline, get in the offense. And preferably if Domas is there, it's quickly getting it to Domas. But like the pieces just fit together better. Malik Monk is a vastly superior offensive player to Keon Ellis. So I will give anybody that is not in question. But when you start talking about how do these players work, and we talk about all these overlapping parts, a lot of players that do the right stuff, we have proof positive that Malik is awesome off the bench.
No, I totally agree.
And we have this issue where you have a bunch of conflicting offensive pieces when he's in your starting lineup. You have 16 games here. And it's like, yeah, we're going to get him on the court and let him figure it out. Domas might be rusty when he comes back. Like, okay, so that's good. Now we're down to 15 games. How many games they need? How many more games they need to gel? Are we going to get to 7 games left in the year? And it's like, man, hey, they're in a fight for the 10 seed. It's like, yeah, but hey, starting lineup's starting to look better, huh?
Yeah.
I'm
with you. It's tough.
They make so much more sense.
They do, but it's
constructed that way.
It's never that as simple as that.
I know it. I know that.
And really, a lot of these decisions, they're not even in Doug Christie's hands. He can say, I can make whatever decision, but really?
Yikes.
Because that's not the way this typically works. And when this decision was made originally to put Malik Monk into the starting lineup, it was not a full-fledged coaching decision. It was an organizational decision. Did Mike Brown have a say in that? Of course, he had a say in it. But was he the only one who had a say in it? Absolutely not. And
wonder what Jeremy Lamb thinks.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Salute to Sam Amick in The Athletic.
Kyle. Yeah. Yeah, and just to get back to the point at hand, like,
please, sorry,
when Malik Monk got hurt, right? The Kings said, they were in the middle of a 4-game win streak.
Mm.
Now, again, we can go back to it. It's Charlotte, Utah, Houston, and Dallas, right? It's not great. And for that matter, Malik Monk wasn't great in any of those games. 13, 13, 16, and 13 points. As soon as he went out, they lost 2 out of 3. And as he's come back, they've really struggled to get back on the right path, even though he had a solid first game back, 7 of 18 from the field. They're still, like, getting him back fully. It should be trying to work him into the system and try to find himself again. Like, that is still your best opportunity to win. And, like, whether it's off the bench or it's as a starter, it doesn't matter. You still need Malik Monk for 30-plus minutes a night, and he has to be right. Because what we saw last night was a player who just did not look right physically at all. And, not only does he have a toe issue, but now he's wearing a leg sleeve. He's not moving well at all. His jump shot is coming up short, like nonstop. The 3-point shot last night, 0 for 5. Like, these are problems that you're going to run into with a player who transitions from a 26-minute per game guy to a 35-minute per game guy in the middle of a season. And, again, I think there's a lot of work that can be done here, but I'm also not anti Malik Monk as my starting point guard next season. It's just you got to, well, I don't know. If you have someone better, okay. But someone better to me, I don't believe is Keon Ellis.
No doubt. That was not, I'm sorry, that was a reaction to a different. I think one of the things you'd look to do this offseason, not to spin us too far ahead, is to find somebody who can be the point guard so Malik Monk doesn't have to do that.
Okay.
Like, where he can slide over, he can even start still, and he can slide over to the shooting guard spot.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard rumors of the possibility of the Kings chasing player X, planes, whatever, whatever. But at the same time, we went from a 2-year stretch where, like, please get them length and athleticism at the wings, please. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, you really need a backup center as well. Now we're to the point where it's like, okay, you need all of that stuff. You don't need the backup center anymore. You still need length and athleticism at the wings. And, you also need a starting point guard. That's tough.
That's really tough.
Like, I think tonight you're going to look at, trade Tyus Jones. If I'm the Kings, I'm looking at Tyus Jones and saying, hey, is there a way to get Tyus Jones on this roster next year? Because he might be a player that could help you in this situation. And is he going to be a game changer? No, but he could help balance the roster again.
That's it.
And I've said it the whole time.
Making the pieces fit together better.
Yeah.
Need connectors.
It's so funny because for so long, I was like the lone holdout that was saying, do not start Malik. Do not start Malik. You never start your best 5 players. Everybody says it. Mike Brown said it, like, very specifically. You start your best 5 players. And if your best 5 players get beat, where do you go from there?
Right.
That's your best. That's the best you got.
Right.
So, like, as the holdout there, it's like, okay, that you can't do it. The minute you did it, it's like, all right, well, first of all, he had run out of options. Mike Brown had. His team was not playing well, and he'd run out of options, and he was trying to find something, right? But then on top of that, once you make that move, I told you then, it was like, okay, it's over now.
Yep.
He's your starting shooting guard or starting point guard for the next 4 years, most likely, unless they change management and unless they change the head coach, or if they change management and management has a big enough say in what's happening to say, no, Malik Monk, the only way we're doing this moving forward is if Malik Monk's in the starting lineup. I mean, is not in the starting lineup if he's coming off the bench and going back to the 6-man role.
Sure.
And hey, like, look, you have a disaster of a season like this. There's nothing that says Malik Monk will be on this roster next year.
It's fair.
The same, I can say the same about, potentially Domantas Sabonis. I can say the same thing about like almost every single player on this roster. I could say there's a really good chance that you're going to hear their name mentioned this summer.
That's there's always been a lot of urgency here, just because this was 2 years removed from their last playoff trip. And it really felt like, okay, big time changes coming if this doesn't go right. We've already seen 2 with Mike Brown leaving or getting fired and De'Aaron Fox asking out. That's the other key part of all this is Sam Amick wrote it in The Athletic. Hey, there's talk that Domantas Sabonis is going to have the same conversation with the front office that De'Aaron Fox did.
Yep.
every step down the road toward one play-in game and out that this takes, or even 2 play-in games and out that this takes, you get further down the path of Domantas Sabonis having a really tough conversation with your front office. And frankly, DeMar DeRozan. DeMar DeRozan said it before De'Aaron Fox got traded.
Yeah.
Like, if he gets dealt, I got to rethink what I'm doing here. That's where this is all. Now, if you find a way into the playoffs, if you find a way to win a round, okay, maybe this looks different. But that seems so far off now.
Oh, it is especially after the last 2 games. It feels
Yes.
like we're talking about like such pie in the sky craziness way off in the distance.
And it's like this is the time of year where the teams that are going to make runs need to start playing their best basketball. This is the time of year where you go, hey, you really got to lock, like everybody's locking in this point. This is where the games get real. You're fighting for seeding, you're fighting for playing spots, you're fighting for playoff spots. And we're still trying to figure out if the Kings have the right starting 5.
Yeah.
Not a good place to be in.
Like I see like in the chat, I'm going to pull this up from O'Brien. I don't know.
Oberyn? I'm going with Oberyn.
Okay.
The dog wearing glasses.
Yeah. You definitely start your best players, but you also got to build a roster that makes sense. I have been around. This is, I think Doug Christie's my 9th in NBA head coach, either 9th or 10th. I'd have to go back now. It's too many to count.
It's a lot.
Almost every single one of them has had the same exact theory that you do not start your best 5 players, especially your best 5 offensive players, like your 5 best offensive players. You never do that. Like, and you know, the person that taught me that the first time was Paul Westphal. And not only did Paul Westphal believe in that fully as a coach, but mostly it was because he believed in it as a player, because that's who he was as a player. He's one of the most dynamic, ambidextrous players in the league for years. And most of his career came off the bench, including in his first couple of years of his career when he played for the Boston Celtics at the end of their incredible run and had incredible coaches that were saying the same thing. Like, we need a 5th guy coming in that can do something, a guy coming in off the bench that can do something that can change what's happening on the court.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, was there a time where, you know, Bobby Jackson was a better option at the shooting guard position or point guard position for the Sacramento Kings than the other players they had? What, like pre-Doug Christie and, you know, not when Mike Bibby got hurt. Yeah, Bobby Jackson was one of the best 5 players on that team. Of course he should start. Never started. Rick Adelman never started him because that's the design. The design is that you have a great 6-man that can change the complexity of a game, bring a different energy, change what's happening on the court, give you another pitch. And that's exactly why Malik Monk makes a lot of sense. And it's why I told you at the trade deadline, if you're going to do this, then go get another Malik Monk. Go find somebody else that plays like him that can bring that energy shift off the bench as an offensive player. I think Jake LaRavia brings that as a defensive player. I think Keon Ellis brings it as a defensive player, but you don't have that other
dynamic enough offensively.
Yeah, you don't have that dynamic offensive player coming off the bench that can make some noise.
Yeah, and the other thing that Oberyn, we're going with O'Brien?
Oberyn?
I'm going with Oberyn.
Okay.
But they also made the point that the roster just has to fit together better. And I agree. But
that doesn't change the 6-man idea.
No, right. And this, I'm going to support your point here. If the Kings had a roster that fit better together, it would make way more sense for Malik Monk to come off the bench.
Of course. Yes.
Like, there would be zero doubt. But right now, it looks dire. It's like, dude, you got to win games. You need to get your best dudes out there, and you just got to figure it out. It's like, but you don't. Because Zach LaVine and Malik Monk and DeMar DeRozan do not fit. Those 3 players fundamentally do not fit together. We are watching it on a night in, night out basis. And sometimes Malik hits a bunch of shots, or sometimes DeMar DeRozan hits a bunch of shots, or sometimes Zach LaVine's going to go 8 of 9 from 3. And it's like, see, it works. It's like, no, the dude just made his shots that night and had an incredible individual night. That doesn't mean the offense is cohesive. There's a version of this roster that can work. And I think one step toward that is making Keon a starter. And that just everything starts to fall into place a little bit better. Because now there's a little less overlap.
Mm-hmm.
And then once you bring Malik in off the bench, he has a defined role. This is what you're doing. You don't have to worry about being a starting point guard. You have to worry about feeding DeMar and feeding Levine and getting everybody their shots. Like, nope, you are the sixth man. You're the microwave scorer. You're going to get in the pick and roll with Domas, and you're going to go do your Malik thing.
Yeah.
And be awesome at that. And I think if they did that, I think they'd have start having more success, and it would just make a lot more sense. And we'd go, wow, the roster does make more sense.
And to back your point, you talked about last night how the Golden State Warriors, they put Steph Curry on Keegan Murray.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Because they think, well, Keegan is he's just a shooter now.
Yeah, they don't believe that Keegan is going to take advantage of the mismatch.
Exactly. Now, if you reverse that, which player on the Kings would you put on that level of player? If it were the Kings and the other team had the Keegan Murray and you're going to go hide a player, who would you hide on Keegan Murray? Because that's what they're doing with Steph. They're hiding him on Keegan Murray. Right. So who would you hide? Would you hide DeMar DeRozan? Would you hide Malik Monk? Would you hide Zach LaVine on the defensive end?
You have to pick one.
Well, that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
You just lost.
Yep.
That realistically is a problem. You just lost because you have three players that you have to hide on the defensive end.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Game over.
Yep.
On one side of the court, you're playing 5-on-3.
Yep.
Most nights.
Yep. It's a tough spot to be in, man. We'll get. I don't know. We got the handoff coming up.
Are we negative?
Sunshine, rainbows coming up next on the Insiders. James Ham, Kyle Madson, Joe Brazil, Jiffy Lube. Back in a second.
We're not sure who's taking the handoff right up the middle, straight up the middle.
Just an insane thing. That was so
Drew
funny.
down straight up the middle. The fact that they're gone is the worst.
I know it.
Because if we throw them in like
Very
once
nice.
every like week,
Yeah.
just like to mess with them, like,
Yeah.
oh, which one am I getting? And then it's like, oh, come on.
Did we do the giveaway? Corner?
All
right.
Yeah, we did the giveaway. Kenny coming in?
Maybe. Hope so.
I think there is
Thanks, Ross.
ways to fix this thing, but you have to lose one of these players that cause like that are redundant.
A lot of redundancy.
Dang it, John Poles.
Oh yeah, why do we have
We have True TV on or something.
what?
You have to plug it in and unplug it like multiple.
Sir, you don't tell me what to plug in and not plug in.
Yeah, if you plug it into that, you can every time you plug it in, you can make a move on the.
Okay, so I can do one thing.
Sometimes you can do more than one, but most of the time, oh, that's fine.
There we go.
We win. Loyola of Chicago.
The Billikens of St. Louis against Loyola Chicago and Sister Mary or whatever her name was. Janet? What was that woman's name?
I don't know. Was she like 103?
Yeah.
She's still alive?
She's saying, I don't know if she's still with us or not, so I don't want to comment. She was a delight, was a delightful lady.
She's a sister, right? Like a nun. Oh. Did we see Manny's? Do we have time?
Yeah, we'll see. It's oh, this is Loyola Chicago, not Loyola Marymount. My bad. Loyola Marymount's in Southern California.
Yeah, it's Hank Gathers.
Sister
Kimball.
Jean.
Sister Jean. There you go.
Do you want to know what I typed in to get to that answer? Loyola of Chicago, old basketball fan. And shout out to Google Gemini. It had me. Served as the chaplain at Loyola University Chicago for over 20 years, and her dedication to the university and its basketball team has made her a beloved figure. She's 105 now?
She's still around?
She's still with us.
Hell yeah. That's incredible.
Oh, born in San Francisco. Salute. California kid. Bruh, she was born in 1919. August 21, a Leo. Salute. Let's go.
My grandfather was born in 1919.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I decided we're scoreboard watching.
We are scoreboard watching?
Yeah, why not? Like, at least, because look, here's how this all goes. I don't think the Kings are going to, like, win handily tonight. They might win. I think Phoenix is favored by 3.5.
Are they really?
Yeah. But if the Kings win and the Clippers lose to the Hawks, oh, you gained a game, you're 3.5 back. Or excuse me, you're a game and a half back of the 8th seed. Like, okay, hey, maybe you can start to, like, it just starts with one single start rallies, as we used to say in travel ball. I played travel ball, not to brag.
Okay.
Clippers at Hawks. Very obviously rooting for the Hawks. Just need these teams in front of the Kings to start losing.
And the Hawks are still hanging tough, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they've been playing well.
Yeah. I mean, they've got no reason to quit.
No. They're the 7th seed in the East right now.
Yeah. Especially their first round pick belongs to the San Antonio Spurs.
Yeah, they have no reason to tank.
Yeah,
And they just have good players. Like, they got they're the 7 seed. They're 4.5. Yeah, they're 4.5 back on my Detroit Pistons. Pistons lost to the Wizards last night, by the way.
Oh, no.
I've been touting the Detroit Pistons all year. Ugh. It's a tough look. You can't lose to the Wizards. So that's an easy one. Rooting for the Hawks tonight. Let's go Ice Tray. Lawrence Butler's favorite team. Mavs at Rockets. You got to pull with the Rockets there. You need that 10 seed to get as separated as far as humanly possible.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. Because we're not even talking 6 seed. I couldn't care less about the 5. You're 7.5 back of that right now.
Oh, no, that's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, any of that talk is over.
Yeah. So need the Rockets to beat the Mavs. That's an easy one. And then Magic at Timberwolves. I don't know. Timberwolves currently the 7.
Yeah, you'd hope
get them to lose to Orlando. And
yeah, I think the Timberwolves are a team, again, you're now 4 games back of the Timberwolves. And only 3 in the loss column.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's one that you could actually potentially, I mean, if you're a Kings fan, you should be hoping that somehow they wake up and they climb up to the number 7 spot.
Right.
Because
if you run into 4 wins in a row here.
Yeah, because the 6 is pretty much out of reach. I think the 5, 6 are totally out of reach at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But can you get to the 7? Because then you get a home play-in game. But then I go to the schedule and, hey, we got Casey here.
Yeah, getting it right. Time for the handoff.
Yeah. So after tonight, you got Phoenix tonight. Then it's Grizzlies, Cavs. You got a game against Chicago. Bucks, Celtics, Thunder. I got 1 win in that.
Chicago, Milwaukee, Celtics, Thunder.
Well, no, Memphis, Cavs.
Oh.
Bulls, Bucks, Celtics, Thunder.
What
do you think, Casey?
You better find a way to get 2.
At least.
Yeah.
You gotta find a way to get 2. Like I said, the whole time, like you playing these teams or whatever that are top flight in the league, you got an opportunity to earn your way in. Like if you can't beat them, then you can't beat them, and you probably won't be where you're trying to get anyway.
Exactly.
So, I know there's usually a contrast between how we look at it as observers, as fans, as media members, and how they have to look at it as players and coaches.
No doubt.
And Yeah, all right, yeah, it's tough, but find a way. Find a way. You got them at the crib too. So find a way. I don't care if it's the Cavs or the Bulls or whoever.
Mm-hmm.
You got to find a way, because you said it earlier, James. The league ain't stopping for you. Ain't nobody
Nope.
feeling sorry for you because you got a tough schedule.
Nope.
Yeah.
So when they get into that practice gym or today's shoot around or whatever, you better find a way to get over yesterday and get ready to win a game today.
That's it.
So.
Are you? Do you have any reason for optimism here?
Optimism in what way?
With the Kings? Like you say, like here's what, because we always try and caveat, like like I don't feel great about where they're at, but you play games. They're NBA players. Maybe you win 4 in a row here. Like that's just a thing that can happen. That's why they play the sport, right? Maybe win 4 in a row, and maybe they go on a little run here, and this all looks silly. The reaction today after getting beat last night, maybe this all looks silly, but logically or realistically, I don't have any reason to believe that's going to happen. Like if
like so the thing that I think about, and I think the Kings are just like kind of who they are. They're an average to above average team at best. They've got talent, but they've got a lot of deficiencies on the roster and chemistry wise. And the reason why I would say we could be talking differently in a week is because just a week ago we were talking differently.
That's a good point.
You know what I mean? Just a week ago, we're like, oh man, they won 7-9. Man, look what they did against Denver with 2 of their starters down. And I'm not gonna say we felt great about them, but we felt encouraged.
Yeah.
And then even the Sunday game, like against the Clippers, they played well. It was a tough loss or whatever. Now they've had 2 games, and I'm not saying they're not bad at all, but they've had 2 games, not 22 games, 2 games where they got waxed. And
man,
that can make people feel differently about them, understandably so. But it's still the same team that had Denver up by 15 the other day with 2 starters down, or played against the Clippers a certain way. So it's like to when you talk about optimism or feel different, like they've shown that they'll probably play well next week.
But I thought they were going to play well last night.
I wasn't really sure. The Warriors just like they're better and a bad matchup. I never feel good about the Warriors though. Like the way they play, Steph Curry, the movement that they have on the offensive end, they defend really well. I just never have, like never. And maybe that's just me, but I never really, when they do beat up on the Warriors or whatever, it's like a little bit of a relief. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, damn, this team Steph can always go crazy, and GP2, who never hits any threes, ends up hitting threes against the Kings and all this other. So I never really feel comfortable. I looked at these next 2 games as like, get one of them.
If I had told you held Stephen Curry and Jimmy Butler to 6 of 14 and 17 points, you'd have felt like that's a W?
Yeah, man. It's like it's the thing that I always think about, right? Like, I hate to be so simplistic with it, but it is a make or miss league, right?
It is.
Like,
because
the strategy is sound. Like if Quentin Post and G Santos and Draymond Green are gonna bomb away and hit threes on it, I'm gonna tip my hat.
Quentin Post can shoot it.
He can shoot it. He can, but if he didn't even go crazy, like he went crazy in the first quarter. But if this is what I've always said, about the Warriors. All right, man. If I'm playing them, Draymond Green, you're gonna have to average 32 because I'm gonna give you every open look. And if you hit, I can't take everything away. I just can't. You're a good team. I can't take everything away. I can't take Steph away, Jimmy, Clay when he was there, and just take Draymond away. I got to give up something. I'm giving up Dre. Dre hit shots last night. Dre was what was he, like 4 or 6 at one point from beyond the arc?
I think the problem is that everybody else did too. I mean, like we talked about, they had 5 guys. Gary Payton, Steph. I mean, Draymond, Post, Guy Santos, and Buddy Hield went 16 of 26 from 3.
Outscored the Kings at the 3-point line. Just those guys.
Now I heard you guys talking about like the wide open looks and just not content. Like I get it.
Is that not like you you play like Malik Monk out there.
Mhm.
Is there not something to like at least pretending to close out?
Yeah, for
the
sure.
amount of times that the Warriors got to just catch it, like spin the ball in their hand, look down, make sure their feet are set, get ready, and just nothing.
No, for sure. You got to halfway get out there, but at the end of the other aspect of that is sometimes that messes with the shooter. The fact that you ain't even coming out at me.
All right. Well, hey,
Like-
when they knock down as many as they did, like you got to do something different.
No,
now.
I agree, but and this is why I say make or miss. The Kings, to a certain degree, played the same defense. The 2 wins against the Warriors, they trapped the hell out of Steph, made Looney catch it right there or whoever, and kick it to the other side, and let them shoot, and they missed. And everybody, and here's what I always kind of push back on sometimes. It's like, oh man, the Kings is locking up out there. That's how they beat them. Not really.
Sure.
They just missed shots.
Sure.
Like even times like, oh man, that defense turned up in the fourth quarter, kind of, but they got wide open looks and missed them.
It just feels like when it's back-to-back games of the exact same thing, it's like, all right, that's tough.
Well, just not showing up in back-to-back games.
Yeah.
I mean, because that's what it felt like. Like you got to a certain point where you're like, they just don't look like they have any shot at all of winning this game.
I was on blowout texting with you. I was on blowout alert early. Just looking, I was like, the Warriors are moving faster. They're moving stronger.
Yeah.
They're moving with more purpose out there on both sides of the floor. I said, this could get nasty. This could get nasty real quick. Credit to the Kings, I guess. They got back into the game.
They didn't roll over.
They
for
climbed
sure.
back into it, but at that point, it was already too much.
Yeah. We kept going back to that Doug Christie quote from after the Knicks game. That's not us. That's not us. That's not us. That's what he kept saying. And that's why I expected him to look better last night. And they just didn't.
You just can't keep having those tough conversations.
Yeah. And it can't keep being, that the other team just played harder. Like,
oh, it's time for a closed door meeting. Oh, it's time for a players only meeting. Like we're
if last night, if you can't go get up to play last night, if you're not treating that game with the proper urgency last night, Golden State should not have wanted that game more than you did.
Agreed. But I'm going to tell you, and there has to be an adjustment. I'm going to tell you, if we up there, we locking up, we've given up Steph Curry and not letting him cook, not letting Jimmy cook, and they kick it out to a wide open Draymond Green for 3, we'll live. We died. Yeah,
that's game high scorer Draymond Green.
Yeah.
Say it right.
We'll live. That's what everybody will live.
Sure.
And we died last night.
Yeah.
Because he killed us.
Yeah.
And Post can shoot the ball too. Geez. There was a couple of walk-up threes from Buddy that I didn't like either. And Moses Moody was hitting them too. Like they've got to give a little bit more effort on the defensive end on some closeouts. But
I think it's we got to go. I'm with you guys on D'Lo and KC.
Right,
we'll continue this conversation 12:15. But D'Lo and KC coming up next. James and Joe and I, we're done for the weekend. For Joe Brazil, for James Ham, I'm Kyle Madson. We have been the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until Monday at 10 a.m. Drink water. Be nice to people. Woo! Thanks, Joe. Chatty House, really good week this week. Appreciate you guys. Have a safe weekend, and we'll talk to you Monday.
Hey, Chatty House, catch me on MLB The Show. See you guys online.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We a number one spot.
We letting the air horns fly because it's Friday and only because it's Friday. I'm going to tell y'all right now. I don't know what we doing today. We might play music. I might just sit here with my feet up and eat grapes all goddamn day. I'm getting text messages from Butcher Boy Joe Shafty at 6 o'clock in the goddamn
so what
morning.
the hell is this?
Hey, and this is what happened. We you know the season peaked in that ass whooping?
Ooh.
I mean, can anyone fight me on that? The Kings season peaked when they beat the Warriors' ass.
It's about, I mean, there's no argument, there, whether you think it's a different game or not. I mean, it's around the same thing. It's it's fine.
These grapes are magnificent.
Where'd you get them grapes from?
They was with the party you skipped out on yesterday.
I didn't skip out on the party.
Well,
not a brunch guy, or
he boycotted the brunch.
Meanwhile, while we're talking food, I tried to talk about pizza and stuff with Damien yesterday because you weren't here. It didn't work out.
It didn't go well.
Didn't go well at all.
I caught some of the show. I was tapped in a little bit.
He asked if I put hot honey on pepperoni pizza. I was
Wait,
like, well, Jesse, I can't eat pizza.
Yeah.
What?
No, don't do that. Don't do that. You're just late then.
Wait, what's this guy talking about?
No, you're just late.
Honey.
Stop. You're just late. Don't do that. Seriously.
Hey, whose man's is this?
Stop. I'm telling you. You're going to do it and be like, wow, this is amazing. You're late. You're late. The chatty house is already on this.
Hot honey. Wow, bro.
I think it's an East Coast thing first.
I don't need
it's made its way over here now.
I think you're 100%.
Yeah, it's an East Coast thing first, and it's made its way over here.
I don't need all.
Like I said, you're just late.
All right. All right. I just don't understand it. I'm not discouraging you from doing it. I'm not doing it. Just don't understand.
So Norm's already here. Hot honey's fire. Look at that.
Why did you boycott yesterday's show?
Because Triple H hit me with a sledgehammer.
Oh, damn. Well, Triple H is known to do that. Pedigreed your ass right in the middle of the ring.
Right in the face. Just boom.
Yep.
With a sledgehammer.
He's been known to do that to a lot of black wrestlers, so that's fine. Booker T. Caraway is here.
the sinus thing. Now that I realize it does happen once a year. Tuesday was the day where the sun was shining, the wind was blowing crazy.
Are you sure it's your sinus?
No, I feel a lot better.
Like you said, like when you left, I told Jesse this yesterday. When you left, Wednesday,
yeah.
I was like, that man's not gonna be here tomorrow. Because I didn't compute it at first when you put your elbow up, I'm gonna go get some tea. And you were kind of mumbling and you left. And I'm like, oh, I told everyone yesterday, you were like, and I said this to you on the air, but it didn't compute until later. You were real chill on KSFM.
Trying to make it.
You was
trying to make it.
I was like, okay. Yeah, all right, KC. I just thought you was feeling the beat.
No,
then when you left, I was like, oh, that man's cooked. I wrote the whole show that morning knowing that man is not going to be here today.
Elbow dap up is just universal sign for, hey, I'm not feeling.
Oh yeah,
I'm not going to tell you, but this is the coolest way I can do
it. I can guarantee it's over.
I gave everything. Well, I wasn't feeling good on Wednesday, but I gave everything I had to the 1320 show, and then I was cooked. Tried to get me some Chipotle at DoorDash. Maybe I need some food. DoorDash, it was all bad. And then the face started hurting. And and then I was like, oh man, this is tough. But I wasn't really sure. I thought I might have been sick or whatever. I get home, no temperature, nothing like that. And then I went home. I said, let me just lay down a little bit. Turned on one of the games, turned on some college basketball. Actually turned on Knicks Blazers. I ended up watching that. And I was like, oh yeah, I fell asleep, all this other stuff. And then I woke up at about 4:30. Thursday, and just Triple H had just sledgehammer straight to the nose area. And I got up. I said, bro, I can't. Whatever's going on is not what I've been taking medicine for. This ain't working. I got up at 5:30, went to Walgreens, got the best sinus medicine I could, which is Tylenol, sinus and headache. And
were they paying you for that?
I know, what was that?
What was that?
Well, people need to
What the hell
know.
is this a commercial?
People need to know. Tylenol, sinus headache, that's number 1. Sudafed is 2. You know what I mean? Got to and shout out Mucinex. I was taking the wrong Mucinex too. That was bad. But then I took that and I still wasn't feeling better. That's when I text you. I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to go to Kaiser. I'm gonna have to get the prescription joints because this ain't feeling good. And that's when I text you. And then I fell asleep and I woke up. I felt better. I felt better. So
I did not. Yeah, I did not. I was really surprised when you texted me yesterday at 4:00 that you would that you'd be in. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
My man, I honestly expected you to be out through the weekend.
Yeah,
I thought Monday was gonna be hope and a prayer.
The toughest.
There were people speculating that you didn't come in because of Mac Jones.
Well,
we could talk about that later.
Well, no, because I was supposed to go on 95.7 the game yesterday morning, and after a little bit after I text you, I actually forgot, and then I saw the tweet. I was like, oh, yeah, I ain't gonna make it. So I text my man. I was like, hey, man, I'm sorry, man, I'm not gonna be able to make it this morning. I'm super under the weather or whatever. He's like, yeah, signing Mac Jones will do that to you. Understand? I said, no, I'm sorry, man. But yeah, I was just down. Once I got the right medicine, I'm back at it. I'm good.
All right, man. Well, I'm glad you're feeling good.
And then I watched the game, and then I was bad again.
And we all vomited all over again.
I was bad again after watching the game.
This stretch, man, this is really frustrating. This stretch of good play by the Sacramento Kings is bookended by 2 ass whoopings by the Golden State Warriors, damn near by the same score, 132-108, 130-104. And in between, we think the Sacramento Kings are playing well. I said this at 5-2. Okay. I did this with Minnesota. You did this with Denver. I don't think either of us did this with Sacramento. Charlotte, Utah, good win against Houston. It's an above 500 Mavericks team that you beat, but it's a Mavericks team post Kyrie.
I wish you told the whole story.
Exactly. In San Antonio. Then you get to the playoff teams. Playoff play-in. Clippers, heartbreaker. Knicks, beatdown. I'm not sure what we've seen. I don't know. I don't. What does that tell you about the Sacramento Kings? Does the caliber of the opponent matter?
To a certain degree.
Because we do. I'll use the collective. We diminished what Denver did. No. Because you weren't here, diminished what Minnesota did.
I wish you tell the whole story. I did not diminish what Denver did. I said I'm not making them a championship contender, which is what people are doing. Now, there's a difference. Kings did that. We didn't make them no championship contenders. We just said they're playing good basketball. That's all. That's all.
Okay,
and that's what I said about Denver. I said they're playing cool and handle who was on the court. But people were like, yo, I think they serious. They might be. No, they're not that. Not because they did that. And that's only their spirits. I understand what you're saying. But at least for me with Denver.
I'm pretty sure you said F the Nuggets. I think you said that live on the air. Jesse had to dump it.
I always say that.
Well, you do. No, that's not true.
You said a lot of disparaging things about the Nuggets.
You said F Michael Malone. It wasn't F the Nuggets. It was F Michael Malone.
But no,
don't turn into this show in a bad mood. I don't care how bad the Kings suck. We are going to find a way to laugh and have fun. If you're in a bad mood, if you're mad that your team sucks, tune in because we're going to find a way to laugh about it.
That's what we're going to do. But
your boy texting me, we FaceTiming today?
Oh,
no.
Please. Oh, please. Fall back or fall back. No, we deserve that. We deserve that. I got to wear that.
It's actually kind of a miracle that Bonte hasn't called, Matt Nahegan hasn't called. No, we've kind of Guru hasn't called. No, we kind of lucked out. It was just Butch.
Yeah, we deserve that one.
They've won the last 2 games by combined like 60 points against us. Like nothing has been the same since we FaceTime.
No. But yeah, man, like I understand the point you're talking about. I think when you talk about this Kings team, that, for lack of a better term, that's who they are. Like against the bad teams, they'll handle business. They'll compete up and down against the good teams. They're just not always like on point like that. And I made this point against with the handoff. You're gonna have those times. Like you're gonna have just literally a week ago. We were talking about how tough they were, and man, they took Denver down to the wire. Should have won that game with 2 of their starters out and all this other stuff. Even with the Clippers loss, man, they played good. They were playing Clippers basketball and they just lost and And 2 games later, they're hopeless, like a penny with a hole in it. And that's just what this team does. I would not be surprised if next week they played real well and stepped their game up.
Is the ceiling clear of like what type of team this is? Like what type of team this is as far as the tier, like where they belong?
I don't think it is.
No,
because I don't know what I don't know how good they are. Like I don't know what to cap them off as or at.
After yesterday, I'd put them a level below Minnesota. I think
that's fair.
See, I mean, so here's here's the tough part. I mean, they've got Phoenix tonight, but like right now, their playing matchup is Dallas.
They beat the brakes off of Dallas. They beat the brakes off of Dallas, so they'd win that game. Now, if they had to play Minnesota, Minnesota might be a little different.
No, for sure. But they've got to. They're how do we even rank them with Dallas right now?
What do you mean?
Like, because he's asking about tiers. Mm-hmm. They're basically below everyone, and then like, how do we even, with good conscience, put Dallas in a tier? They've got a foot in the grave.
True. I mean,
so they're better than a team that's got a foot in the grave.
I think, yeah, they're better than them. I think
maybe we got a foot in the grave.
To be honest,
they could be about the same as the Clippers. Maybe that's where the Kings. Maybe if that's where you want to put them.
I think the Kings. I think the Kings, Clippers, and Suns. I'd put them on the same tier, and that sounds crazy. Maybe I'm just afraid of the Suns, but I still respect the talent that they have in a 1-game scenario like that. So I think Kings, Clippers, Suns are on the same tier, which is one of them's got to go to the playoffs, but I don't think they're going to do anything in the playoffs.
Okay. All right. We're just getting started. Like I said, we're going to find a way to have fun. This team, that's tough. That is tough. They got their ass kicked last night in a game that we all thought meant something. And that's the worst part. And they play again tonight. I have no clue if that's good or bad. But they play again tonight. So we've got you for the next 4 hours. Kyle Madson's going to join us. Eddie Gonzalez will be with us. James Ham will be with us. It's Leezy Fridays.
Leezy Fridays. Where's the pizza?
Leezy's going to come join us, probably in like the 1 o'clock hour, somewhere around there. And he's going to hang out and we're going to teach him how to be a radio guy, man. So we'll have some fun. Phone lines will be open for you. We're thrilled that you're here with us. Shout out to everybody who's tuning in, despite the fact their team got their ass kicked at Steelo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento sports leader ESPN 1320.
Polo, at least we beat the Cowboys that 1 year. Shout out, Judah.
Everybody beats the Cowboys.
It's facts. You see Dexter Lawrence and Micah Parsons going at it?
Yeah. Micah needs – see, Micah always be talking crazy. Always be talking crazy.
Excuse me.
Like, settle down. Settle down.
Ricardo DeMarcus.
More.
Y'all thought I was playing, man. I need more grapes.
I know they're going to criticize the hook on the song. Bed-Stuy took on the world. Man, and I'll tell you, it'll be the bestseller. What?
That game was literally the fraud bowl too.
Oh, the Dolphins game?
Yeah. Because like Miami went to go get their ass kicked the rest of the season. Dak just crumbled for the MVP.
Dak. Man, tell me he should have been the MVP. Look, man, I don't get a lot of things right. I told y'all what was going to happen with Dak. I even told y'all he was going to beat the Eagles. Said that was the case. Y'all don't mind me. I'm doing a couple things. Don't mind me. Let me handle a little business real quick. You know what I mean? Let me handle a little business.
We doing shrooms?
Whoa. What's really good around here?
Blowout from tip is what?
Hey!
Who the hell said
Oh my
that?
God!
Hey!
The flag on you.
Doing?
Fencing back as well.
Man.
Oh my goodness gracious!
We'll let you know when to
that
rejoin the
is
group again.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Barrett, you've been around for a while, so you know better.
Watch your mouth.
Man,
Watch your mouth. Goodness.
did I see it was Zebra PT's birthday?
Hey, yo.
Is it?
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Happy birthday, Zebra PT.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. Happy
Her and
birthday,
Steph
Zebra.
Curry both turned 37 today.
Nice.
Oh, shout out Steph.
Yeah.
Not really.
It was trash last night.
This guy.
Season 4 of Ted Lasso, guys.
I should probably see season 1.
Yeah, that's
Me
I'm
too.
about to
2 and
say.
3.
Let me get there.
I am
I started it once and I made it through like 12 minutes and I was like, okay, I don't think I'm.
I've
gonna
never
wait
heard
for
someone
this.
say a bad word about that show either.
Me either.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I think it got a little overhyped. Like the people were like, best show of all time. Like, is it even better than
I don't care.
Scrubs?
Wait,
Remember
which
Bill
show?
Lawrence joint? Ted Lasso.
Which other show did you just
Scrubs.
say?
Scrubs?
I mean, I'm not even a Scrubs fan, but don't say it like that, Jesse. What you
Oh,
talking
I'm
about?
sorry. I didn't know this was a
I'm not a
Scrubs
Scrubs
show.
fan, but I'm just
No, that's
saying.
cool. Like, that's your
I don't even
bag,
think
I
I've
guess.
ever seen this episode of Scrubs, but I mean, come on now. Come on
Always
now.
changing over Scrubs. All right.
No, Scrubs is a great show. Ted Lasso is really, really good. I recommend it for sure. But I think the hype train got crazy.
Back in here with our man Kyle Madson of the Insiders here for his weekly visit. Kyle was doing the thing last night. I told him too, as he was doing it.
Uh-huh.
The Warriors were up like 20.
23.
Thank you. The lead gets cut to like 10. This team, because I think the Warriors are a championship contender.
They're not.
Uh-huh.
Madson. This is why these guys aren't contenders. All right, it's a 10-point lead. Lead gets good. The Warriors are going to lose this game. Warriors are up by 6. I was like, Kyle, you're doing the thing.
Did I say they were going to lose?
I think so. No,
I probably did.
I got it right here. King's going to win as long as they keep Steph a non-factor. They're so ass, bro. And I said, you're doing the thing. And he said, it's down to 6. Steph is in jail. That was at
8:30.
That was at 8:30. 48 minutes later, it's 9:18. He sends, okay, fine.
Hey,
That
you
is
know-
Kyle
hey,
Madson every
hey,
Warriors game.
when you said you're doing the thing, I was like, God, I hope the Kings win. God, I want them to win. Oh my God.
Oh man.
I just
Yeah.
hate the turnover stuff is just an abomination.
The Warriors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just run down and just throw the pass out of bounds. All right, man.
I don't
Hey,
care.
Keon's clearly jumping this lane. I'm going to throw the pass anyway. All right. Cool, man.
What was the first text you sent me? Do you remember? I do. You don't have to look it up. I remember what it was.
Yeah. I stick by it. That I stick by.
Say
Here,
it.
show me.
No,
You
just
don't
say
wanna
it.
say it?
No.
It's
He
not
can say
crazy.
it.
It says
Say it.
It
It's
says-
going to start a
It
conversation.
said Keon should have started.
I'm I mean, it's not the worst thing.
Do the pieces not fit better together if Keon's in the starting lineup? Do they not make more sense as a lineup? With what DeMar DeRozan does well, with what Zach LaVine does well, with what Malik Monk does well, with what Keon Ellis does well. It makes more sense.
It makes more sense. I don't know if it fixes all your problems, though, because
no doubt.
Keon's not a point guard.
I don't think they win last night if Keon starts, but
and I think Keon he comes into the game 4 minutes into every game. I'm not saying those 4 minutes don't matter, like every second matters or whatever, but it's not like he's getting in with the the beginning of the second quarter. So I understand. I mean, if Doug wanted to try that at some point,
he's not going to.
I wouldn't be against it, but
I don't think so either.
You got to let the starters figure it out and stuff, because when it works, it's a big thumbs up. All right, man.
Yeah, it is.
But I do think I've been saying there's an element to that in this league and with those guys. It's a sign of respect that you show to those guys. That, like I said, Malik Monk, in this particular case, Malik Monk, who, to be honest with you, is probably working through some stuff physically, and like coming out there and like he's not 100%.
Sure.
And he's getting out there and doing what he can for you. You don't bench him after one game, let alone two. In that situation.
If he's still working through things, why don't you just bring him off the bench to start? And when he's in a better position, you put him in the starting lineup. If that's the case, this is a sort of a hypothetical. But if what you just said is accurate, why not bring him back? You know, as a guy you work back into the starting lineup once whether he gets his legs, his feel, his shot, whatever.
Especially when we know when you bring him off the bench, he is objectively one of the 2 or 3 best players off the bench in the sport.
Yeah, what is the reason for keeping him as I'll agree, like he's better, like his abilities are maximized off the bench, I feel. You're not getting the most of Malik Monk as your starting point guard, I think.
I agree, Jesse.
I understand. He's also a better player than Keon Ellis. But
he doesn't. Okay, you're right. That's a great. Yes, he is. He is objectively, without question, a better player than Keon Ellis. He does not fit the starting lineup better than Keon Ellis.
Keon plays defense a little better.
Keon plays defense better, and he makes things easier offensively because it's not DeRozan and LaVine trying to play off the ball, or Monk trying to play off the ball with DeRozan and LaVine orchestrating. That's not going to be their strengths.
I understand. I understand all the arguments for Keon. But if I just look at it as like, I just don't feel that's a deciding factor in whether they play good or not. Like,
I think they have more problems than that. To be totally clear, that's not like if you start Keon, they won't lose a game. Like and I don't even think if you start Keon, I don't necessarily know if they win last night, but I think you get off to a little better start. You're not down 6 points 58 seconds into the game.
Maybe so, but maybe it's too simplistic on my end. But if Malik Monk isn't playing well, it don't matter if he's starting or coming off the bench. You're not going to win. Like the bottom line is you need him to play well.
Yeah, I would. That's true. That's true.
That's the thing. It's not because like if he was playing well and starting, then we wouldn't have this issue. Sure. If he's playing well and coming off the bench, that's cool too. Like I don't care. If he's playing bad and coming off the bench, you're not winning. You know what I mean? Like I guess that's just where my mind is.
Sure.
Like if the guys just have to play better. They just have to play no matter where. Start him. I don't care. Or Keon, start. I don't care if you start Keon. But if you told me starting Keon would make Malik play better, cool. But we don't know that. If he's still struggling out there, we still got problems.
Yeah.
So that's my whole thing.
I think we got problems no matter what.
Malik Monk is a point guard, or is he just playing the position because you have no one else there right now?
That
it's probably more so that. I mean, he's a combo guard. Even if he wasn't like a point, he's a ball handler. You know what I mean? He's not a traditional point guard in that sense. So you're trying to get him there, but he's a combo guard. Like he's not a guy that plays like Rip Hamilton. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like coming off screens, doesn't bring like even when he was coming off the bench, he was handling the rock and orchestrating stuff. So that's just kind of his game.
Yeah.
there are probably numerous other issues outside of Malik Monk starting or not starting, Keon Ellis, coming off the bench or whatever. Like Keon Ellis scoring 18 is fantastic. You want to talk about Malik Monk, maybe, coming back from something, struggling, trying to figure some things out. That's all perfectly fine too. Zach LaVine took six shots yesterday.
That's unacceptable.
I don't understand it.
Like, what
is he?
What world is that okay in?
Is he? And again, there's not one for me anyway.
Yeah, not for him on this team.
16 shots in 2 games for Zach LaVine.
Mm-hmm.
One of the most efficient scoring guard in the sport.
Mhm.
Gets 16 shots. That's crazy.
That's completely unacceptable.
I don't know if that's him trying to fit a role and realizing, okay, Malik is going to be the primary ball handler. I'm going to go do this stuff. I'm going to try and fill these different roles. If that's him trying to do that, like, thumbs up, appreciate that, but someone else needs to do it. Zach LaVine needs to be leading this team in shot attempts 5 nights out of 6.
Yeah. And these are the things I believe that people like Trista or anybody else has a problem with Zach LaVine.
Yeah.
Like, you'll just do this weird stuff from time to time.
Hmm.
It's not your talent. It's not your ability.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, and it's one of those things where it's not even like he was 1 of 6.
Yeah,
He was 5 of 6. He was 4 of 4 from beyond the arc.
Right.
Why aren't you continuing to shoot the basketball?
Doesn't make sense.
And this is the thing, like we talk about.
I mean, the Warriors might have had something to do with that, but
Maybe.
6 times?
Yeah,
So
probably.
he is too good to be putting the ball up 6 times, no matter what defense is being played.
Nah, yeah, exactly. I agree
Yeah.
100%. And this is the thing where I talk about this type of stuff with Keegan. Like, when they're like, oh, they're not getting him involved or whatever. You think if Zach LaVine comes down the court, doesn't pass the ball and shoots it, Doug Christie gonna be like, hey, no, bro, get out the game.
Right.
Or Monk is gonna be like, hey, pass that. No,
Yeah.
like, you're Zach LaVine. You can do that anytime you want to.
Yep.
So I'm not looking at Malik Monk or DeMar DeRozan for not getting you the ball. I'm looking at you. Be assertive. It's unacceptable. Unacceptable.
2 of Zach LaVine's 6 lowest shooting outputs have been in the last 2 games. His lowest of the entire season, and it's not particularly close, was yesterday. 6 field goal attempts. That's the least he's taken in a game.
Crazy.
When he was with Chicago, he took 9 versus Orlando
Good defensive
twice.
team.
He took 9 versus Orlando twice. He took 9 versus Chicago. And, excuse me, Houston. I'm sorry. He was with Chicago. He took 9 versus Houston.
Good defensive
and then
team.
10 versus the Knicks
Not as good of a defensive team.
with Sacramento.
Baffling.
Yeah, it's just unacceptable. That's the most I can say about that one. It's just, you can't have that, Zach.
Nope.
You can't have that. And I don't think it wins them the game yesterday either. But you just can't have that.
Nope. Not even a little bit.
Well,
we talked about, I'm interested to get your guys' thoughts on this because we talked about this a little bit on the Insiders today. The whole, like, and again, this is not a, like, this is why they lost last night. This is not that. This is just a problem that got exacerbated, I think, last night, or really highlighted. It's a problem that Golden State looks at the Kings lineup and goes, hey, we're going to put Steph on Keegan and that's going to be okay. And have it work. Keegan can't be, he shot 10 times, 8 of them for 3, and he had a 6-foot 3-point guard on him. A 37-year-old 6-foot 3-point guard on him.
Happy birthday.
For most of the night. How are you not backing them down to the post and making them warp their defense a little bit? Do something.
How do 3 starters score in single digits? I mean, Doug made the change at when they announced there's a lineup change in the second half. I was like, oh, Kyle called it in.
I did
And
it.
it was actually Trey Lyles at the 5 spot instead of Valanciunas, and everything else stayed the same. I was like, okay, I guess you're going for shooting there. I guess you're trying to stretch the floor a little bit, play small with them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And Valanciunas was getting cooked.
Yeah.
They were getting him in space. It was not good.
Yeah.
I mean, and that was also part of, you talk about just not closing out on guys. That was also part of the guys who were getting the shots.
Mhm.
You know, Draymond, like that's Valanciunas' man. I'd have to look at the film maybe a little bit more to see if it's something different. But that's Valanciunas in post. That's who, or excuse me, Draymond in post. That's who Valanciunas was guarding probably.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you stay at home, Valanciunas. We're gonna let those guys shoot out the corners and stuff like that. They hit their shots, man. They hit their shots. I mean, that was the strategy that they implied, and it didn't work last night.
You still don't buy that Warriors team.
Real quick, I was looking this up. I'm sorry. That's the first time Zach LaVine has played 30 minutes in an NBA game and shot 6 or fewer times. That's crazy.
Hey guys,
Anyway,
we made history.
Yeah, no, I just
Zach LaVine history. That's good.
You did it.
Make a plaque or something.
Did it. Hang the banner. Yeah, man, and you know, just watching last night and seeing, like, there's the Jimmy Butler factor, where, like, I didn't get it with the Heat teams that made those runs with Jimmy Butler too, and they just kind of do it.
So you don't like Jimmy Butler?
No, I like Jimmy Butler.
Okay.
And I'm when you say the Warriors are a contender, and I'm like, I did that exact same thing with all those Heat teams, where I'm like, but then Jimmy Butler just does stuff, and all of a sudden the Heat are in the finals. You're like, wait, what? He did what? Like, he's averaging what per game after doing what in the, like, he's a winning player. And so is Steph, obviously. So, yeah, maybe. But what I think the hesitation I have is last night was a lot of Moses Moody making threes, and a lot of Gary Payton II making threes, and a lot of Quentin Post, a rookie second-round pick, making threes. Draymond going 4 of 7. Is that something you can rely on a nightly basis? You get Quentin Post, a rookie second-round pick in a playoff series. You feel good?
Well, I just think that was the flow of that particular game.
But I think that's what teams are going to do in the postseason. They're going to make Moses Moody and Gary Payton II and Draymond Green beat them. And I don't know that you can do that
really make
enough
Steph
time.
not?
No, and that's obviously a significant part of it. But at some point, you're going to need those guys. And I don't know, can any of those guys be as good as Andrew Wiggins was in 2022?
Did you hear what Buddy said to 95.7?
No.
About how he was like, oh, I felt bad, about them trading Wiggins. I wish they had traded me, and Wiggins is so valuable here. And all I kept thinking was, boy, I think everybody else does too. But
did you see that quote from Jimmy Butler about Buddy Hield after, I forget what game it was?
I don't think so.
Buddy called Jimmy Butler a connector. And Jimmy was like, I don't even think he can spell connector.
Oh.
Hey, why are they so mean to Buddy?
That's crazy.
Yeah, why
no, but then,
mouth,
but then Buddy
Just
walked
relax.
by, put him on the spot. He nailed it. Spelled connector.
Nice.
I don't think I could spell. Is it 1 or 2?
It's got to be
Is
2.
it 2?
It's got to be 2.
Yeah, it's 2.
All right.
Jesse don't really miss when it comes
Connect
to spelling.
with the OR.
That's a Sac State grad, baby. Stingers
Shout
up. Let's
out.
go.
Shout out to the State Hornet.
All right.
Connect with an OR. I mean, that's not the hardest, most difficult. Even if I got it wrong, it's still.
But the idea that Buddy can't spell it is great.
That's crazy. That's so mean.
That's terrific.
That's
it's
so
like,
mean.
Can he? That's terrific.
I'm an okay speller.
I don't even know anymore because I just type something and the word changes on my screen, so I have no idea.
See, I
anymore.
try to type
Is
it
there-
out. I'm not letting technology dumb me down. I try to type it out.
Is there
No,
anything?
I do too, but
Hey.
I missed it by a. I don't know how to spell the word definitely. It's gonna change. Like if I tried to spell it out loud right now, it'd probably be wrong.
Go.
But I type it the same way every
Gotta
time.
spell it right now.
Go.
Well, hold on. I have to. No. I got to write it down. D.
Yup. Spell
Hey,
sound it out.
don't do that to him. He's
Definite. Nah, I can't.
You got it.
do it. Come on, do it for 1320.
D.
If you say D one more time, I'm leaving.
DEF.
Uh-huh.
Def.
You're doing it.
Is it
Let him cook.
Is it
keep going.
IE?
Oh boy.
Oh no, Def.
Damn.
Yeah.
Hey Jesse, get your man. Get your boy.
Oh, he's got it. He's got it.
It's not IE. Indefinitely. IA?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I can't spell
You're
the word
overthinking
definitely.
it. You're overthinking it.
How do you spell it?
INI.
DEFIN. Oh, INI. Definite. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. I see it now.
You know what
Throw
word?
an A in there at one point?
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
No, I
you know
didn't have
what?
a real A. I had a fictitious A in there at one point.
So don't count.
You know what? You know what word whoops my ass? Occur.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if it's two
No.
C's, two U's, two R's.
OCCUR.
You should see me type that into my computer. It's like red. Damn. Delete. Red. Damn. Delete.
I got to double check restaurants every time I type.
Oh, no, yeah, restaurants is tough.
Occurrence.
Oh, yeah,
occurrence.
restaurants,
Am I
yeah.
throwing an E or an A in there? I got.
You know what sneaky kind of gotta. Oh, wait a minute. It's Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday. That's a big one.
The trick
Yeah,
is you gotta
Everybody
say
always say
Wednesday.
Wednesday is a dumbass.
Yeah, you got to say
word.
Wednesday. That's the trick. So you always know.
Can we collectively just start spelling it WENDSAY? Wednesday.
Be a lot easier.
If we
Yeah.
all did it, like who's gonna say that
Yeah,
it's
right,
wrong? Like
right.
we all, it's like we all collectively have to do it.
We're learning that if everybody just says a thing, it's just true now. So
Yeah, I guess so.
we're all
Wednesday.
gonna stop paying
WEN.
our bills, and we're all gonna start.
Well,
Is there
spelling
anything-
Wednesday different?
Speaking of technology
DESDAY.
and the whole like fixing your word, is there anything more humbling than when you're typing a word and you're waiting for it to like pick up
Oh,
what you're typing, and so you can be like, oh, okay, there it is, and you just hit the thing and it fills it out for you,
Mhm.
and it's not
And
coming
it's
up.
not there.
well, that's,
You know, you
Uh-oh.
botched it so bad.
that's where
You
the
botched it so-
thesaurus
you-
comes into
You
play.
botched it so bad that technology's like, bro, what?
Hey, no, the toughest part is when you try to spell it like 3 different times, and this is not coming
It's
up.
a-
Just whatever
dude.
No,
iteration
that's-
you're coming up with is not.
That's
working.
when your thesaurus knowledge comes into play because you got to use a
Exactly,
new word.
You're
That
circumlocuting.
happens in the
now.
rundown. Sometimes I was like, I don't want to have a misspelled word in the rundown.
Mm.
So
Yeah,
I
'cause
think
the
they
rundown,
need to work
You're like,
harder.
the rundown doesn't correct.
Yeah, exactly.
So
It's just
we're in
right
that
under there.
we're in that Excel sheet. It doesn't correct, and it's like, oh, I don't think that's how you spell that word. Shoot.
you net,
I'm like,
you
I'm
net,
in the-
you. He's the clear winner for the MVP.
I'm like a current thing that happened.
Yeah. Oh man.
Mm-mm-mm.
We talk, we don't spell.
We don't do
Well,
math
not
either.
all of us. Well, we definitely don't do math.
I have to spell a little bit.
But
You do have to spell.
so Kyle during the handoff said like he just feels horrible about this team right now. Well, I could ask you, do you feel horrible about this team right now?
This second, yeah.
You feel the same way?
It's
Yeah,
really
I don't feel I don't feel good.
yeah. It's
I don't
it's
feel good.
there's a baseline of like I know what this team is. They're just this. They're 43-ish wins.
Mhm.
Like that's what they are. My optimism that they can be more than that has waned dramatically
Mm.
over the last 2 weeks.
So here's the deal, and then that's understandable. Here's how I feel about this team. Do I think they can win a series in the playoffs? No, but I think they are more than capable of winning 2 games to get into the playoffs.
Hmm.
Like them winning, that's a better question. If they won 2 games to get into the playoffs, would you guys be surprised?
I think
Depends
that's-
on who they play.
Well, they would have
they
to beat
played
the
Phoenix
you'd probably have to
and-
beat the Timberwolves or the Clippers, right?
Yeah. Or Golden State.
Nah,
I don't think so.
Yeah, Golden
I
State's-
understand why you're saying that, but I don't think so.
I
They're,
think Golden
they're
State's in
half game up on.
No, I
Minnesota.
understand.
I
I don't buy Minnesota.
Oh, that's right. That's
don't- I
right.
don't- I don't
that's
buy
right.
Minnesota.
You guys
That's
see
right. You hate
Minnesota
Anthony
falling back?
Edwards. Huh? I forgot.
Minnesota's kind of up there with Golden State as far as
Fallen.
getting back. They kind of just they're hot right now.
Yeah, Minnesota's won what, 5 in a row?
Yeah.
6.
I still think
6 in
that
a row.
the 6 in a row. I think they're 7-8.
I think it's probably going to be the Clippers for the Kings if they do end up having a chance at that 8th seed.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
they
they
need
can.
to-
You can. I mean, whether it's let's just throw Golden State in there for now, just because if it's Golden State, LA, or Minnesota, you're right. They can win that one for sure. None of those teams are like, oh, you get into the playoffs against OKC, I've got nothing for you. Sorry. Like, oh, that's a bad matchup.
Is the worst thing that could happen they lose to Dallas?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
If-
that's
if
just,
you lose
that's
in the play-in,
embarrassing if you lose to that team.
If you lose to Dallas,
like
you-
that,
but here's the
like,
issue.
That's like Vlade in the bubble, right? That's
Yeah.
everyone losing their job.
Yeah,
There's
that's embarrassing.
But there's a real chance. Like right now, the likeliest, if we're ranking odds, the likeliest finish is 9, right?
Mhm.
Like if we're just ranking them.
For sure.
They can finish higher. That's the highest likelihood. There's a very real chance, just in being on the outskirts of whatever version of Mavs Twitter I happen to follow, that you get into that 9-10 game and you're facing a Mavs team that now has Anthony Davis back and Derek Lively back, and they're starting to get a little bit healthier, where all of a sudden it's like, oh man, this might be a problem.
They got no business. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
They got no business losing that team with Kyrie not there.
if that happens,
totally.
nobody's back,
home.
right?
I agree. I
At
agree.
home, that game would
No,
be in
I'm not.
Sacramento.
There's not a version of that game where you're like, you know what, you lost to a better team. Like that would be a catastrophe to lose. I'm saying that potential for catastrophe could rise significantly if they do have Anthony Davis and Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively back.
Understand.
They could look a lot different. But still, that's a game you can't lose that one. That'd be so bad. That'd be third year in a row going backwards, technically, from where you finished the year before.
It feels like they're going backwards, anyways.
They
are going backwards. They're not going to finish anywhere near the record they finished with last year.
What were they last year? 46?
48 to 46, yeah.
46 was last year.
Yeah, 48 the year before, 46 last year. It's going to be less than that this year.
They're at 33 and 32, so there's 17 games left.
They get to 40, huh?
2 Cleveland.
Hopefully.
I mean, 2 Cleveland games, Boston, OKC coming up. You do have a couple with Phoenix left.
Yeah, you got 2 with Phoenix.
You have Memphis ahead.
You got a Clippers game.
Over or under 42.5?
42, I'd go under.
Yeah, I'd go
less.
under too.
Going lower than 42.5 wins?
Go 41 and 41, maybe.
Go less.
Man.
Remember
what
when
you're really hoping for is
remember-
not having to play the Suns in the 9-10.
Yes. And I
Really?
think that's what's going to happen.
I don't
want to play them in a one.
Yes.
Well, see, they're like the Kings. Like, I don't think they'll win a series, but
No.
they can win 2 games to get into the playoffs.
Hey, you guys remember 2 years ago when we thought we had a future?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we were like, hey, it's not going to be like Atlanta.
No.
Oof.
No.
Well, things happen.
Jokes on us, everybody.
Things happen.
Jokes on us. We'll come back. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
We vibing. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings
I
basketball.
got grapes.
I love grapes. I think they're giving me a headache, but they're
Too much
just
sugar?
terrific. Probably. I don't consume this much sugar in a day, much less in the first 43 minutes of the show.
It was
How many
more
grapes have you
sugar.
had?
I've had like 2 cups this size full.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
yeah, that's a bit much.
All right, that's a little
Oh, man.
judgmental.
Goodness
Don't you
gracious.
2 calm down?
Bro's just knocking
My
down
tongue
bags.
is
Hey, you
ready.
gotta,
just
hey,
thinking about
hey,
that.
hey, Damien, you gotta watch what you're eating, bro.
All right. Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320.
When Megan, because there's so much food in that fridge, when Megan came in this morning, and if Megan says thumbs up to something, great. She was like, hey, take whatever. Oh, I was eating the vegan biscuits that are over there. I
Mhm.
believe Malia made those.
All right,
They're
Malia.
fantastic.
Okay.
And I was eating one and I was like, I want to be buried in these.
Oh.
And she was like, take them all. And I was like, what? And she's like, yeah, just take the whole thing. They're not going to get eaten. They're going to get thrown away. So
Yeah.
I'm walking out of here with a tray full of biscuits.
Yeah.
I think there's bacon left in there.
Oh, that bacon was fire.
Your boy,
I need an
hey,
air fryer.
hey,
though. I need
That
an
bacon,
air
that
fryer.
bacon was, that
an
bacon
Eddie,
was fire.
an
That's what you
Eddie
need
and
an air
Brenner
fryer
tonight.
for.
I don't know what that is.
An Eddie and some Brenner. Breakfast for dinner.
Oh, an Eddie.
Oh,
an Eddie.
Yeah.
oh.
Not Gonzalez. Salute.
Yeah.
homie.
Miller said to me earlier, hey, you think anyone will take that food home? Because there's so much in there. So
Brother,
How about
I
that?
have grocery bags in the back of my car.
there you go. Get at it.
All right.
At it. I didn't even try any of those rolls of biscuits.
I will leave you one before taking the rest of the tray.
That was one of my frustrations with yesterday. I was like, damn, I missed the brunch.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that the biscuits were vegan.
no.
That's
I
right. You
missed
weren't
the
here yesterday.
brunch. Damn.
Well, one guy was on edge, but no one else was.
Who was on edge?
Mm.
That's a
Oh,
Well,
oh boy.
Someone got cussed out yesterday. I cussed his fucking ass out. Yeah, I'll tell you about it later.
Well, hold on. Hold on. I think I know who it is.
Oh, there's only one person it could be.
Okay, well, yeah. Damn.
Yeah.
hey, did you guys see Dr. David's Photoshop?
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Come on.
Damn.
Come on, man. Don't do that.
Damn.
Oh, that is hilarious.
Oh my god!
Oh,
Come
that is
on.
funny.
You can't do nothing on this show, man.
Oh, Dr. David, this might be my favorite one.
Hey, when I refresh, when I've been on this show and I refresh, and I see Dr. David in my mentions,
Oh,
You already
and
know.
I'm like, oh no, what I say?
You already know. It's
What'd I do?
dangerous.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Dangerous.
Oh yeah, that's right. Hey, you guys haven't seen Scrubs, so you wouldn't know what Brenner is. It's breakfast for dinner.
Oh,
Why
well,
is
no,
that-
I figured that out, but
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer? I mean, why is there silverware in the pancake drawer? Who was it? Nobody?
Take
You
a
guys should watch
lap.
Scrubs.
Take a lap.
Great show. All right, we'll see you guys.
Oh, this Photoshop got me crying. That's funny.
That's hella funny.
We should do a 1320 spelling bee this summer.
Oh my god.
I think we have enough contestants.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd be all right. I don't know, though. I don't know.
It's not about being all right. It's just for the content here.
I don't know.
Oh man, that's funny.
I'm sure
Man.
Ham would just win.
Did you guys see? Well, no, I'll save it.
Ham would probably study.
for the show.
Yeah, Ham would like bring the dictionary with him, and
Yeah, Ham would definitely win.
Appreciate
Maybe
you,
we should
bro.
do an Odyssey. Maybe that should be the field day.
I said Ham would study. Wait, maybe we should do what?
Yeah, he is a writer.
Yeah.
We should do that for field day.
Two-time county spelling bee participant.
Instead of
Participant.
tug of war.
You didn't even win.
I won in my school one
Well, why'd you call yourself a participant?
because I went to the county spelling bee because I'm such.
But you lost.
Yeah, so he can't
but
say
I
he's a two-time winner.
It just all that means is you're a loser on a bigger stage.
Yeah,
Exactly.
well, that's why he said
Okay.
participant.
Well, yeah. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
you're a loser on a bigger
He
stage.
can't say a two-time winner.
No, he can't because he didn't win.
he's basically just the Jerry West of spellers.
What? Come on.
Hey,
Come on.
What?
oh,
Tell him what I
all
said.
right,
He can't hear
settle-
me. Tell him what I said.
No, he's out the door. You need to calm down.
That's just
Hey,
damn
by the way, I've been
disrespectful.
watching Celtic City. Hey, Jerry West, it really haunted him that he never like beat the Celtics except that one time. Like it, you could tell. Like you almost feel bad for the
Poor
guy.
Jerry
No,
West. They
right.
had every All-NBA player in the league on the team.
He
He
had
was
Will
going
that
up
one
against
year.
it by himself.
No,
winning.
but like Jerry West, like that character in Winning Time, it's spot on.
I mean, that's
They tried
what
to
we
tell us
heard.
that it's not. No, that's Jerry West.
No, yeah, no, that's definitely him. I believe that. I believe that.
Yeah, we sitting there like, yeah, it haunted me all my life. You can just see the darkness in that dude's eyes.
Poor Jerry. That's my boy too. That's my boy Jerry West, man. I'm not gonna watch Celtic City just because of that.
You weren't going to watch it anyway.
True.
You haven't
True.
seen it at all?
No, I'm not gonna watch it.
Because you brought up the Beat LA thing, and that was part of like episode 2, I think. So I was
Yeah,
kind of curious.
Yeah, Micah. No,
he wouldn't tell.
I was
us if
kind
he
of
watched
yeah. I was
it.
kind of. I was like, huh? Kenny brought this up yesterday. This is in
No.
episode 2.
Look. In all seriousness, I know we get the jokes. Sorry, Jesse. I hate the Celtics more than any NBA franchise. Well, the Warriors are up there.
Well,
now.
of course you do. We
Yeah,
we
yeah.
know
No,
that you do.
No, in all
It is.
seriousness. In all
We
seriousness.
know that you do.
I'm watching the Lakers' little 9-part documentary on Hulu. I'll watch that.
I know because what do you?
Okay.
We
Lake
no,
Show.
we know
No,
that.
I'll watch that. I ain't watching Celtics.
I think you won't watch
Did
it
I
'cause you're
watch
afraid
the
to
Lakers
respect it.
one? I think
You
I
did.
I did. I think so.
I did not.
Well, understandable.
Why would I want to watch a
I
documentary
think
about
the-
second place?
That came
Wow.
out right after Winning Time,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I
Yeah.
did watch it.
Oh, yeah, I watch that. I'm not watching Celtics. I hate the Celtics. I
I
do.
don't think
Now I love all
do.
the players.
I don't think I
I love all the players. Shout out to my boy Jay Tatum. You know what I mean? Shout out to my man.
Yeah.
That's my guy. So
Yeah, I don't hate the Celtics at all. Or I don't hate this version of the Celtics.
I don't hate the players.
As long as Brad Stevens is running the squad. I like Brad
Yeah,
Stevens.
I don't even hate anybody in the organization. I just don't like the Celtics.
What does that sentence even mean?
I don't like the Celtics. Like
Jason Tatum is a Celtic.
Yeah, I don't like the franchise.
Okay.
I don't like the franchise. The people that are hired.
But you like
as
Brad.
Celtics, I
and you like
I don't have any problem with
Jalen.
anybody.
Okay.
You like
that's
everyone on the
currently out.
Celtics, but just lucky.
You just hate green.
No, I like green. I wore green like
Well, you were going
3
to get a
times
Tatum
last
jersey.
week.
Well, of course, one of them was a Louis Vuitton sweater. I don't know.
Well,
what you
no,
want
I
me
don't
to-
have a Louis Vuitton sweater.
You wore. I saw the logo. You wore it. It was a little cardigan joint. What are you talking about? Why are you so embarrassed by your clothes, man?
Cap.
You act like I don't know the logos that you wear. Bring Lazy in here. Where's the camera thing here? What's up, Lazy? Turn your mic on, Lazy.
Yeah, come on, Rook.
Rookie. Come on,
Rook.
man.
Hey,
I'm plugged
hey, you
in.
know what I'm
Plugged
asking
in.
you?
No,
You know what I'm asking you?
Okay, stop.
Yeah, tell Isaiah Thomas.
Posi-
to go.
position yourself, Isaiah Thomas, in front of the camera.
It's going the wrong way.
I'm square. I'm lined up. I'm in frame.
Lazy, turn.
Yeah,
turn
this
the,
is
mi-
this
turn
is
the
a,
monitor a
for
little
talk.
bit.
No, you don't have to
the
worry about
monitor.
that.
Oh, the monitor.
The screen. Just
Yeah.
push it. Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go. Square it up a little bit. Okay.
Get from
There you
there.
Keep scooting away.
My bad.
Stop scooting.
I will not
Yeah.
move. I'm done moving.
Get
I
from
was-
the edge.
How about that? That good?
Lazy, spell definitely.
I cannot spell definitely. You
All
are
right.
not alone in that.
What about Wednesday?
When's nest day? Wet nest day? WEDNESTAY?
Okay.
Yeah.
Occur.
Okay. Occur. Occur. You know, it's funny you guys are talking about words you can't spell, and mine is inevitable.
INEVITIABLE.
You know,
I don't even know if you're right.
You know what's in? You know
You're on
what
your
I was
way
gonna
till you
say?
got
It's
it.
impressive about like you don't even. Most people have to like write it down and like see it.
Mhm.
KC just looks off into
Well, if I
space
see
and
it,
says it.
if I see it, then I'm. Well, I guess I can.
No,
write
I'm
it.
talking about writing it down, not typing it out.
Inevitable.
Yeah.
EVITABLE.
And it's like you said.
Isn't that what I said before?
You threw an extra I in there at the end for no reason.
No, at the end.
Yeah, because you said like TIABLE or something like that.
No.
Look, we never claimed to be the smartest show on the radio. I don't know what's happening today.
I know. No, what I did was you did. I said EVITIABLE. So
Yeah.
it's just TABLE.
It's tough. It's tough. It's a hard day.
We're here.
Hey, those
No,
fourth
they-
graders spell a
yo,
lot better
come
than
on,
us.
bro. They go crazy with the words. They go. I'll be like, all right, man, whatever.
This spelling bee picture that Dr. David found is absolute comedy.
That is funny.
That is absolutely.
Hey,
hilarious.
Lizzie, spell pizza.
Oh well, I'm gonna have to make an order after I get out of here.
You do not have to make an order.
We got a
man.
lot of food over there in the snack
do.
area. Hey, we loaded up apparently while I was gone.
Yeah. Oh, the snack area is loaded too. I didn't know
No,
that.
that must have just happened 20 minutes ago.
I
Yeah, a
just,
little
I just
something.
think there's old
Because there was a tumbleweed bone
old
over there.
eggs in there from yesterday.
One
and-
at a time on the at the snack shack.
We take 7 things.
Just letting it go. Take it out the door.
I'm gonna put them all in this bag.
Sometimes.
I'm gonna be even more defiant. If that was brought up, I'll be even more defiant now.
Well, if what was brought up?
I said now that it was brought up, the snack shack. Now
Oh.
I'm gonna take more.
You know, I was thinking, I'm like, always bringing pizza and stuff. But I gotta give back to that snack shack. We gotta help. We gotta help it out. I got.
No, you don't. No,
Yeah,
you don't. The
no.
company
No.
pays for that, brother.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it's not coming out of anybody's pocket. It's the company. And thank you to the company. Big ups to them.
Yeah.
But yeah, no.
I don't mind earning my stripes, bringing some airheads, some chips, whatever, flavor, whatever y'all
You
want.
just bring the pizza, and we don't need no hot honey either.
Uh-huh.
You got to stop doing that because, like, once you try it, you're gonna apologize.
I like hot honey. Hot honey's good with me. Jesse knows what's up.
I do like pineapples.
Yeah. A little sweet, spicy, pineapple and jalapeno. You can't go wrong.
I don't think I'll ever order pineapples, but if somebody has a pizza with pineapples on it, like,
Jalapeno
that's
and
cool.
pepperoni's fire.
Yeah. See, Jesse cooking. He knows what's up.
It's too hot. Too hot.
Where are you at with the Kings right now?
Well, I've been a King's apologist, but I'm running out of apologies right now. It's looking bleak, and I ain't talking about Memphis. Sorry. Yeah, it was a rough game last night. Going into the game,
Been a rough couple games. Been a rough couple days.
It's been pretty bad.
Been a bad week.
Yeah, it happens. Going into the game, it was a little rough. you don't want to go into a game expecting to lose, but I didn't have the highest expectations based on last time they played. It's funny you were able to contain Curry and Jimmy, and yet they still won. It's really painful watching Draymond beat you. That's a whole nother thing. But yeah, hopefully tonight they get back on track with the Phoenix Suns game. This is when you really can't lose. I know we always talk about, hey, is this a must win? Blah, blah, blah. This is a must win tonight. You got to get this one. Last time I watched the Suns, they were playing the Clippers, and it was a rough game, but they came back near the end. They made a run, but Phoenix is struggling too right now. So this game you got to get.
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta find a way to get this one, man, and get back on the good foot. You've lost 3 straight. In a number of different ways imaginable. You lost a heartbreaker. You got beat up in 2 games. So you've got to find a way. We talked about it earlier in the week to change this energy a little bit. And Phoenix, while you're pretty clear of them, you mentioned it the other day, Dame, you don't want to give them any hope to think that they can overtake you in any way. So hey, you got to find a way.
Well, tonight would do it.
Yeah.
You talk about giving them hope. Tonight would
there'll be a game.
Get them a little okay. And you got another one against them too. Phoenix, we did this. We've done this exhaustively. Phoenix knows Sacramento's schedule. They can pretend they don't. They know. Dallas knows it. Phoenix knows Dallas's schedule. Like, they know. And I'm sure there are a number of teams who have looked at, you see who's rolling through Sacramento. You see who's rolling through the Golden One Center, because half of these teams on the West Coast, they got the Clippers, they got to play those same teams. You see who's rolling through the Golden One Center? Yeah, they're aware.
The problem is the Kings know their schedule.
Yeah, it's not getting easier.
Like if we
Kings know theirs is in
Phoenix,
theirs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Kings are looking at it like, yo, we win this game tonight. We ain't got to worry about Phoenix no more. Like, no, because they ain't what they gonna beat OKC, Boston, Cleveland. No, these guys ain't doing that. So that for the Kings, that's where you look at it like, hey, we can make it really difficult for them to even think about catching us tonight with a win. And you've got to find a way to erase what happened yesterday, what's going on all week,
the 3-game losing streak,
lock in on tonight. It's easier said than done. Plus, as crazy as to talk about the Suns just now, they still got Kevin Durant, Devin Booker.
They have they have a squad. They just the vibes are wrong.
Time.
Yeah, they have the squad between Booker and KD, Mason Plumlee, Sacramento savior. We remember that. Between all of them, they have players. It's just the vibes are wrong, and just internally something's just off with them. You know.
You guys think there's a chance that the Kings potentially unravel as the season winds down? Just given how they performed against teams above 500. Like, yesterday was really concerning, just given the fact like they were never in that game yesterday. And that's 2 straight blowouts against really good teams.
Games. Yeah, 2 straight games they weren't in.
Or do you think they're able to just maintain around 500 the rest of the way?
I don't think they're going to fall apart. I certainly don't think they're going to give up. It did cross my mind for a second last night. Like, I preemptively got frustrated about stuff that hasn't happened. But I did have this I don't remember when this happened, the Domas seeking clarity line. And it almost instantaneously got pissed off at Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, hold off, man. Domas didn't do anything yet. Like, hold on a second. Then I started thinking about DeMar. And like, DeMar's career is winding down. Like, we know what it is. He said that. And then I got angry at DeMar DeRozan. Again, none of this has actually happened. None of it. I just preemptively got frustrated because I saw something happening about a month from today.
It's inevitable.
It feels like it. It feels like there is an inevitability to where this is headed. And so I got some things to say if that's the case. But there's no point in doing that because we're not there yet. And what can prevent that from happening is performing well or not losing the last 2 games by 60. Like, getting through this stretch and performing well in the postseason play-in and seeing what that gets you. A blowout lost in the first or second game, everyone's out of here. It's over.
Yeah.
I think you can survive virtually anything else. even a loss. I think you can survive a loss. You get your ass kicked by a play-in team, first or second game, I think everyone's gone. And I'm talking Doug. I'm talking the sorry ass front office. I'm talking Domas. I'm talking DeMar. It's done. We're Utah. We're Charlotte. We're whoever. Like this thing is over. It's going to be having a bunch of. I mean, you just have a bunch of guys who don't want to be here, and Zach, because I think Zach LaVine will be here.
Yeah. Well, that's the two roads.
Can't move that contract.
That's the two roads. If the Kings get it together, they'll make a play-in or playoff run or whatever in the first round. If everything goes good, but then if, like you said, they just fall apart, then you're gonna have to start asking those questions. Like what are we gonna do with Sabonis? Is he gonna be happy? What are we gonna do with coaching? How are we gonna construct this roster? Because we haven't been able to construct it correctly so far. So there's gonna be a lot of questions just depending on how these next couple of games go.
Let me ask both of you guys though. Do you think that's the right way to go about it? Everything you said, like it goes wrong, everybody's out of here.
Yeah.
Is that the right way to go about it?
But before can I say, I don't think it's going to be the Kings' decision. I don't think those guys are going to want to be here.
Well, those two players, but it's the Kings' decision for the front office. It's the Kings' decision for Doug Christie. And
Doug should be here.
Go about that.
Doug's
done his job.
Doug should be here.
It's like he said, they're trying to fix the plane, but it's already up.
But go ahead. Is that the right decision?
You don't want to be too overreactive, but at the same time, if you're losing and guys want out, you want to move them while you can still get some value for them. You don't want to sit around and wait too long. Like Kings have waited around too long. Like when you want to move Barnes and other players, Herter, you kept people too long and their value diminished. So you want to make some decisions quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you want to have a vision. Like D'Lo was saying, you don't want to be Utah or Charlotte. I definitely don't want to be Utah. They're tanking and I don't know what they're doing. So if it was me, honestly, I think, as I said before, I think they're close. They definitely have to retool. So I wouldn't tear it down just yet, but I would understand if people wanted to.
I think if you're bringing back Doug next year, then you have to bring back the front office.
Mm-hmm.
I don't, seeing how the Kings are dysfunctional, that I just don't get just doing it backwards again, where you keep the coach and hire the GM, and it's just this constant cycle you're going. Like, I don't think you can do that. Like, at one point, you have to do the right thing, whether it hurts, I guess.
I hear you. I think what it really boils down to, what do you think? You asked the question.
You dropped the bar weeks ago. And it stays in my head. You can't just keep firing people.
Yeah.
You just
of all the things I said, that's the one you remember. Huh?
You just can't. And I'm not even saying that these guys are the right guys. Talking about the front office or Doug Christie. I think Doug Christie is a good coach, but hey, you just can't keep firing people. And it doesn't matter for me because I'm gonna still go to the games. Obviously, we got to jump to. We're gonna cover them. I'm gonna still be locked into what's going on, but a whole nother regime. You're talking about 5 to 7 years.
Has this group had enough time though?
This group?
Yeah, like I get not firing people over and over, but this is Monty and Wes's 5th year or 6th.
I think it's 5th.
What year is it for D'Lo and KC? It's their 5th year. Because Vlade was fired the 2 days before the show started.
So just my question is, have they had enough time though to just get it right? Like maybe we're just at the end of it now.
Maybe. I mean, you can absolutely make the argument they've had enough time. Like I'm not gonna necessarily argue against that point.
Like I get the whole you don't want to fire people over and over, but it's been 5 years already. Like, what are we doing? We might just be one playoff season out of that.
Yeah.
Well, that's the tough part. If you do say, hey, they've had enough time, they've missed on draft picks, they weren't able to acquire different players and things like that, I would totally understand that argument. But then if you want to bring in somebody new, then you got to see where their vision is going to be. Are they okay with Doug Christie, or are they going to want their own guy?
Here's something that's just registering with me. Didn't Monty bring back Luke? Am I wrong?
Yes,
Monty brought back Luke.
Yeah, the first season.
Then fired him.
Yeah, I remember the players are saying, "Oh, this isn't."
Then
Luke.
Mike,
we want Luke. Yeah.
Now the difference was he didn't sign Luke. Like he didn't re-sign him. It was,
but he brought him back.
Yeah, people were like, he should be fired.
Yes,
and he decided not to fire him. But Mike,
and then fired him 17 games into the next season.
Mm-hmm.
No. It's bad.
Like
I definitely understand.
I don't like, and then you fired Mike 31 games after, like, you literally fired Mike 31 games after giving him an extension.
It's rough. What can you explain to me? Like, what went wrong with Mike? I understand, like, the locker room might have been lost, but what was like their big thing with Mike that gave them so much like
I think
pushback?
you just said it.
Just the locker room? Yeah. I mean, that's big.
Yeah, I think you just said it.
And I think it feels like it was kind of split down the middle.
Mhm.
You know, there was people who believed in Mike, whether that was coaches or players, and there was coaches and players who thought a lot of what he was saying was complete nonsense.
Yeah. But he got the results. He's part of that team that broke that drought.
He did. He did get the results, and then they just declined after that. Like it's the same argument we used to justify firing Mike Brown that you could use to justify firing the front office. Monty McNair was executive of the year. He got him to the playoffs.
That's true.
But people are like, "What have you done for me lately?"
Yeah,
and that's the same thing that happened with Mike Brown. So, yeah,
the rough part is the drafting for me. That's what sticks out the most.
The drafting is a big issue.
Yeah.
And one of the things, and maybe I'm not in those positions, so it's easier for me to say, but I still feel like they got people that are always looking to blame somebody else. Like the front office is the front office, and they just did what they did, right? Yeah. But what that got to do with you not playing defense?
Yeah.
Or missing free throws in the clutch?
We talked about free throws for years with this team.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what is that? Like, I don't know how that equates. Like, if they, all things considered, if they would handle business on the court in just the most simplistic form last year, making free throws.
Yes.
Beating the Wizards.
Beating the Pelicans just once or twice, please.
Like that ain't got nothing to do with, to me, nothing to do with Monty McNair or Vivek. You didn't handle business, but you didn't handle business. And then you go, you say, well, I can't do it because it's a mess around here. You can't make your free throws because it's a mess around here?
Yeah, you got to hit the free throws. Come on.
So it's not necessarily those moments, but it's, I can't get it done because of what's going on around here that bothers me.
I hear
like,
you.
do what you're supposed to do. If you're doing everything that you're supposed to do and it's still chaotic and you don't want to be around the chaos, I completely understand that. But you're not playing good defense. You're shooting bricks up there.
Kevin Huerter. Oh.
You know what I mean? Like, that's on you. That's on, in my opinion. So and there's still too much of that. Like, and I'm not much like you. I'm not going to go in on him because he didn't do anything yet. But, you know, wanting to see clarity. Bro,
I know.
you on the team and we not doing nothing.
Yeah.
We can't stop nobody. You shooting the ball 5 times in a game.
Shoot more.
What you talking about?
Yeah.
So.
And all signs point to you didn't like the guy that was traded.
Well, that too.
Like, there's a lot of evidence pointing to this is kind of being built around you.
Yeah. What question?
There is a lot of evidence that supports that theory.
Yeah.
But again, not there. Oh, but I'm ready. Boy, I'm ready.
Right. And even with, and like I said, I'm not here to even talk crazy about Fox, but you were threatening
De'Aaron Fox's season is over, by the way. For those that missed that.
Get well soon, my guy. But you were giving this franchise an ultimatum: don't fire this coach. And then you're part of the team that comes out and is 13 and 18.
Yeah,
like you wanted them here, and you can't galvanize these guys, or you can't do what you're supposed to do to make sure this team is successful.
He had all the motivation in the world to have a good season. Between Mike Brown, one keep him around, between one get all NBA and all that, and the contract and all that, he had all the motivation in the world. Yet when he came out and played, it didn't seem like he was all bought in. Are you in or are you out?
Well, look, even that, and then when they do what they have to do, then you mad. What you want them to do? Just stay here and you guys keep losing because that's what you want?
Before
What are you
Mike,
talking about?
before they fired Mike, they were like on a 7-game losing streak or something. They lost
They
to the
lost
Lakers.
5
They lost
games.
to the Pacers.
They lost 5 in a row at home.
Yeah, it was. They had to do something.
So they're just, and I don't know if that isn't just this group. There's people in the past or whatever. I don't know if it's ever going to change. I don't know if you have the person who is going to change that. But everybody always looking for somebody. Like now, like you mentioned it yesterday. Now everything is Angelique's fault.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's always a
on,
boogie
man.
person.
Yeah.
Like it's always somebody else's fault.
Mhm.
I for once will want to hear somebody, if they're getting fired or if they're here or they're traded or whatever. Man, I didn't do my part. I could have done better.
Yeah, you could play defense.
Nobody says that ever in Sacramento. It's always somebody else's fault.
Yeah, they're always looking for someone to blame. And like you said, there's always a boogeyman behind the scenes, someone that's making these decisions. But at the end of the day, you're the players on the court. You got to be accountable.
Yep.
I feel like that's all the more reason to just rebuild after this year. Like who?
But who's the architect?
That's the thing.
It's the thing. You clean house with everyone, and Vivek has to hire a president of basketball. One
but
guy. You
that's
don't hire 2 guys from the same interview process either.
But you've cleaned house before.
But you do it the right way. Finally,
There has to be an acknowledgement that Vivek is part of the problem.
yeah, he is. He definitely is. Hiring the 2 guys from the same interview process was a bad idea.
A massive failure.
He is the head of the snake of all this dysfunction, I guess you want to call that. He's the top of the top, but he's not going there. He's not selling. So eventually he's just gotta hope he hires the right guy and they act like a decent front office for once. You need to do it the right way, not multiple guys talking or whatever. One guy makes the decisions and everything runs through him.
And also somebody put your foot down. Monty, if you're the GM, put your foot down and be the GM.
Yeah.
Or leave. Or say I'm gonna leave. Like, all right, there's 2 guys here from the interview process. I'm making the decisions or I'm not. Put your foot down.
Yeah.
Like handle your business. If you're gonna be the GM and it's all gonna fall on you, then say, look, this is how it's gonna go, or you can find another GM. I'll move on.
What do you think is gonna happen around the draft? What do you think they might do?
Don't draft the wrong person because they always do.
Yeah, I mean, just look at this year's draft. We got
that was harsh.
Oh, I don't want to get on them, but like even in this year's draft, there's so many guys I wish we would have got, from McCain to Jalen Wells to Connect. There's so many good people that they always seem to miss, and has been happening repeatedly. You go back to Davion's draft, you missed on Şengün, went after him, I believe. There's just always players out there.
Well, it's fair to say in that situation, their strategy has failed them because they don't want to draft nobody young.
Yeah, they always
never
want
draft anybody that can't drink.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, they always want
And that-
someone
Right.
like that's been in
Right.
college 3 or 4 years, and
that hasn't worked. I mean, Keegan is good, so maybe that's the one time it worked. But other than that, it don't work. And that's their pattern at this point. That's what they do. They don't take no chances on anybody young.
sometimes you gotta take a chance.
You want to hang out?
Yeah, I'll hang out.
We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. It's not positive. And we'll have some fun. Maybe we'll have Leezy spell some more words when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
See, I can't win with the chat. They be on me about my head. Today I got my beanie, and they're like, he's trying to cover up his head. You're on to me, chat. Hey, shout out to Manny. Thank you. He said, great job. Everyone keeps asking me if I'm a Kings fan yet.
You do need to pick a team, bro, for real. Like, and you got to cut it out with the whole we stuff when you're talking about the Kings. Chatty House is not with that either.
I'm just a fan of the league, man.
Nah, that's weak. That's weak. You're a weak fan, Lisa. Pick a side.
I've been
Nah,
through
you're
it,
a weak
bro.
fan. I'm
Bro,
tired of this.
How many years did I call into this show talking about the Heat this, the Heat that? And everyone's
Exactly.
like,
You should still be a Heat fan, to be honest.
I'm done.
You should.
You're
You're a grown ass
the
man. Lisa.
reality
You
of
should
the
not be
situation.
leaving right now.
Hey, it looks like Pat Riley should have paid Jimmy, man. That's what it's looking like.
No, Pat was right.
Yeah, Pat was right.
Pat was right 1,000%.
I'm paying Jimmy 120 million over 2 years.
We could lose in the first round the next 3 years.
He carried an 8 seed team to the finals.
So
did
3
years ago. 3 years ago.
So did damn Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Are you going to go hire him now? Are you going to go sign him to 120 million?
I mean, the Warriors, they're happy right now. I'm not saying nothing, but you know,
They got Steph Curry. You ain't got Steph Curry on the Heat.
Nah,
Jimmy can do nothing like he did last night, and everything will be all right.
that's right.
He can't do that in Miami.
No, he can't. He was trying. There's so many times where he'd be playoff Jimmy, take over game, and it was great. But there's games where he wants to play, make, and facilitate, and he's passing to Duncan Robinson, who's missing everything. Now he's passing to Curry, and yeah, Curry's knocking it down.
So the answer would be, don't spend more money to go get better players. Give me all the money.
Hey, Pat Riley.
That's the answer.
Pat Riley got to go get Dame. He got to go get.
How are you gonna do that? The man making $120 million. You're making $60 million a year. How are you gonna do that? That ain't no. I don't know. How is he gonna do that? That's what Pat Riley is asking you. You talking about you want better players and a better opportunity. How am I gonna do that when you making $60 million a year?
Would you rather have Tyler Hero or Dame Lillard? Because right now I'm pretty sure they just paid Tyler, so he got all his money. So would you rather pay Dame or Tyler?
Well, Portland wasn't trying to trade Dame to Miami either. No,
Portland didn't want Tyler for whatever reason.
All right, so
Why you get Dame?
Yeah, so why are we doing that conversation?
Shame, Leezy, shame, shame.
Damn, you just got thrown out.
I know, man. And then I say I'm neutral. I'm not picking a team, and I get it that way too, man. Dang. Is it Uchi Wally Wally or is it one Mike? Man.
No, it is Uchi Wally Wally. Stick with the team.
Yeah.
Stick with the Heat.
I'm not sticking with the Heat. I'm done. I've seen enough. I'm not rooting for Wiggins and whoever else they got nowadays. I'm done with them.
That's a bandwagon.
I was down for a good solid couple years.
No, acknowledge you're a bandwagon. We'll leave you alone about this at least. Acknowledge it. Say, I'm Leezy, a bandwagon fan. Acknowledge it and we'll leave you alone.
Fly equals fly. That's all I got. I ain't never switched up on them. I'll tell you that.
How'd you become an Eagles fan?
You know, it's crazy. I'm from Oklahoma, so like we don't have a team. So growing up, I played NFL Blitz, and I was like, I like the Eagles. And then I got older, I was like, oh, I like McNabb, Andy Reid.
All right, let's get TC in here. I feel like we should get Matt George in here. I looked down and Matt said, "Hey, great conversation," and then I realized he had sent 4 texts before that, responding to things that
Matt
we were
George
saying.
Want the link?
Yeah, I don't know. Matt, let us know. I'm sorry, it was TC, right? Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916-909-1320. What's up, TC?
What's up with my 2 brothers?
What's up, man?
3 brothers.
Lazy. Well, yeah, I know. Lazy, what's up? I was trying to get that out. Lazy, what's up, man?
Hey, what's good, TC? What's good, kinfolk?
Oh, man. Hey, that's my boy, Lazy. Wow, boy. Hey, nah, but look. So, truly, I'm a little frustrated, but at the same time, like, I believe Doug already got the job, right? With the upper, like, they want Doug to be the guy anyway, right? So, at this point, I'm Doug, like, bro, you're going to have to start making your...
Oh, man.
Hold on, we lost you, big dog. We lost you.
Hold on. Lazy. Your boy TC is struggling.
TC, what do you want to talk about, firing Shanahan?
Okay, try it again.
Nah, listen. My bad. That was my GPS. Nah, we ain't even talking about Niners right now, man. They done signed McCorkle, bro. It's a clown show over there. We ain't talking about that. Listen, we talking about the Kings right now, bro. We talking about Doug Christie making hard decisions, right? But you want to sit down and have that talk, dude. With either, you know what I mean? You want to have that talk with Zero, or you want to have that talk with the boy DeRozan, man? 10. Hey, dog. Something going to have to give. Something going to have to give, dog. Like, the whole ruffle and feathers, Hall of Famer. Like, I get it. I get what you're saying, Kenny, the basketball metrics. But, bro, you got to have, that's coaching. Coaches, you got to sit players down and all that. Like, if you're a coach, you would never be a successful coach thinking like, man, I can't sit people. I can't do this. I don't want to ruffle feathers. You might be a Hall of Famer. Bro, you're going to be out the league coaching like that. You got to make hard decisions, dog. That's all I got, man.
What?
Doug got to make hard decisions?
Okay, so you're talking about Doug.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
was he referring to DeMar?
I think
he went DeMar out of the lineup or Zach LaVine out of the starting lineup. Like that. I mean, that's where we're at.
All
and
right.
this is the thing.
All right.
Look, people they can play better, and people just still feel the same way. Like, I'm not saying that everybody had a change of heart a week ago with the starters or anything else like that because they were playing well. They could have been playing well and you still felt the same thing. You just weren't as vocal because they were winning. But we weren't having these conversations a week ago. We were like, they were playing well, obviously the competition, whatever, but we weren't saying Monk shouldn't be out there against Houston.
Nope.
This feels like the new breaking case of emergency thing, like just last resort for the Kings now.
Yeah, just
like,
get somebody out of the starting line.
Like, throwing Keon Ellis is not changing anything the rest of the season.
For real.
I agree. And
the issue at hand is just you don't have the right personnel for what you want to run or whatever. Like, then you're gonna have to deal with that the rest of the season. But you could throw Keon Ellis in Monk's spot, like nothing's changing.
Another thing, people are starting to get on Levine. They're like, "Oh, we want Levine to shoot more." I remember when Levine got here, they're like, "He's just gonna be chucking it up," and now they want him to chuck it. Like, why don't he shoot more?
Yesterday was egregious, though.
Yeah,
6 shots. That was egregious. That was.
Yeah, can't do that.
That was not okay.
I don't even think I realized until Kyle said it. He said it to me yesterday. That Zach only shot 10 times against New York. 16 in 2 games for a guy who's playing the way that he is. You can't do that. We've had that frustration with Fox before.
Right.
You can't do that. And Domas isn't there.
Right.
Yeah, you can't do that.
You do have to be the first option. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out, why do you think he's playing like this? Do you think he's still trying to figure out the offense, or do you think he's just trying to find his role? Like, why isn't he being more aggressive? Because we know he can get his buckets. Like, why is he?
I think this is who Zach LaVine is. After seeing him for a month or so, he just does not force the issue.
No, he's efficient when he tries, but
yeah, he doesn't really take bad shots. He takes what the defense gives him, and I think that's who he is. And sometimes you got to color outside the lines.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And I don't think that's necessarily how he plays basketball a lot of the time. And it's ironic because people look at him as just this chucker or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
But unless something has changed this year with him, and maybe it has because he's been the most efficient he's ever been in his career this year, that's not who he is. Like, Zach it feels like he's never going to force shots.
No.
Like, he's going to take what the defense gives
Domas,
him.
right? Same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Takes what the defense gives you. And yeah, like you said, there's a lot of times
a bunch of guys who won't just be jerks with the ball every once in a while.
Shoot it.
Yeah, like, screw you guys. I'm gonna get my shots up.
Yeah.
Neither one of them will do that.
I think it was the Denver game. It was DeRozan. DeRozan was getting up a lot of shots and he started off hot, but then, like, I think in the second half he came out and he's a lot colder. And those are those type of games where we like, hey, Zach, take over. It's your turn. So yeah, sometimes it can be definitely frustrating watching them play sometimes.
Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916-909-1320. Let's see what Manny talking about. Manny, what's up, baby?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Leezy, you're doing a great job, brother. Keep it up, man. I got 2 points to make, one about Levine and one about Monk, right? With Levine, and when him and DeRozan were on the Bulls, their most successful year, obviously, was when Ball was running the point, because Ball was doing the things to get the ball to them in the positions that were good for them and elevated their game. And then once Ball got hurt, what hurt Levine is he tried to take over the team. He would chunk up shots and take bad shots, and he felt the wrath from the fans and I think the media over there. And I think after last year, he kind of looked internally, and you saw the press conference he had at the beginning of this year, and he elevated his game where he was more selective and he tried to get in the flow of the offense. And I think that is who he is now. And regarding Monk, I really hate the criticism that he's been getting because you're asked that dude after Fox left to take over a starting position and change the way he plays his game and facilitating more and being more selective and, for better lack of a term, less reckless the way he plays. And it's a learning process. And it's not his fault that the personnel is what it is and that you ask him to learn this position the way you want him to play it so quick and so fast. And that's something that takes time for him to kind of, elevate and morph his game into what you want him to be more of. And to ask him to do that in a 10-game set, a 15-game set, that's ridiculous. Like, he's going to make a lot of mistakes in trying to learn how to run this team. And we don't even know if this is going to be the team he runs in the future. I don't know if he is a starting point guard or not. But I know he needs more than 10 to 15 games before people start saying he needs to go to the bench, because there's not much else. There's not many other players. There's nobody there right now that can do what you're asking your point guard to do right now.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with Manny. The problem is, we just don't have a lot of time.
How many times did Stan Van say last night they don't have a true point guard?
Couple.
Often.
Man, you'd be drunk if you didn't even have to take a shot. Just take a sip every time he said it, and you laid out on the floor.
Often, and Malik Monk that's not who he is today.
Yeah.
Can he get to that? I don't know. That's to be proven. But today they don't have that.
And he's banged up. He's banged up.
He's playing through a little something as well.
You're building a team, I don't think there's ever a time where you want Malik Monk to be your starting point guard. Like, I don't think. Do you think you get the best of Malik Monk out of like doing that? Is Malik Monk the same play that he is coming off the bench as the sixth man that he is being your starting point guard?
Today, no. I mean, today that's not the best version of Malik Monk you can get. The question is, can he?
Like, he's never been a point guard. Why are we gonna make him that now at this point in his career? It's a Band-Aid move to me.
It is a Band-Aid move. It's something short term for now till you can adjust the roster.
So
hopefully.
Okay. Let's work with that then. It's a Band-Aid move. So what do you do then? If it's so we're
stuck now.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, what is the conversation we're having? Is the conversation simply Malik or
whether
Keon?
you want Keon Ellis to start now?
So
or
okay,
Malik Monk now?
so let's definitively say Keon Ellis is a starting point guard.
No,
no,
like
no.
you're asking that. No,
that's a very much a question.
Yeah, he's never been a point guard either.
No,
Oh,
that's not his job. No.
okay, because there's a lot of like authoritative talk about what Keon Ellis would be in the starting lineup.
Feels like a move of desperation if you're moving Keon to the starting lineup. Like, yeah, sure.
Well, no, it
defense and all
doesn't.
that,
It
but
doesn't feel desperate to me. It just feels like we got to try something different.
That's the thing. Like, we're at the end
And
of the
maybe
season.
that's desperate. I don't know.
That's how I see it. It's just not. We're at the end of the season. You're already doing starting lineup changes. Hopefully, this works this time. Like, this is what it is.
Yeah. That's the other thing. We're probably late in the game to
Yeah,
change the starting lineup like that. Like, you gotta. These guys gotta figure it out.
Let's not forget. Didn't Malik start out crazy when Mike put him into the starting lineup? Like, him individually, wasn't he playing really well?
He played really well.
Good, yeah.
Okay,
Very
but he
well.
sucks now.
But he also wasn't.
He wasn't facilitating.
Well, he
having
wasn't
point guard,
right. Yeah. Okay.
Duties.
I got you.
And that
I
was
got
as
you.
well. But yeah, I mean,
So the issue isn't he's a starter. He isn't a starter. The issue is he isn't a starting point guard.
He's not a starting point guard. The other thing too is
De'Aaron was traded at the end of January, right? Beginning of February. Is that right?
Yeah, February 5th, 4th.
Okay. It was so they beat Minnesota. So they got blown out by the Oklahoma City Thunder, lost by 34. I guess he got traded February 2nd or February 3rd because that's when they beat Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Just going to take a quick peek at something. I think I can make this work. That's 14 games. Malik missed a couple along the way. 16 points per game, just under 6 assists, 81% from the free throw line, 28%. 28% from three, 40% from the field. Those are Malik's numbers as, I guess you would say, the starting point guard for the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, he's not playing. And this was the argument I had for Kyle and anybody else. Malik just has to play better. Like, that's what it is. It's not him being a point guard or not being a point guard. If he's playing better, more efficiently, making shots the way he is,
not turning it over,
then they'll be fine, whether he's starting or coming off the bench. Like, wherever that happens is where it happens. I'm not here to necessarily argue with that, but that's the crux of it. If he can find a way to be more efficient, shoot the ball better as the starting point guard, the Kings will be fine. That won't be an issue. It won't be an issue that he's not a true point guard, that they don't have a point guard in the lineup. He's got to make his shots, and he's not doing that at a efficient rate right now.
Let's get E-Biz in here. Elk Grove Kid Talk Line's buzzing right now, 916-909-1320. E-Biz, what's happening, baby?
What's cracking, y'all, man? What's up, man? What's up, Leland?
What's
Good
up,
to hear
E-Biz?
you on the radio.
Thank you.
All right, for sure, man. So what I was thinking, I wanted to ask you guys about this. I'm on lunch right now, and I was listening to you guys. Matter of fact, I ain't doing that good. I've been listening to y'all during class and all that. But anyways, I really feel, I think Monk is good, but I think for the most part, you guys, is we really need just a point guard. I know Manny, I like everything he was saying, but what I was doing, I was looking at for any free agents this upcoming off season, and I wanted to ask you guys, like, do you guys really feel that we need to try to make a trade for somebody, or
Nah.
do you feel? You don't think so?
Nah, there's no point in having this conversation today about who to trade for to fill that point guard position, because we have no idea who's going to be on this roster, who's running this team, who the head coach is. We know nothing. Don't look at free agent lists. Don't create trade targets. Stay off the stupid trade machine. None of that is relevant right now. We have no clue. I ask you this, is DeMar back? Is Domas back?
You don't know.
Is Doug back? Is Monty back? Is Wes back? Only thing we know, Vivek will be here. We know that. And I'm pretty confident Zach LaVine will be here. So what are we doing? Like, there's no point in having this conversation. Do the Kings need to find a point guard? Sure. Fine. But like talking about trades and free agent acquisitions, you're wasting your energy.
Yeah.
We ain't there yet.
No.
And to me,
I remember the good old days when we thought Lonzo Ball was going to be like on a buyout contract.
Right.
Man got a contract extension.
Right. Got paid too.
Man.
And it goes back to me. You talked about it a little bit earlier. We talked about it a number of different times. Is not having drafted well. It's brutal.
Well, that's
brutal
the
because
thing.
you traded a guy that could have been a point guard if you were losing De'Aaron Fox, and then I'm talking about Davion Mitchell, and then you got a guy in Devin Carter who I guess cosplays for a point guard, but he's not a point guard. Like I don't know why he was ever getting that label. I don't know why people kept calling him that. I could look at his game for 5 minutes and say this is not a point guard.
Yeah, that's not.
This is a combo guard. This isn't a guy that leads a team. He's more of a finisher than anything, if you want to put him in any type of category.
Yeah.
But he's not a facilitator and a guy that orchestrates the offense. And you had to trade De'Aaron Fox, and now you're left with no point guard.
Yeah.
No, you could have, the fact that you weren't able to get anything, a Trey Jones or something back, or a Tyus Jones in that deal is frustrating in itself.
I wanted Schroeder. Schroeder got traded like 8 times, but he couldn't land over here in Sacramento. He's a vet. He can hit threes. He can organize the offense. That's who I wanted, but it didn't go that way. And like you said, it's frustrating with Carter because
is he in Miami? Was he a part of the Jimmy deal? Where'd he go?
Schroeder.
Schroeder left the Warriors.
Where is he right now?
He got traded like 2 different times.
Boy, this feels like TNT.
Feels like Detroit.
That sounds right. It is Detroit.
How'd he get to Detroit?
Yeah, he went to Detroit. Yeah,
he is on Detroit. How the hell did he get there?
That kind of worked out for him.
Did he get bought out somewhere?
Might have.
When he got traded, maybe he was part of the Wigan.
Maybe he was traded to the Detroit Pistons, who also acquired Lindy Waters in a future second. Oh, that was part. It was okay. So it was part of the Jimmy deal. It was routed all over America.
D'Lo Rodman there.
Oh,
you see
I thought
he was going this way. I'm gonna go that way. We're gonna go this way. I'm gonna go this way.
Yeah.
I thought he was using the Magic Johnson first, that one.
Has playing guys in the wrong positions been a problem with this team? Like, is Keegan a 3, or like I feel like that's been a conversation? Keegan's probably better suited at the 3. Monk is here playing.
Well, I think it all boils down to the same thing: roster imbalance. So you're left playing guys at positions you'd probably would prefer not to play them at, and that's why we're here.
Yeah.
Well, and then it goes in, like, this thing goes further back.
Oh, it's bigger than me and you. Oh,
there's a whole lot of people part of this one. See, educated brother right here, Kareem Lazy Bar. But so, do you think Brandon Ingram was a better fit for this team
instead of
DeMar DeRozan? That's what I'm saying. When it goes back, and you feel like you might have had a deal for Brandon Ingram.
I got you.
People said no, so you had to get somebody. You had to get somebody this summer.
Yeah.
And you thought you had one with Brandon Ingram. I'll just say, I won't beat around. Mike Brown said no.
Yeah.
Right? Mike Brown was not a fan.
Now, to be
of
clear,
Brandon Ingram.
it's not like there was a trade proposed.
Right. It's just the
and
player.
There was
Yeah.
a conversation about Brandon Ingram as the player, and God, so many. No, he wasn't the low IQ player. That was John Collins, because that was another name that was brought up.
I just
think he didn't like him.
feeling
Yeah,
Brandon
I just think he didn't like him.
So after no to Collins, and once again, like I said, I'm not even saying it like he had final say, but he wasn't on board for Collins.
Yeah.
He wasn't on board for Ingram.
Yeah.
You had to go get somebody.
We still don't know what happened with Kuzma in that deal. That was
That's
close.
all.
We still don't know about that. I don't know.
I think that's a Monty situation. I think he fumbled that one. But you're right. There's that. You had to go get DeMar DeRozan, who was a 6'5", small. Like, that's where the imbalance started, because you didn't have a natural 3. You didn't have a natural 3 and D type guy. Or if you would have got John Collins, you can move Keegan to the 3 if you think he's a 3, and have John Collins at the 4. That's where it started to get unbalanced.
Should they have just said, to hell with who you like, Mike, this is what we're bringing in, and coach him up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we saw what happened there, because Sasha was who they liked, and Mike refused to play him, or didn't think he was playable.
Well,
giving Mike an extension was a mistake.
100%. But the funny thing about Sasha is Sasha was here for 1 day. One. This is not an exaggeration. 1 day. And Mike was like, I don't know if he's going to play.
It's facts.
You bitches traveled all over the world to see this man play basketball.
Mike was there too.
He shows up to Sacramento and you go, oh, I don't know if he's going to play. What was the point?
Right.
He went over there and saw him play live.
I don't understand. There are so many things that don't. What's Mike doing? Can Mike do a tell-all while he's getting paid? Is that frowned upon? Is this like a separation agreement where he can't say anything bad about Sacramento until he's, because none of this, if there was a Sacramento Kings puzzle put in front of us, there's pieces all over the place. Some of this wouldn't fit together. We'd be doing the thing where you're like, God.
Yeah.
And it fits now. Like, we be doing that because we're getting frustrated because we can't make this work.
It's like the front office and whoever's on the other side was trying to work on their own puzzle with different halves of the same puzzle.
Yeah, everyone's not aligned, clearly.
Yeah, like, guys, like, that's the
They're
thing. Like,
never aligned.
That's why you got to fire everybody.
Who was the last group aligned here?
For you guys to answer.
So I'm asking,
Lottie and Luke.
Has it ever happened under the Vivek Ranadive ownership?
I can't think of.
Beam Team 1 was
right? D'Alessandro and Carl, because that's the guy he wanted.
Wouldn't it be Vladi and Luke? Because Vladi for sure wanted Luke.
Vladi and
Luke.
Luke.
Okay, you're right.
And
Yep,
Vladi made his
right.
pick.
Yep, you're right.
He's like,
Vlade
I'm going
wanted
with
Luke.
Bagley. So
Yep, you're
he
right.
got his
Vlade
coach and his
wanted Luke.
pick.
Yep, you're right.
His coach and his pick.
That man out there coaching the Los Angeles Lakers, and he's like, no, that's my guy.
That's my guy.
Well, look, and then to be honest with you,
and poor LeBron.
To be honest with you, from everything that we heard, Vivek didn't want Mike Brown.
Allegedly, yes.
Right.
Allegedly.
I think he was cool with Mike Brown.
I think he was too.
Yeah, but
the
story is
he wanted
Mark Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but
I remember that
I think he
conversation.
was even if he like wanted Mark Jackson, more as the coach. When they're like, I think Mike Brown. He's like, I like Mike Brown. I'm cool with that. Like, I think that's maybe how it went down. So I don't think he was just like dead set against Mike Brown. Just do whatever you want, but I want Mark. I don't think that's the case.
Mm-hmm.
So I think around hiring time, they were aligned. They were on the same page. And somewhere along the lines, they could have. If it feels like when they got through the first season, and when it got time to, all right, what we do next, that's when they splintered.
Yeah. It felt like they were just happy to get there to the playoffs, and then after that, what was the plan? You know.
Well, but no, that what I'm saying is once that year happened, being team 1 year happened, it was like, this is great. This is what we need to do to get to the next level. And that's where they splintered.
Mike had one vision and Monty probably had another.
Exactly. So it wasn't like the whole notion of they didn't know what to do. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think both of them had an idea of what to do, and it just wasn't together.
Because like not starting Kevin Huerter, the way that ended here was not great, but not starting him to start that season made no sense. Coming off of the season that you had, like that made no sense to already just kind of tinker with the starting lineup. Maybe that was the start of all of it.
But like I said, I even go to the off season. Like the off season, you point to a guy like Sasha. Like Monty was like, "Yo, this is how we improve and get better on what we're doing." And Mike was like, "No, it's not. This is what you do. You go get Draymond, or you go get JaVale McGee, or you try to trade this player. This is how we elevate."
Well, yeah, it's Mike Brown went more defensive players, and Sasha's not fixing your defense. But I mean, that's a given. But like you said, he went overseas. He's seen this man play. He should know his game, and it's rough.
I don't even know what to believe anymore. I just had tell me, wasn't there a story that Vivek's son was sitting in on coaching interviews?
The Athletic article, I think, had him in there that early on in Vivek's tenure, like starting out as owner, his son was around more than not. But I don't know about recently.
Yeah, early he was around a lot more.
So we abandoned that, and now it's now Anjali is the okay. Very good. All right, it's fascinating. This is a fascinating franchise.
Never a dull moment.
Just an absolute S show. Great stuff, man. You're doing great.
Thank you.
Lazy Fridays.
Well, he's doing all right. There's one thing that will get him into great status.
No, he's doing.
That's bringing some damn pizza.
Yeah, picking a sports team.
I'll pick.
Well, that too. Yeah. Now you're notched down. Now 2 notches down. No pizza, and you don't have a team.
I got room for improvement. Okay, I'll work on the food and I'll work on my team. No promises yet. But
you see the difference. I'm not even talking to either one of you. As a matter of fact, you see the difference between me and Kenny. I'm trying to help this young brother get better on the radio, and my partner is demanding he brings him pizza.
You're not aligned.
Look,
we're not aligned.
Not aligned.
That's right.
18 points, 10 red meals. That's not enough. You gotta be like big man. When you talk about 26 points, that's being on the radio. That's bringing pizza.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. I'm still talking to you. You don't know what to talk about. If you want to be great, 18 and 10, that's not good enough.
You gotta tell the whole story.
You need to be on the radio. You need to bring pizza. That's what big guys do. That's what Shaq does.
It's no different than the minor leaguers getting the Starbucks. It's paying dues.
Yeah.
I can do that. I'll work on it, Diesel. I'll work on it.
Dude makes dude works like an hour a week here making $7.
I told him not to spend money on the snack shack.
On pizza.
I told him not to spend money on the snack shack. I told him the company's got that one.
My whole budget
gone. KC here on ESPN 1320. Great job, Leezy.
Good job, Leezy.
Guys, appreciate it. You guys have a good Friday.
Man. Good stuff, man.
My bad.
Great stuff.
Yes, sir.
Doing good.
Appreciate you guys.
Yes, indeed, brother.
Oh, man. God, I feel like I'm hungry. Did Kyle leave? Did he take all them biscuits?
Kyle left a long time ago. There's still pancakes.
Those pancakes were actually really good.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Look great.
No, those
pancakes right now.
Why not?
Well, what's wrong with them?
I'm doing a show.
Oh, all of a sudden you're
Excuse
above
me. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
So
okay,
okay,
whoa. You don't know this. I'm gonna help you out. The pancakes are like this.
Do you ever see me with a fork and a knife?
No. Okay, you're right. I'm gonna tell you what I did. For some reason, when she put the pancakes on my plate and I looked at them, I was like, okay. And then when I got to the table, I was just like, I'm not gonna cut these with a fork and knife. I just started ripping them apart and like dipping and eating. It was terrific.
Oh, great. So now I gotta eat like Ryan. Okay, great.
It worked.
Plus, you didn't put any syrup on it.
I dipped it. But the pancakes were really good. I think Megan made them. She killed it.
Yes, you did. I saw her. Yeah.
She
I'm
killed
just
it.
upset. I missed a great day.
You did. You missed a good morning for sure. And we were drinking. He's like,
Oh.
"Hey, here." I
Oh,
was like, "Oh, if your boss gives it to you, there's nothing wrong with it."
now we talking.
I don't know why I'm so goddamn hungry today. I think I've worn sweats like 4 out of the 5 days. That's just giving up.
Well, it's raining.
I just give up.
It's raining.
I'm going to work in sweats. Try to dress them up a little bit, but still.
More money, more cash, more chilling.
I cannot wait for Flashback Friday to start. I just realized I didn't record jams yesterday. God damn it.
This is a good take, Ricardo. Pancakes are fine, but French toast is
I'm
top
with that.
tier.
Yeah, I'm with that. I am with that.
Waffles are okay.
Oh, I like waffles too.
They're consistent.
That waffle I get at the pantry is so freaking good.
You throw a waffle like some strawberry on it or something like that. It's
Yeah,
fine. That's how you gotta do. You can't be
yeah.
eating plain waffles anymore.
That's
Just
the
don't
move.
syrup. You gotta do it up.
Yep.
Well,
That's the
no.
move.
I mean, I don't know if I necessarily need the strawberry on that, but I'll take the strawberry syrup.
Oh no. See, I'm the other way. I'd rather just have a strawberry.
Yeah, I'm with Jesse.
Throw some syrup.
Well,
Regular syrup.
Well, see, this is just me. If there's a strawberry on it, I'm just gonna eat the strawberry. I'm not gonna like take.
Well,
a
you
little
eat it
piece,
with the
cut it.
pancake though. It elevates it.
One bite.
We have
One
multiple
bite.
strawberries. You
No,
cut up.
you cut
Yeah,
the
you
strawberry
cut,
up.
Oh, God, get your boy.
What? No, I'm not. No,
Oh,
what
do you-
the strawberries right there.
Got
like,
whole strawberries on
You
your
put
plate.
the whole strawberry on?
No, so you like cut it in half, maybe 1, 2.
You
Quarter it.
Yeah. He's
Oh.
got hey,
Okay,
but he's gonna put the whole
okay,
strawberries on his
so I quarter it
pancakes.
four bites.
No,
We eating the whole
why
thing
do
in
you
4
only
bites?
get one strawberry?
Yeah. What are we rationing
Oh,
strawberries?
well, no,
I'm
are strawberries
well, I'm
eggs
talking-
at the Caraway
I'm talking
House?
about when you go to a restaurant. They don't give
They're
you a bunch
not
of
giving you
strawberries.
one
They
strawberry.
they give you multiple.
You gotta ask for them. I'll take the
I'll
strawberry.
take it.
syrup,
I'll take a. What the? Bro, I don't know what is
Yeah.
happening right now.
What restaurant is rationing one strawberry on the waffle?
Kenny's showing up to restaurants where they're giving him one strawberry.
Hey, no, they cut it up or whatever, and you got it there.
Kenny was shocked that we have multiple strawberries on our plates.
Yeah, I'm
He
not.
was shocked.
Well, I'd rather have the strawberry syrup.
I'll
though.
take a
I'd rather
picture of the.
strawberry syrup.
I'll take a picture of the waffle I get when we go to the pantry. It's gonna blow your mind.
I'd rather have the strawberry syrup.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with strawberry syrup. Jesse and I were just saying we'd rather have the strawberries. And
Yeah.
Casey's like, well, that's one bite. Like, what?
4 bites max. 4 bites.
No, but
max.
again, why are you only getting one strawberry?
That's how they show it on the thing. Man.
It never crossed my mind once. Like, there's only one strawberry on this plate. Like, it's always been like multiple. I've never like once ever come across a commercial.
They've never put a full
Yeah, they've
strawberry
never-
on my plate.
yeah.
It's always cut up.
Let me see.
Bro,
But
you gotta
that's
stop
what
eating.
I'm-
You gotta stop eating.
Yeah,
Denny's.
it's cut up. It's cut up, but how many strawberries is it?
Like at least 3.
Yeah, I'm
that's
sure.
all I'm
3,
asking.
4.
Enough for me to have
You got
strawberries left over on my last bite.
There you
I
go.
don't-
There you go. There you
Yeah,
go.
that's. I mean, and even if they did, that's fine. I would take the strawberry syrup. That's fine.
Maybe we do stop going to Denny's.
No, Denny's is fine with me. I mean, that's not where the only place I need to eat, but I'm not going to stop going to Denny's. Like I'll go to where you going? Where you going?
The pantry.
I go to the pantry and go to Denny's. Like
I'm just
I
saying,
don't
if they're
need to
only
stop
putting
going
one
to Denny's.
strawberry on your plate,
Yeah,
me
the
see.
pantry is not like I'm telling you, it's gonna blow your mind when you see this waffle I get.
Well,
There's just strawberries everywhere.
well, once again, I'm just give me the strawberry syrup. So I'm
Right.
looking at.
I don't
something
even
right
know
now.
if
This is-
adult restaurants have strawberry syrup.
No, they
That's
do.
like IHOP.
No, they do. You gotta ask for it.
Call the pantry and ask them if they
You
have
gotta-
strawberry
I don't know
syrup.
nothing about the pantry, but I know the Pancake
Well,
House
call-
and Palos Verdes.
Okay.
The original Pancake House. It's not IHOP either. It's the original Pancake.
What's the one downtown
That's the
everyone
one.
loves? Is it
Cafeteria
Cafeteria
15
L?
now.
That's a brunch spot, right?
Mhm.
Ask them if they have strawberry syrup.
They could have it or not. I've been to one of the places, and that's where I started rocking with the strawberry syrup because I was there. And I was like, yo,
That's a
strawberry
lie.
syrup?
You didn't have the strawberry syrup at Denny's?
Not before.
I think that's where I had the strawberry syrup first.
No. I would get regular. And then
Or
when I was
IHOP, I don't
down
know
there
which one it was.
in PV, and I went to that original Pancake House, man, and they had some
PV. Was that the show on Stars? What was the show?
Heath Valley. Shout out.
My bad. My bad. That was something different. That's my bad.
Man, I get pancakes at Heath Valley. We got a whole nother.
What you got issues. You probably got diseases. Man.
Yeah, man. When I went to that spot, man, that's what turned me on to the strawberry lemonade ever since I went there. So now I go somewhere and I'll be like, the strawberry syrup. So ever since I went there, I ask, I'll be like, yo, can I get some strawberry syrup? That's what put me on.
I'm gonna ask next week if they
warm it up a little bit. It's a good look. It's a good look.
Huh. They got this hot honey syrup that they put on the chicken and waffles that they have.
Chicken and waffles.
I don't know why I'm so hungry today, man. This is crazy. I feel like Kenny. I just want to like eat the whole show.
I'm looking at Serena Bakes. I don't know where this is. Maybe it's in Sacramento. Maybe it's not.
That sounds
but
like
there's
a person.
There's a gang of strawberries on this waffle with whipped cream.
All right. See that? Okay. We don't need to turn this thing into dessert.
Well,
of course, I get chocolate on mine. So who am I talking?
Are you guys talking about something like this? Like, it's a gang of waffles. A gang of strawberries.
Yeah, that's a good look.
Yeah, it's a gang of strawberries.
That looks like a strawberry shortcake.
It's all good. It's all good.
This is what happened when the Kings get their ass kicked.
Oh, wait.
Talk about breakfast food or brunch food or whatever.
Two things real quick, and then we'll get back to basketball.
Being mad at the Kings makes you hungry. That's a fact.
I guess Jesse, because I don't think you'll be tapping in.
This must be
Did you see the Sutter Health Park on the show?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you guys.
People were talking about underwhelming. They said Matt George said they did the bare minimum.
What are you looking for?
Yeah, what you want? It's Sutter Health Park.
Maybe throw some apartment buildings in the back.
They're not up yet, so why would they put them up?
Yeah, I thought it looked fine.
I thought it was fine too. Now, I mean, it depends on where the home run is. I need to see. See, that was just from center or from home plate.
Throw someone on a jump scooter in the background.
Bridge. Can I see the Embassy Suites?
Throw the freeway. Is the freeway right there?
If you hit it high, like depending on the shot, yeah, you can see that it's freeway. Yeah.
Like I don't know, like what? Like, you wanted to do up Sutter Health Park and it won't be the show, like.
Well, I mean, what's it supposed to look
That's
like?
what I'm saying. It's pretty accurate. Look, they even got they got buildings
I
behind.
think Matt is just going to perpetually be mad about everything that involves.
Do they melt at second base?
Yeah, Matt George is just going to find a way to
Matt
be
said
angry.
MLB The Show 25 really did the bare minimum for Sutter Health Park. Looks like Sutter Health Park.
What is the maximum for Sutter Health Park and MLB The Show? What would you like?
Okay, no. So
what did you want to see?
What's terrific is I searched it on Twitter, and there's a view of the show that you're talking about, and then right below it, there's a video that Sean Cunningham filmed. It's the goddamn exact same thing. Like, oh, they did Matt George says they did the bare minimum. They did exactly what's there. You got to see this. This is crazy. I don't know. It's literally the same exact thing.
Is that matter? Is it? Oh, yeah,
No.
yeah.
Look it. It's the exact same thing.
Yeah, I'll say, yeah, you know what?
That's Sean Cunningham's video, and then that's the video game above it. It's the exact.
They actually hit it spot on.
There's nothing there.
Right. We actually spent a lot of time on this.
Oh, that's amazing.
Somebody in one of Matt's comments like zooms in over the right field fence, and they said, "That's got to be Darling Avery over there."
Oh, I love this.
Oh, I know this one. Drew down. It's the same picture.
Thank you. What's that?
That's Pam.
Very good. Who's she talking to?
Michael Scott.
No, almost.
We got a little carrot. We got.
No, all right. I guess we just take our wins where we can get.
There was
them.
no chance he was going to get freed. No chance.
But yeah,
Bo Body.
He's a fool for that one.
Yeah, Casey, he was.
But no, I didn't. Well, now that maybe you'll go get a PS5 and go play on the show.
Yeah, I'm gonna go spend $500 to play.
What if we're running on Twitch? Is us playing video games?
Okay, let's see. Shout out. There is exactly 1025 people watching now.
Hey.
Oh, that's
Oh,
gone.
don't look at.
There's
we have to build
12
it up.
people on Twitch.
We can stream on YouTube.
I don't even think I have access to Twitch anymore. I lost it like a year and a half ago.
Yeah, Twitch. Honestly, like you need to figure it out. You've been real.
We have to call Philadelphia every time we need access to
I don't
Twitch.
think we need to do that anymore.
Oh, you fixed it?
I might have the keys to it now.
My man. Hey.
Hey, need the keys to something else, man.
What else?
I'm gonna go to one of these games. What's up?
Oh, hey. So I asked about that this morning. Yeah, they're all gone the rest of the season.
Bruh.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on.
I don't know how.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
Oh
I don't
boy,
know.
had
I don't know
the
who's
majority of
hey,
them.
Who's
So how
tapped?
they gonna be
Who's
going?
tapped in for Kings Grizzlies on the Thursday coming up? Who? Tell me.
Oh boy, had a half of them. How's that
Hey,
schedule
I
still working?
bet you sell swooped on
Hey,
them.
I'll be there Monday. I'm going to find out who, or the Celtics game.
Yeah.
I'll find out who's there.
I would love to know who's a Celtics fan.
Yeah. I'll walk over. Hey, are you a client? No. Hey, come here. We're regulating.
Can't
So
get
we're
them.
out, yeah.
The lights be going off in this building, but they at the game.
And there's food or tickets.
Come on.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
all good.
that's all right.
It's all good.
It ain't gonna be forever. I tell you that. I tell you that. Your boy tapped in. It ain't gonna be forever for some of you hoes. I'm in here talking about. Let me get some tickets. All right.
But yeah, I thought
You
that
go
was
close
cool.
that deal and you can get some tickets.
But Matt cracked me up when I saw that. He said, MLB, the show did the bare minimum.
Did an exact replica.
What are you looking for here?
The only
I
thing-
told you, Matt is just going to be angry about everything that involves the A's in Sacramento.
Yeah,
I
that's just
understand. I understand that was a squad.
The A's are 160-0 here as the season starts to wrap up. Matt is going to find a way to be angry.
I understand. The only thing they didn't do, which they probably can't do because it's not up yet, is they don't have the scoreboard.
Yeah,
they
there's
don't
no
have the
scoreboard to put up.
Now,
What
the
are those-
framing of the scoreboard is there. You
what are
could have
those-
used your imagination.
What are those things called? Where you download updates?
Download
Okay.
updates.
Oh, that's what it's called. Okay, I thought it had a different name. Sorry, my bad.
You're with it now. You're with it.
Okay, good. Yeah, just
Hey,
download
James with
updates.
us.
Yeah, I am. Big video game guy here. That's what they've always said about me.
But
Big
yeah,
video game
maybe
guy.
so. Maybe it happens there. But they could have put the scoreboard. The framing is already up. The actual scoreboard isn't there, so you could have put it up.
If I went out and bought a PlayStation 5 today,
Oh, we getting in the league? Yeah, we getting in the league. Come on.
they'd announce the PlayStation 6 on Tuesday. That's the way it's always worked in like my life.
By the way, you can build a stadium and MLB the show.
You can.
Like you want Sutter Health Park, it's there. Just a little imagination.
Well, it's already there.
You can put what? Yeah, it's already everything's there. The little pyramid building is there and everything.
Bare minimum.
Darling Avery is there and
That's
everything.
hilarious. There's if you squint, you can see DJ Abs.
There he is.
DJ
Abs.
You said you had two things. What's the other one?
The other was so yesterday, for those just joining in, I was not on the show. I was at home sick, recovering from the sledgehammer to the face from
Figured.
trips.
Mhm.
Yeah. But when I woke up,
Triple
it was
H, not
about-
Jeremy Lamb.
right. When I woke up, it was about 12:15 or so.
Mhm.
I woke up, I'm in the bed, I turned the TV on, and I remember I was like, oh, it's Thursday, Champ Week. There's hella games on right now. I watched the end of Arkansas, Mississippi, North Carolina, Wake Forest was on all that. And I got a little nostalgic because this isn't what happened yesterday.
Mhm.
But when young Casey was 15, 16, 17 years old, I mean, that Thursday is one of the great days
Oh,
in
yeah.
basketball, the basketball calendar,
Mhm.
because everybody's playing from like 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. And I'd wake up some of them Thursdays. I must have left the fan on, and I don't know if I can go today. And here I was, 20 some odd years later, back home again.
I thought it was suspicious that at 4 o'clock you're like, oh, I'm good, big dog. I'll see you tomorrow.
And he starts tweeting all of a sudden, huh?
Yeah. And I check. I sit down. I catch my breath after carrying the load for 2
Yeah.
shows, and
Kenny's feeling good enough to tweet about AI, these championships and all that.
he's
that was
He's
crazy.
Instagramming sneakers, and it's like,
Yeah.
oh, okay. I'm glad my
Back
man
in the
is
day, boy.
better.
Back in the day for March Madness, and if the Giants made the playoffs. If the Giants made the playoffs, then like they'd have to play the Marlins at 10 a.m. Oh man, you check my temperature, bro. I'm rough today. Would you give me a look?
Hmm.
Oh, I get some orange juice. I tried. I just yeah, so I got a little nostalgia. I was like, I remember these days.
See, my generation had it good because we used to go to the library at lunch and watch the games on the library computers and all that.
Well, it's also showing my age because
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I
My
didn't have nowhere to
generation,
go.
yeah.
Once I started working, I remember when I was working for the state in Oakland and pull that thing up on the computer, watching everything. Yeah, I'm at work. No need to call in sick today. I'm watching everything. It's all good. And then if I were to come here, I got the Kenny Caraway screen right here. I'd be able to watch everything. So no need for that.
Remember when we did the opening? Didn't we do the opening day of the tournament at the Sky River? Wasn't that one of our first live shows?
It was the Friday. So they start on Thursday.
So we did the first Friday.
Yeah, that was St. Patrick's Day, I think, too.
It was. Yeah.
Purdue lost.
Is
that day, I
tomorrow
remember.
St. Patrick's Day?
No, it's like Tuesday or something. Because the 15th is Saturday.
Do you guys care about that holiday?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what that holiday is.
I don't know either. I just know wear green.
Yeah, wear
do a lot of
green. People
drinking.
drink. Yeah.
It's fun. Like
Big
it ain't
downtown
like
Mass, though.
like to be honest with you, it's not my holiday, so I'm not like going crazy about it. But I'll participate.
It's Monday. Okay.
Yeah, I'll participate in in a good time with
It's
people.
the dope one's birthday on Monday too.
My cousin's birthday is also on March 17th.
Well, lots of birthdays in March.
Yeah.
KMB's birthday's coming up. We got to celebrate her.
What month is March? What would that be? That'd be what? July?
What?
Summer babies? Little summer.
Oh,
summer
you
lover?
trying to figure out when they smashed to
Yeah.
get to? Oh, I don't.
Because
I don't know, do the math.
that's where November goes down. November's around Valentine's Day.
Oh, got it. Okay. Yep. When's Ryan's birthday?
November. Ryan and Reese.
Well, had a hell of a Valentine. Damn. Well, guess Kenny has sex once a year. Jesus. Well, every February, just roll around, get it in. Man. Oh, that's amazing.
So
No wonder you get so cranky when the fall gets here. You got presents to buy for everybody.
I didn't map that out good at all. From when November starts, I finally got my head above water here in March. Because November to March is crazy,
November,
bro.
December. Yeah, Jazz's birthday's in March.
Jazz is February. My mom
yeah,
was January. Christmas is in December.
March, yeah. It's February 12th. That's
February
Jazz. That's
12th.
Jazz's birthday. Yep.
Yes. I'm finally here now. I can breathe. It's been 4 or 5 months. It's crazy.
All right. Well, good for you.
But yeah, that was what I was thinking. I was at home. It was, and there were great games on too. They had great moments for March. I still love championship week. I love the tournament. It's still great. And that also reminds me, tonight is night 1 of the state championships at the Golden One Center.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's gonna happen yet, but the seeds have been planted. Did you hear what's going on with your boy?
You told me.
Well,
I don't know
maybe.
who's my boy.
I said
okay,
maybe.
yeah. Okay.
He's left. He left the team.
Okay.
So I said on Wednesday, I was
yeah.
like, yo, Sierra Canyon made the state championship. Like, Bryce is on the team. LeBron might be here.
Yeah.
He left. LeBron left the team. He just on the road trip with him and just left. He said, I'm going to go home and get treatment. Right.
Is that what he said? Or he said, I'm going to.
No, that's what he said.
I'm going
to go back to LA and get treatment. So LeBron might be here tonight. I don't know. It feels like I would already heard if he was here or not. But Sierra Canyon plays tonight. That's really the highlight of tonight. But tomorrow, Jesuit. Shout out to Jesuit, man. 4 p.m., man. They playing for a state championship. I think they play Chadsworth, which is Gilbert Arenas' sons. Elijah Arenas is playing. So They're playing at 4. I don't know who's playing at 6. 8 o'clock, Reardon out of San Francisco is Lob City 2025. They play on Saturday night. So, yeah, our boys in the building.
If you're LeBron James, what do you think you'd do for fun in Sacramento for the day?
Go to Tiger.
Like during the day?
During the day. Go to, I don't know.
Nothing. You bring the fun to your suite at the Sawyer or whatever. Like you don't.
Kenny said I would have heard if LeBron was here. I was like, well, what would LeBron would be doing right now in Sacramento?
Where's LeBron at right now if he's in Sacramento?
He's at Joe's Crab Shack right now.
No, I do not think he's there.
Seafood boil maybe for LeBron.
I don't think he's there. If he's eating at Q1227.
Yeah.
He's eating at Echo and Rig maybe.
Yeah. Yard House? No. I'm trying to think.
Well, I don't think he's going down there to get chicken fingers.
Where is
no shot at the Yard House, but like I don't think that's what he's eating.
Well, they got a little bit more.
Well, no, I know that, but that's
you should go to SR Prime.
Yeah, you go to Prime. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's where you
absolutely
should go.
Go.
They got
SR
private
Prime.
rooms and everything.
Yeah, that's right. LeBron James at Sky River Casino.
Yeah, LeBron is Sky.
Hey, what the hell is an Elk Grove? Can someone take me to an Elk Grove? You think LeBron calls an Uber? Like how does LeBron get around when he's here?
Sprinter.
He's got a driver here.
Well, Collins brings up a good point. It's close too. He might go to Morton's.
He ain't going to Morton's. LeBron ain't going to Morton's. He ain't gonna eat at the same place Kenny and Jerry Jones eat at.
You know, I had Ruth's Chris like a few days after you went on your rant.
And how was it?
Yeah, we're not going back.
Hey, what I tell you?
What'd you get?
I got steak and all that stuff, but Crystal, because it was for our anniversary, so she wanted to try.
So
it.
okay,
what steak?
no.
What steak did you?
No.
Mine was fine.
Second.
Mine was fine, but she didn't enjoy what she got.
No.
Oh, well, hold on.
No. Hold on. Time out. 1 second. Work with me for a second.
Yeah.
I passionately make that statement in front of you, our audience, and God.
Yeah.
And you still went a few days later?
Brother, you got like richer taste buds than me. I can't be like, she wants to go to Ruth's Chris. Yeah, we'll go.
And you
because I've been before, but she hasn't been before. She's like, I want to go there. Like,
and now and you won't go back.
Yeah.
Y'all didn't believe me.
What did she get?
You could.
She got some pasta and stuff like that.
She didn't get a steak?
She tried some steak. Yeah, she liked the steak. She liked the steak. She liked my steak.
Yeah, well, that's what we talking about. And that's what we talking
but even
about.
Like the lobster mac and cheese wasn't great.
They just said they liked everything. What are we talking
she liked
about?
the steak. She liked the steak. Everything else
and
was,
you liked your steak.
Yeah. But everything else was not great.
For the record,
you shouldn't have got pasta.
Say I was right.
You shouldn't.
It wasn't pasta, like some ravioli or whatever.
Nah,
say I was right.
That's what I'm saying. He wasn't right.
Say I was right.
He wasn't right.
You shouldn't have got pasta. It's not more.
You should have got.
Say
some vegetables.
I was right.
Oh yeah, you could be right. That's fine.
Thank you. I'll take. That's good enough for me.
You just folded like
that's good enough for me.
No, I
told
my
y'all that stuff is trash.
I don't want to go back.
I told you.
He said it was trash.
Y'all go see Chef Q.
And they got
y'all go see Chef Q. I told y'all. You want a steakhouse? You go to SR Prime. I told you.
You definitely go to see. You definitely
play with me.
SR Prime.
Y'all play with me. Look, Norm, right there. D-Lo was right. Hey, they acknowledge me.
So was your steak trash?
No, the steak was fine.
That's
but
what I'm
just
saying.
He said the steak was fine.
The steak was cool and stuff. The steak was cool, but it's like if I'm getting all these other things over here, like it's got to be good too. It can't just be steak. Is the only thing you're good at. I don't think
you don't get pasta from Ruth.
We got, like I said, we got the ravioli, we got the lobster mac and stuff. We did get some veggies, like we did. It's just the other stuff just didn't hold up. The steak was fine.
What other? No, you gotta say what other stuff. So
like
the raviolis didn't.
We did. The lobster mac was not great, and then like I said, the veggies were all right. What do you want me to do? I tried it the day, like a few days after he brought it up.
And the steak is the steak is what you get.
The steak was fine, but
you didn't tell me. I had a great time at Ruth Chris. I got great food.
Man showed up.
I got great food.
This man, days after I made that statement, challenged me.
Hey, low key, I wanted to text Dame like, "Hey, we'll see what this is all about."
I said, "No, y'all be picking the wrong stuff." Because that Cajun ribeye is to die for.
Vindicated.
It's not Morton's. Morton's was a lot better.
Morton's is bomb.
One step at a time.
Morton's is bomb.
One step at a time.
Yeah, that was the second time I
So
went to Ruth's
now
Chris. It wasn't
we have
fair.
all learned our lesson with Ruth's Chris. We could put that behind us. We can spend our
We didn't learn
time
nothing.
at nice restaurants. Like,
Hey, I was
Shout
holding
out,
on.
man,
I was
Q.
holding on to
Shout
this
out
one for a
Q.
little bit though, because I was like, "Damn it, Dame was right."
see, yep, okay. No, yeah, you did. Because this conversation was
No,
a while ago.
yeah.
So I'm gonna take you and Crystal. We're gonna go to Q1227
Oh,
together.
man. Shout out Q.
I'm-
I
I'm-
definitely go to Q.
Take y'all to get some good
Definitely
food.
go to Q.
Does Crystal like? Do you guys like seafood?
Yeah, I'm.
I
more
mean,
of a
it's not
seafood
Q's
person
not
than
a
her, but
seafood
yeah,
restaurant.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
But
I mean,
you got options.
We like good food.
Truth
got
be
options.
told, like I've been thinking about that fried chicken I had there for a month.
You got options. I'm also not a picky. I'm not picky at really anything. I'm not picky on the shows I watch. I'm not picky on the food that because I know what I like. So I'm not like I don't like raviolis, so I'm not gonna get raviolis.
But my thing is like I'm a good cook.
Mhm.
So if I'm gonna go out and spend money on food, I want the food to be good.
That's
like
the thing,
really
too.
good.
Like there's certain things my
And-
mom cooks that I won't even try anywhere else.
Like that's why I don't really like I don't like to experiment. Like I know Q is our restaurant is Q.
Mhm.
That's where we're going because it's not going to miss.
Mhm.
When we go to Sky River,
Mhm.
it was like, we could go to the steakhouse, but I don't know, that Dragon Ball right there, and oh God, it's so good. Went there and ate. Not in the same palatial table that Kenny ate at, but we ate at the bar with the rest of the
talking about?
struggling people.
They have regular people right next to us.
I don't know if they was regular. I was afraid to get so close to you. I thought I'd get in trouble.
Wow.
It's true.
But to your point, I know what I like. I went to Morton's and I got a steak. I think it might have been just like the New York ribeye or something like that. And it was just like whatever. And Jazz had got the Cajun ribeye. And I damn near didn't eat my steak. I was like, oh, this is it.
Mm-hmm.
I got the wrong steak. That's my bad. This is it. So that could happen. You know what I'm saying? If you don't get the right, just like we got the I forgot what it's called because I only got it one time, but the Brazilian tomahawk over at Ruth Chris. I'm not gonna go to Ruth Chris and
You
get
hear that, man? Like, that's like a $250 steak.
No, it was expensive.
No, I know. I've seen that thing. I was like, not today.
It was expensive. I'm not even going to
give me the fried chicken. I don't think it's the day for that.
That's why I haven't been back because I know I need to save up because I know what I want from now. I ain't gonna get the little.
We was
I ain't gonna
out.
get the little.
We was out with my man Io and some friends. And we was talking. They got the tomahawk at Q, but the girls was like, "Oh, we're gonna get the seafood tower," and it was like, "Well, we ain't getting both, so just go ahead and bring me out a salad because we can't get both of these."
So yeah, so I mean, I don't want to
Man
try.
eats like a
none of them.
king.
You do.
I
You
don't eat
do.
like a king. How?
You got the tomahawk.
Yeah, you're getting the most expensive.
I've
thing.
never
Maybe
ordered.
that's why
I've
his
never-
Ruth's Chris experience is so great because he's always getting the most expensive
I
thing.
got it- I
They're
got
not
it
going to
I
waste
think
that.
Kenny's the guy who sits down and says, "Hey, what is the most expensive thing here? Give me that."
I don't want to know the
always the
price.
best.
Just put it on my table.
That's not always the best thing, but that was the best thing. That was delicious.
Just a coincidence. It was the most expensive.
That was
We'll
delicious.
come back. Our man Eddie Gonzalez
Oh, it's
joins us
13
next
already?
year. It is. This show is. When you really don't care what's happening and you just don't care to discuss your sorry ass basketball team, this show is so much fun.
We're the "This Is Fine" meme for this show. Like, yeah, like the Kings are
Just
on the way
everything
out.
is burning.
Could be a rebuild in the offseason. Could be all bad, but we're gonna have fun.
They might lose to Phoenix tonight.
Oh, brother.
Who
Yeah.
knows if Domas is playing?
Who knows? He's on the graphic, so hopefully.
Well, that was a bold choice, by the way. Stilo and KC on ESPN 1320. Oh, it's that.
I might DoorDash again. I don't want to, but I'm hungry.
I feel like there's something I needed to bring up with you that I saw on Twitter that you missed yesterday. I can't remember what it was. Though.
Was it boxing related?
No. It's like something stupid that we laugh at. Oh, I know when Dang is back. Bubba Dudley someone needs to tell that dude to chill out.
Who?
Dame's nemesis, Bubba Dudley. Was it Bubba Ray Dudley?
What do he do now?
He's on these little reality WWE shows. Like, people were buying tickets for Bubba Ray Dudley back then. Like, bro, relax. You were mid-card. Don't tell me about the business. Like, relax.
Yeah. See, it's always those dudes that be trying to, like.
Someone tweeted it perfect. Like, no one in their life ever bought a ticket to see Bubba Ray Dudley.
Like no disrespect. No disrespect.
Oh, he disrespected Dame that one time.
Well, no, I'm not talking about him.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying no disrespect, but like if I'm that dude, what is Michael Hayes gonna tell me?
All right, shout out Michael Hayes. Wow.
If I'm that dude, all right, Michael Hayes, bro. All right, bro. Whatever, man. What we talking about, man?
No, Dr. David, we talked about this one. Oscar stinks, by the way. Never forget it.
What do you do now? Oh, we bring it. Oscar slander.
Oh, wait, did I miss a face off? I saw the pause thing.
Chat got a max ceiling.
Hey man, you going to Times Square for the fight? That look crazy. If they can pull that off, I don't know how they do it. That looks crazy. Looks fire.
I want to see the setup.
I don't know how they do it. I have no idea. I mean, people have had like renderings of what it might look like. It looks fire if that's what they do, but I don't know how you do it. I
want to try. We'll see.
Yeah.
What you got going on? It's no way it's Canada juice cold out there. That's a Montclair.
Oh, come on, man. You know,
Montclair bubble on.
Stay warm, man. Stay warm out here.
I thought you was from Sac.
My other joint is guest. I only could get one. I can only pour one.
Y'all don't know what a Montclair bubble costs, then you just look. It costs a little.
I saved up a couple ducats, man. I was like, I'm gonna do it. I got to do it the right way. But now it's fine. But it was coming down earlier.
It was?
It wasn't cold, but it was like really raining and windy and stuff. So
it's warming up out here. I'm excited.
It's about that time. We thought that was the case out here, but today happened, or a couple days ago happened.
How you feeling about your boys, man? We ain't talked about Tank.
I mean,
he lost that fight.
It's debatable. I didn't score. I usually score the fights. I didn't score, but I could see it. Somebody had a 115, 113 Roach. You're not gonna get no.
What do you think about the knee?
It should have been ruled a knockdown. But I also don't think when people were like, the commission was like, "Oh, we're gonna go back and review it." You can't rule it a knockdown retroactively.
Yeah, they. I mean, they would have had to change the result. That's why I knew they weren't gonna do that.
Well, even then, like that wouldn't be fair because if it was called a knockdown, maybe Tank fights different.
But I will say this because I seen that argument. He came out that corner swinging, like whether he thought it was or not. He definitely turned it up, and he almost got his ass caught doing that too. He probably wins the rematch because I think he just fights better.
Yeah, I think he knocks him out in the rematch. But Lamar Roach, he didn't fight him. He known him his whole life, so he wasn't afraid of Tank.
That was a big part of it. Yeah. He's the first guy who hasn't been scared of him in a long time.
He said, "Bro, I knew you when you were 7. We fought when you were 7. Like I'm not afraid of you. It's whatever." And
they got to run it back though.
They do.
It's the only fight for Tank right now.
I mean, one of the other ones. You know what I'm saying? But
he's not gonna do none of that, man. We've been through this.
I ain't got one foot out the door. That's my thing with him. Like he ready to
go. That.
Oh, here we go.
Coming back, fellas. Back here with our man Eddie Gonzalez, the ultimate NBA insider. Eddie, what's up, baby?
Hey, how dare you?
What you mean?
Man, you lucky I can't cuss on the radio, man. You ain't nothing. You ain't cool.
Okay.
I'm the one just hanging out with people. That's all I'm doing. I'm just hanging out.
Man, you the one. Hey,
can they see your jacket? Can they see your jacket?
What you talking about? It's just a regular jacket.
Hey,
I'm trying to stay warm.
Eddie, you ever showed up at a place and said, "Hey, let me get the most expensive thing you have"?
Why are you asking Eddie? I mean, maybe he has. I haven't.
That's
very typical of me. Nah,
that's what your boy does. Your boy shows up. Hey, what's true? I don't even care what it is. Make sure it's really expensive. Put it on the table.
That is not true.
Can he decide to ask for a wine that ain't there? Yeah, but they go get it.
That's it. That's it.
That is not true.
They bring the wine, and he's like,
"Oh, this is the 84, but do you have the 78? I prefer that."
Yeah, 78 was a better
Do
year.
you have the 78?
It was aged in a different barrel. Can we get that?
Oh
Get that
wait,
brought
look,
out
man,
here.
but see, look, I'm also not above going to IHOP. You'll catch me at IHOP.
You're cool enough to do look at this guy. He does
I'm going to
IHOP,
IHOP, man. You know, I get the 2 for 2 for 2. What we talking about? It's nothing.
Hey, I ain't no wrong. French toast is good almost everywhere. So
Well, talk about it. Talk about it. Talk about it.
I'll go to Sherry. I might go to Sherry's this weekend. What you know?
Oh man,
What you know about
we're
Sherry?
talking about home, man. I used to work at Lions. So
word.
The one downtown?
yes.
Oh,
And
I know
mind
that
you,
one.
when I worked there, we was the only spot 24 hours.
yeah.
So
I know that got wild. One time
2
I
o'clock?
left Chanel.
2
One
o'clock.
time
boy.
I left Chanel and I went to Lions with the now wife, and we saw Eddie Winslow in there.
Hey, if
So
you know
what's this
anything
guy
about
doing out here,
Eddie
bro?
Winslow,
What's he doing out here?
That's
you know
a
anything about Eddie
wild.
Winslow, he had a team with him.
So what's this guy doing out here?
That's a wild
He
sighting.
had something with him. I know he did.
I know. Yeah, I know Eddie was doing a lot.
I don't want to get us in trouble, but if you know who his ex-wife is,
Come
you
on,
know how
man.
he's moving around.
Come on,
Yo,
Eddie Winslow.
speaking of
Well, I was gonna say, look, I ain't even gonna lie. I didn't look because I wanted that could be a pocket watch because I need to know how is that gonna hurt?
who Eddie Winslow?
No, how much is that gonna hurt? I don't know if we talking about the same thing.
No, you said speaking of who?
Yeah, we might need to pocket
For who?
because I need to know how much this is gonna hurt.
Okay, for who? Who we doing pocket watching for?
Boy, mine.
Oh, that.
I need to know if you got it like it feels like you lost everything. You might have to go get a job.
That's not the
Jesus.
That's definitely not the ex I was thinking when we're talking about the clubs.
Was-
Well, how many times Eddie might have more than you. How many times you run into Eddie Murphy's ex-wife? Oh my God.
I didn't even stand up.
She lived in them clubs.
Really?
Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't know.
Because you know she stands out.
Yeah.
Like when you
Yeah.
see her, you go
She
like,
different.
Who is that?
who is that?
Yeah.
Then you realize someone tells you who she is, and you never forget,
Yeah.
and you see her everywhere.
Where was she at? She's at here. Where was she at?
She was at
All
Ricky's. She was at
She
Avalon.
was at Ricky's.
Bruh.
Everywhere.
She was
Ricky's is crazy.
everywhere.
Ricky's is crazy.
Yeah. Cole Murphy at Ricky's.
Everywhere.
That's crazy.
Everywhere.
Damn.
Yeah, she was outside.
Good Harlow's lock in. Good.
Oh. well. Yeah, it's gonna be rough for your boy.
Damn.
I don't know.
He might have to go to China.
I'll hit the music. We'll see. Hey,
hold on. Here we go.
See if we can get Eddie in on this. This is it's gonna be tough for your boy.
So explain the premise for
is
Eddie.
Jesse in there? Oh,
No,
Jesse.
where you going?
Oh, Jesse ain't even in there. Oh
well,
man.
Well, look, we'll explain the premise for Eddie. Eddie, we got pocket watching where we take, in this case, Mon-Fri, and we try to figure out how much money he made in his career.
Okay. So what I'll give you is that Amon Shumpert is the former number 17 overall pick of the 2011 draft.
Mm-hmm.
Number 17 overall, 2011.
Mm-hmm.
Amon played 10 years in the NBA.
Damn, that's not a lot.
10 years in the
Gonna have to
NBA.
work.
This is going to take a little bit of work. Give me a second. His peak earnings.
He got the LeBron stimulus, by the way.
He did. His peak career earnings, 2016, $9.6 million.
My man, he gonna
Amon Shumpert, 10 years in the league, former number 17 overall pick, peak earnings, $9.6 million.
Okay.
So I'm supposed to guess.
Yeah,
Hold on. So he don't have no piece of paper.
that's okay. And
Back.
Jesse,
Oh, you carry you're doing the math.
I'm guessing here. This is my guess.
Okay, I'm right around that range. I was gonna say 65 M.
All right. Eddie went 65. Casey went 63. Oh, if it was only that good for Amon Shumpert.
Oh no.
$48.2 million for Amon Shumpert.
Hey, I'm about to.
You are right. Amon might have to go get a job.
He was living a life.
He
New York
was.
City. New York
Yeah,
City.
keyword. He was living the life.
I'll tell you like this.
You got all the houses.
If
Let me try to not. Let me be as kosher as I can be here. For what he's accused of in this divorce, that's an expensive lifestyle. So he ain't got all 48 of that left.
No, bro, he never had I mean, you know, the rule is cut it in half. At minimum, you cut that number in half, you're down to 24.
Mm-hmm. He's on TV now. He's doing. I think he's acting.
Better be.
I feel like the cop in Menace to Society. You know you done effed up, right?
See, like
you know you effed up, right?
This is
that
why,
was crazy.
This is why
I'm not even gonna get into the details of like why. I'm not trying to argue with nobody.
Yeah.
But that was a lot. I said, wow.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I seen a divorce the other day. I want to say it was a singer, but Buddy was trying to run it up on her. Oh, it was Journey. What you call it? Journey Smollett. Her ex was like, "Oh, I need the bag. you had a lot of money."
Oh,
it's nasty.
The girl who was just at the awards. And the dude was trying to run it up on her.
Oh, he found some money. Remember, she's a childhood actress.
Yeah,
so she's like, "Oh no, you had all this. I need like another M a year."
Wow.
Wow. Tiana made out like a bandit. Shout out to her. I guess.
Yeah, she was
cold game. It's a cold game. Sorry, Shump.
Yeah, Shump.
Sorry, Shump. Hey.
Hey, maybe you can work in the Kings front office.
Hey, maybe you could take Alvin's job.
I just want to say, hey, I watched the game last night. I see why we're not talking about basketball.
We haven't talked about basketball. We're on the air 2.5 hours. We ain't talking about basketball.
We said something in the first 10 minutes, and that's about it. That's all we need to say.
Hey, this team sucks, bro. Bro, they like negative 60 in the last 2 games. What we gonna say?
Luckily for the Kings, the Mavericks are about done. The Spurs are done. They've shut it down.
Well, what about
Suns
the Mavericks?
are about done.
I'm sure it's but they not quite done because they got 2 games left against Sacramento. I know you're gonna be on playback tonight.
I'll be on playback tonight watching the game. Final game of the season in Sac. Hey man, let me know, man. I might could connect some dots, man. You know.
Yeah.
Well,
look, you might be here for the play.
I was gonna say that game might be for something.
It might be here.
Or it might be for, look, or it might be for nothing, and we'll see you in like 3 days for the play.
Very true. Very true.
I don't put it past neither one of these teams at this point. After what I've seen, what I continue to see, I don't know if y'all been on ESPN.com today. Quite the expose.
Your thoughts, because I saw you was on Twitter talking about it.
Well, I've been on playback talking about it.
Man?
This feels like the soft launch of the KD trade. This just feels like when you read this article, there's a lot of rationalizing what it's going to mean if we trade Kevin, how we go about trading Kevin, why we're willing to trade Kevin, and we're building around Book. That's basically the story I just read, and it's quoted straight from the owner, quoted from all the players at hand except Kevin, some source reports. They dropped some instant information that I've talked about on this very show before, where just the teams that were involved, the teams that were interested, teams that made plays to try to get Kevin, the Knicks, the Rockets, the Heat, the Timberwolves. And man, for all intents and purposes, it feels like the beginning and the soft launch of the KD trade that seems to be coming this summer. Everybody and their mom is saying he's getting traded this summer. And I don't know where. Everybody keep asking me. I don't know where. I don't think Buddy knows where. It's going to be up to the Suns and who has the best offer, it seems like.
Yeah, I saw. I didn't read the article, but saw snippets of it. Matt Ishbia, he talking that talk. In one respect, like I don't want to say I admire it or I understand it, but what I got out of that, and he shouldn't be trading KD either, but it was like, no, we're not. I'm not here. I'm not in this to rebuild and like be terrible for 5 years or something like that. Like, I'm gonna figure this out. Like, I'm gonna keep spending. I'm gonna figure this out. Now, some would say that's just not smart. And I would also say don't trade KD. But I personally would want my owner to be like, now I'm gonna just keep spinning until I figure this out. I don't want to. I always use the example. I don't want to be Charlotte or Utah. That doesn't seem for 5 years.
I respect that part of it. I said that on my stream earlier, and I not only do I respect that Matt feels that way, I believe him. He said, "Yo, when I say teams would love to be in this situation, what I mean is they would love to have an owner who is willing to dole out the resources and willing to also take his hands off and let the team handle it, and to give you all of the tools necessary to succeed." Now, has every move we made worked? No, but I'm committed to doing this not only now but long term. So I do respect that. I do respect the owner saying, "Yeah, we don't want to do a rebuild. We want to be great every year. We want to do whatever we can to do that." The question is just like you question the moves that they've taken to do that. You question if that's viable with their current cap situation and the current CBA. All of the signs are pointing to no, it's not. But I respect an owner who's saying, "Yo, we don't rebuild, we reload." Like, I respect that. Now, is the way to reload trading away what I would call a top 5 player in the league this year, Kevin Durant? I don't know. What do you get back? Do I get another top 5 player? do I get something like that? I don't know. So, yeah, we're talking about that all day, kind of wondering if you trade Kevin, does that open the door to then trade Devin Booker? Wouldn't that be the full play? Like, you trade them for other win now players. We talked about win now trades with the Kings this year. If you trade Devin Booker, you're trading him for win now guys for sure. You're not trading him for 8 picks and nobody. Same thing with Kevin. I need an actual good player back. Those are questions all I had to answer. They might still make the plan. Yes, it's possible that they didn't push to the 8 seed and then they see the Thunder or whomever. A lot of basketball left to play, and what we see on the court isn't always as promising. Lost a couple tough games, won some okay games, but they're up against it right now. And me as a fan, I go, what are we salvaging here? But the problem is they don't have their pick, so you have to play it out and try to do as best you can at this point.
Real quick, I believe him because I remember you saying this.
Who?
Matt Ispia. And I remember Eddie saying this when he talks about we ain't trading Devin. Like, I believe maybe somebody will force his hand or give him an offer he can't refuse. But in that article, he was like, "It's crazy to think about trading Devin." Like, I'm not trading. I believe him. I think if he has it his way, he'd never trade Devin Booker.
Yeah, I question why now with this article. But one thing is clear in the article. He says we're never trading Devin Booker, and Devin Booker says, "Yeah, I want to play forever. I don't want to go nowhere. I've been through it with this team. I don't mind going through it again. I think we can win here." So, they're in lockstep there, and they seem to actually be in lockstep with the rest too. And the rest is, yeah, we would love to trade Brad. We don't know if we can, but yeah, we'll trade Kevin. Like, if we get the right deal, we'll trade Kevin, and that seems to be the takeaway from this.
But what's the right deal? Like, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but at what point is KD a depreciating asset? Or maybe more specifically, a depreciated asset?
I think he is now. I think that's the problem. And
is he now in compared to NBA trades, or is he now compared to the last Kevin Durant trade, which was pretty?
Yeah. I think that's the right way to put it. I think even from the deadline, like, remove all bias. I sit back. I'm an NBA fan with the trade machine on my phone. I say, look, at the deadline, you could have had this great package, and you also, we're talking about the Rockets. Jalen Green was only making $12 million at the deadline, so you could add Jalen and additional pieces, Dylan Brooks, whomever else. Well, in the summer, in July 1st, Jalen Green will now be making $35 million. So now you've removed $20 million of takeaway from that deal. Also, Kevin has one less year in his contract now, and he can walk as a free agent the following season. So not only is he a year older, he's on a lame duck contract. If he's not committed to signing an extension, this is a rental. You pay way more to buy a car than you do to rent a car, even a used car. So it's like, it is a depreciating asset in that sense already. This is not 3 years ago. You're not getting 2 starter level wings, 5 unprotected first round draft picks, and additional pieces. No, you're getting $54 million worth of contracts, most likely. And if you really push the line, maybe a first round pick, maybe a protected one, maybe a swap, maybe something like that. But by no means are you getting that haul. The way you get that haul, look at trading Devin Booker.
Right, 100%. Now the flip side to that, RIP, flip side is not, once again, no disrespect to Kevin, but who's giving up all that? I think for Kevin, with all the things that you talked about, expiring deal.
Daryl Morey.
Oh man. Oh man. But like, I think they're teams. I don't think there's like nobody, but it's probably, you count them on one hand who would do all of that for Kevin Durant at this point in his career.
Yeah, I think the math is kind of simple. Just in you looking at, okay, who's a contender? Because you don't want to trade him to some middling franchise. You don't do that to an all-time great. You don't just send him to the middle of nowhere with no agency and no input from him. So you're looking at, all right, contenders, fridge contenders, whatever you want to call it. You're dealing with everybody's apron situation. And yeah, in the summer, you can work to get under it and this, that, and the third. You're dealing with who has picks. And it narrows the market. And the teams mentioned in this article are pretty straightforward and probably what you're going to see again this summer. The Knicks, the Heat. Then the Heat, like, probably could have had them at the deadline. So that shows you their level of interest. The Wolves, but they have some contracts they'll be moving out. So their trade kind of changes too. I think the Texas teams will be mentioned a lot as well, all three of them. And yeah, like we'll have some sneak teams in there. So there are deals, but we're talking about Gafford and PJ Tucker and Klay Thompson. Like, is that this home run deal that you go, okay, that made us a way better team? Or you're talking again, Jalen Green and Jabari Smith and a pick. Is that the home run deal that makes the Suns a contender next year? Now you have Devin Booker, Jalen Green, and Jabari Smith and Brad Beal, who in this scenario is still there. I don't know. I don't know that you're getting this home run trade out of Kevin. Just when you look at all of the things at hand here, you'll get something. But again, that then turns into the same conversation we started with. It's like, well, then why trade him? Right. And so whether Matt Ishbia loves it or not, and he doesn't apparently, that bottom out probably is the best scenario. And just run it back. You just run it back with the team you got who you don't like already because you talked about trading everybody.
But it feels broken though. Like and you tell me if I'm wrong. I do think there's a roster issue with Phoenix, but it also feels like, yo, you tried to undercut one of the greatest players of all time without telling him. Like, and I mean, this is a 36-year-old, 37-year-old. This isn't Luka, who's 26, and you're taking these gambles about his, commitment and weight. You're talking about a certified all-time great. And I don't know how you come back from that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the relationship stuff at hand. And I thought it was interesting just as a spectator that Kevin said, yo, I'm not talking for this story. Thanks, though. It's even mentioned in there. He said, yo, it's already too noisy. I'm good. Kevin has been a consummate professional throughout all of this and kind of, held the line for everybody and said, yo, I'm here. I don't care. It can be tough, but you got to deal with the struggle sometimes and all of that. Like he stood on the front line for the whole situation. But yeah, how's he not frustrated? And even in the Draymond show, he said, yeah, how do you not feel the way? And how do you not consider what's next? And how do you not do this, that, and the third? And as a team, you got to understand, again, that's kind of why you do this sort of damage control. It's like, yeah, you explain your rationale. They didn't have to do this. But your owner and another high-ranking source in the organization apparently is saying, yo, yeah, we had to look into this because we're not happy with what it is. And you're explaining your organizational philosophy, which you don't have to do. So is Kevin miffed? Sure. Who wouldn't be? He said that on the record. Like, who wouldn't feel away? But he also understands this is a business. And it's like, if we got to do this, let's at least do it right. And I think that's what it's mentioned in this story. I think when it comes to a head, that's eventually what we'll see. And ideally they take care of him. I mean, ideally they stay and they make a better team around him. But if this is what they got to do, then, who knows? But, we've been talking about it on this show for some time. We know how it went down. This is the loudest admission of that we've seen. They literally denied it on the record, like right after the deadline, and how here they are in this article saying, oh yeah, that stuff kind of happened. And, that sucks, but that's business, and now here we are. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know that it's not irreparable, but I do think it's a point where you stay together for the kids, right, for so long. But at one point, it's like, all right, we get a separate
Some kids. I'm unhappy.
But you kind of mentioned it though, like to a certain degree. I do feel like in this particular situation, the way KD going about it, if Matt and everybody came to him on June 29th, it was like, our bad, dog. Our bad. We was tripping. We got a little emotional and our bad. Let's work this out. I feel like Kevin would be like, all right, let's work it out then. Like, I don't think he's like, get me the hell out of here because these dudes are snakes. Like, he's like, all right, let's work it out. He may not trust you no more, but he wouldn't be like, nah, there ain't nothing you can do to bring this back. But
I mean, he's essentially said that, right? In so many ways. Like, oh, yeah, that happened, but I'm still here. I'm still rocking. I'm still doing business. You know, I'm a pro. And it's mentioned in this story. Like, there's a line that's like, the Suns are impressed by his professionalism in the wake of all this. And it's like, well, what did you expect? You know, it's not Jimmy Butler. This is not I skipped the Christmas party guy. This is Kevin Durant. Like he you know, let me die out there. This is that guy. But I mean, I don't know. Again, I don't know that it's irreparable, but you're talking about a guy on a lame duck contract, a guy who you just tried to trade, a guy who you can then try to trade again in February. So that's his perspective. But from the Suns' perspective, it's like, all right, well, if you don't commit to a long-term contract, like, are you truly committed? And you can stand on the business of that as Kevin and say, I'm signed for another year. I'm going to play another year. I'm here. But there's so many variables in that. And there's so many ways you could just, you know, blindside each other in that sense. I've been watching Survivor, like binge watching Survivor, so forgive me. But the Suns can say all that and then try to trade him again behind his back again next February. Right. And that's a lot of risk for both of them. So that's, again, why I think when they come and they have that sit down in July 29th or whatever it is, or June 29th, that's the conclusion they come to. It's like, maybe it's best to get out of here. Maybe it's best for me to be a Boston Celtic. Like, who knows, right?
I have never heard the sentence, I'm binge watching Survivor before.
No,
I'm a weird guy.
Nah, I never heard that before.
Oh, you know what? No, I don't know why my brain calculated lost. Survivor is that? Yeah, I've never heard that either.
Look, man, I'm just, you know, I'm an oddball a little bit. I love my reality TV. I watch the challenge. I watch all that stuff.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
I'm about 15 seasons behind on the challenge. I used to watch that.
I love the challenge. It's like its own world. Look, we watch wrestling. Like, we can watch
the challenge got a little too serious for me, though. That's one thing I don't like. It used to be like, hey, they're hungover. Let's put them
they're
on
having a water balloon fight. Now it's like, he's got to drive
off Mount Everest.
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
Yeah. I liked it better when it was just like drunk randos playing carnival games too. I'm the same way.
Eddie, we appreciate your playback tonight. Kings, Suns. We'll be tapping in, man.
I like that, man. What is that? That's mohair? That's what that joint is? You got?
Yeah.
That's rich.
Yeah.
That's rich.
Yeah.
That's rich. Come on, man. That's rich.
Hey, man. I know the morning when I see it.
it was on Union, man. I was like, hey,
all right.
Get one of these. Yes, sir. Eddie, we appreciate you, brother. Thank you as always. So, man, Eddie Gonzalez right there. We'll come back. Fun's over. James Ham joins us at the top. Got to get serious. James Ham joins us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour or 3 o'clock hour. He's not here for this nonsense. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. You get Johnny Jennings when you get back. Oh man.
Do you watch like reality TV at all? Like competition shows, any of the stuff like that?
No, not really. I really truthfully don't watch a ton of TV.
I was gonna say, like, you have the shows that like we talk about, but that's it.
Yeah, I do not watch a ton of TV. Like, I feel like I'm so occupied with games and all that. That's like, if there's not a game, sometimes I just don't turn the TV on, or I turn something on that's mindless. Kings are making it really not fun to watch TV.
What's uncalled for, Kyle?
Well, not always wrong, man. Wrestling is definitely an adult man soap opera. Well, Ben's here. Shout out, Ben. I'll be tapped into Raw on Monday with Cena.
He's back on Monday?
Yeah, I want to see the promo.
Yeah, I'll watch that and probably fast forward through everything else. Or wait, no, that's going to be on during the show now.
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
Oh, wait, you're
Yeah.
right. I don't know. No, I have no idea. You're right.
Yeah, Monday at noon, they're saying.
Okay.
Watch
well,
along.
yeah,
It's
we'll
lit.
watch along. Yeah. We just workshopped this through the chatty house that we'll watch Raw together on Monday. It starts at noon.
Oh,
Would we be the first show ever to air a John Cena promo live?
Yes.
I need to hear this. I want to know how this.
Yeah, we need to know exactly what he's talking about.
Oh yeah.
You see the merch is out there?
Oh, they got new merch?
Yeah, they got
Is it black?
There's black in it.
Okay.
But I unless I got Chatty House, I thought I saw some merch like the other day.
Okay.
For Cena.
Okay. I see some. Yeah, I don't see it.
It's black and white. They got It's
Okay.
not the neon colors no more.
Well, I see they got this. This is all this farewell stuff. You might have gotten Chatty House. They have
Why
like
does this keep happening?
Well,
they have like a burgundy shirt. It's not neon, it's burgundy. I think you got, bro. Like I'm talking like real official John Cena merchandise. You might have gotten got.
Oh yeah, this is wrestling feature. I don't know.
Why does this keep happening to you?
WWF released new official John Cena chain gang merchandise.
Can you show it to us?
Hold on. Let me pull it up. This shop WWE.
I don't.
Let's see.
You're questioning
right
it.
here. Shop WWE.
I got news though about John Cena. The bald spot has been covered. He's not bald anymore.
Wait, what?
He has hair. He has no bald spot anymore.
How do you know?
I'm looking at pictures right now in the flesh. John Cena's not bald. Yeah, look up John Cena bald spot on Twitter.
John Cena bald. Boy, this is okay. John Cena bald spot. There's John Cena.
For the class.
Oh, aha. I see. I see. Hey, John looks good. That worked.
When was
interesting?
When was the pay-per-view? Yeah, this is March 10th. Yeah, this is I mean they're saying it. Their new quote unquote heel John Cena merch dropped.
Okay.
I don't know.
There it is, Chatty House.
Oh,
He's a hair haver now.
He looks good.
Well, he's in movies now too. So yeah. You know, do what you got to do. You're in the movies. Understandable. I'm not judging. Whatsoever.
This isn't. I don't think this is heel merchandise. It's a white T-shirt.
That's what everybody's saying. It is heel.
That's not heel.
That is basically his merchandise from like 2008.
Yeah,
with the dog.
He's worn that shirt,
but
before.
with the dog. He had the dog in the background.
That looks like
I don't know if he had it. Is that does that say hustle, loyalty, respect?
That looks like a John Cena shirt from 2009.
That is
with a Triple H shirt on the side. Like I know Photoshop when I see it.
But this is on.
No, it's on
shop.
the website. No,
it is.
It's real. Yeah. No, I don't think this is heel merch. It's just this is just a white T-shirt.
Okay.
And it's got cameo on it. Camo, not cameo. Not cameo.
Word up.
Hey, camo. I'm calling cap. This isn't
okay.
This isn't.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just the people are the wrestling people are trying to say it's heel merch.
I think you've been led astray.
Well, wrestling features.
If it's on the WWE website, I don't think that counts as being Chatty House. I guess.
No, it doesn't. It's here. It's really here. I just don't think it's heel merchandise.
It's just bad merch.
I feel like he's worn this shirt too, but I could be wrong.
Is SmackDown on right now? I guess so.
SmackDown's on right now?
Well, it's happening right now. Just got an update. Won't spoil it for everyone.
Oh yeah, it's only on Netflix. It'll be.
Wait, why is SmackDown on right now?
Because
it's happening right now. I don't know if it's I think it is airing because 3 seconds ago.
Oh, so it's in a different country.
I guess so.
That must be. It's in a different country. Okay, I got you.
Interesting. Hey, real quick. No, let's handle business first, real quick, and then I want to. Yeah.
Wait, what does this look like? Hold on, let me fix the screen. Hold on, I don't like that. Not that we leave this window out here. Not that you'd see anyone walk by.
Oh, it's super empty today.
Yeah, no one comes to work on Friday. Aaron comes to work for a little while, then he's like, I don't need to be here. I don't need to be here. Johnny Jennings and his team at Made for More Realty. They are the crew you need to turn to when it's time to sell your house. You can avoid the hassle of selling and get at least three guaranteed cash offers in 72 hours.
Big ups to my girl Jennifer. She said she heard about Johnny Jennings and his guaranteed offer program on the radio, listening to D-Lo and KC, and wanted to hire him because she needed to sell her home quickly and for top dollar in a neighborhood with many other homes for sale. Johnny Jennings and his company Made for More Realty were able to get her a full price offer, and her home sold the first weekend it was on the market.
They have a full staff dedicated to making your home selling process the easiest and most efficient it can be. They sell your home for an average 3% higher purchase price than other realtors. That's why they've been voted the #1 team in Roseville for the past 3 years. Ask about their guaranteed home sale program Ask about getting multiple instant cash offers. Expect more, get more with Johnny Jennings and the team at Made for More Realty, California, DRE numbers 01982171. Just Google Made for More Realty today and get more for your home.
There we go. I'm gonna ask both of you guys. And the title for this game will be typo or intentional.
Oh, brother.
You see that graphic from TNT last night?
No.
I don't think I did.
I tweeted it out.
Well, I don't follow you.
Unblock me real quick. Unblock you, boy.
Okay.
I was like, yo, is this a typo or intentional? Some people will say it was intentional. Some people have said, no, it was a typo. Don't worry about it. But they were talking about the coaching situation.
Why did they break up the numbers like this? Is that the graphic you're talking about?
Yeah.
Started 13-8 under Mike Brown.
Oh, now I see the issue here. Yeah, no, they started 13-18 under Mike Brown.
Typo or intentional?
That's intentional.
Like what?
You think
they're trying to make
the
Kings? They're trying to make the Kings look bad. Yes, because the Kings were horrible. The Kings stunk. It was over. They were 13-18. It was like, yeah, this is really bad. Like they made the right decision. But you put it that way, like, yeah, you're gonna put the favorable record under Mike Brown.
Well, do we have the audio? That has to be unintentional.
I don't see why, because it's like that's not the same amount of games or anything like that.
I think. Well, the
no.
other thing is,
Mike was fired at 13-18. They didn't put the 1 there.
That's what I say. Typo.
It's a typo. It has to be a typo.
Somebody also said they never were 13-8.
That's true. Yeah,
they were 13-8.
No,
last
it was. That has to be a typo. Unless the announcers repeated it as they were 13-8 and tried to make Doug or Sacramento look stupid.
I saw the record and then saw the stem. The ratings were all better, so I thought they were trying to throw shots.
No, they started 13-18 is what I think they're trying to say, and 20-13 under.
Well, dude, man, put the 1 there. Do your job. Now, Stan Van, I think it was at this time, Stan Van said Doug Christie needs to be the head coach.
Okay.
And his argument,
that's a far cry from what he said the last time they were on TV.
Well, it was a little backhanded. Well, you tell me if this was backhanded. His argument was they need consistency. They need they can't just keep changing head coaches.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like, oh, because Doug's done a really good job with this team or not, or he's proven himself. It was like, yeah, he's the guy there now, and they need to keep some consistency.
Even at 20-14.
Stability. Thank you, Kyle.
He has 20-14. Like the 34. You traded. It's not just firing Mike. It's not just the turmoil you caused in the process of firing Mike. He just lost Luke Laux. Now, whatever his relationship with Luke Laux was, I have no idea. Luke Laux was still an assistant coach on this team. You had to go through the transition of trading your franchise player. Then the moves made at the trade deadline. Doug has had to endure all of that. And I know it's really frustrating right now. But the 20-14? I feel like Doug has earned a shot.
And you're not even mentioning
he's sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna
it's
say,
just crazy what he's had to go through.
He had to get you out the mud.
Well, despite what the graphics said, it's 13-18.
Right. He had to get you out the mud. Not only has he gone through everything that he's gone through, you were already, it wasn't 0-0 when he took over. You were floundering at 13-18.
Does he need to get him to the playoffs?
I don't think so. I personally don't think so, but I don't know how they feel.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'd give him the job right now. I'd take the interim tag off right now. But may not be calling the shots either, but I'd take the interim tag off right now.
No, I don't have a problem with them not doing that. Yeah, I don't have a problem with them not doing that, but he's he's earned a chance to be this team's head coach. And I mean, we call it what it is. Like, we sugarcoat it a little bit, but we know what time it is. Multiple players were done with Mike Brown. That's why I don't know if multiple players quit on Mike Brown, but it sure as hell feel like they did. And I mean, sometimes it's just time for a change. And at 13 and 18, they made that change. And Doug immediately brought them back to a position where they could accomplish something this year, immediately after taking over, and has had to endure quite a bit since then. And so, and even trading De'Aaron Fox wasn't the easiest process to go through. You had you had the complexities of them, sharing an agency, Doug and De'Aaron sharing an agency. You had the complexities of De'Aaron's relationship with Sacramento and the front office. And now you've got the situation involving the front office. Like, it's a lot. And I think Doug has handled it all about as well as you could ask someone to handle it.
I agree.
Is he how does that work if you bring him back? Because, like, are you giving him like a 3-year deal, 4-year deal? Is he tied to the front office still?
I think he's not tied to the front office.
Like again, like, you can run into the problem where the Kings don't look so hot next year. You can believe in Doug. Like, all right, we're gonna fire the front office, and you're still looking for a new front office with a head coach already there.
Yeah, that's the tough part. That's tough.
They kind of put Doug in an impossible situation.
I mean,
I feel like if you're gonna bring him back, like, you have to bring back Monty and Wes, and hopefully it works out. But I don't like the idea of doing one or the other.
I understand.
If you're gonna try to become a normal organization, like, you got to do it the right way, the next time, at least sometime.
Yeah, I understand why people don't want it to happen, but in a roundabout way, I don't know if we have the same reasonings for feeling this way. But I agree with Jesse. Like, you gotta bring these guys back. You got to bring
the front office
back. You got to bring them back.
You're bringing Doug back, I think so too.
Yeah, you got.
Otherwise, I think you let them both go.
Right,
Well,
and I don't, and maybe this is where, like, there's a difference. I think Doug Christie is a good coach. I think he's good for this franchise. I'm sold on Doug Christie, so because of that, I want him around. And if I want him around, I probably got to keep those other guys around. Maybe you don't, but also maybe you don't keep them both. You know what I mean? Maybe you separate that a little bit. Maybe you move on from one of them, and we'll see how that goes. But I don't think a wholesale change to the front office and keeping Doug Christie works.
Hammer, what do you think about all of this? We were at 20 and 14. We're talking about the insane circumstances that Doug went through as the coach so far, 34 games into his career. And of course, the conversation of, stay or go, or all of that is in play here. And is Doug tied to this front office?
I don't think Doug's tied to this front office. I think there is a way in which he's tied to them because, it makes it easier to find another general manager. It's easier to stick with the guys that said yes to Doug Christie than it is to go out and find someone else who, is going to, like, take the job understanding that Doug is the head coach. But, we always come back to this one, like, silly line that, that there are only 30 of these jobs in the league and that somebody else will take this job, whether Doug Christie is the head coach or they get to hire their own head coach. Now, does that work? I don't know. Like, to be honest with you, it typically doesn't work. It works for the first year. It works for the first year and a half. And then at some point, you're going to want your own guy so you can create your own legacy. But that doesn't mean that Doug can't be that person. Doug can't morph into somebody who can work with somebody else. And I think that's the thing that I would like. Doug is a guy that is universally, like, well liked. You talk to anybody that that knows Doug Christie, and they all have a really high opinion of him. So that doesn't mean that you can't find a general manager to work this thing that wouldn't have a high opinion of Doug, because I think you can, and or at least someone that would be willing to sit down in a room, talk to Doug, come out of that conversation and go, okay, I get it, and we're good moving forward. But I think we all have seen this happen time and time again, even here in Sacramento, where it doesn't work. Where, again, Michael Malone was hired, and then Pete D'Alessandro, and Pete D'Alessandro spent the next 16 months trying to figure out a way to fire Michael Malone so he could get his own guy, which was, of course, George Karl, which didn't last long at all. So, I don't think it's overblown that, you have to have like a good partnership here. The best partnership the Kings have ever had was Jeff Petrie and Rick Adelman. But their relationship had gone back decades. They played together. They had worked together in Portland together, so it's tough to find that like symbiotic relationship, and you have to have 100% buy-in or this thing doesn't go anywhere.
Well, I do have good news, and it didn't dawn on me. There's probably a good chance Vlade's running something, and I'm sure he's going to want Doug back as a head coach. Don't know that for sure, but the man is traveling with the basketball.
Yeah,
team,
he's hanging
so,
out. He's hanging out, but
he's not here for vibes.
No, that's Alvin's job.
Facts.
Yeah, but to James's point, like we all know how that would turn out. Like if it was somebody like Doug wouldn't make it as much as we like him or whatever. There's always a chance or an opportunity, but like you said, if it was anybody other than Doug Christie, we would all say that's not going to work out. The new GM is going to get their guy in here. So I don't think, yeah, they can do whatever they want, but I don't think that's the move to make. I think I'm looking at Doug Christie, and I'm a believer. And because of that, I look to bring back the front office too. But I'm probably the only one that feels that way.
Yeah, I'll tell you though, the reason why I'm not tying them together is because Doug was here before the front office. Doug has ties to not just ownership, but upper management. Like there are people in that organization that love Doug as much as we do. That have spent tons of time with Doug over the years and believe in Doug. And so I think you can, I don't think you have to tie them together. I don't, because I don't necessarily think that this was this management team's decision to bring Doug Christie in to have him be the head coach. Just like it wasn't Vlade's decision to hire Dave Yeager years ago. It just wasn't. So like, it doesn't matter who wants to tell you that. That's just not the way it went. Vlade had interviewed 8 different candidates, like half of them like 3 times, and had like started to dwindle his list down. Dave Yeager became available on a Friday when a phone call was made, and by Saturday he was in Sacramento, and by Sunday morning he had the job. And that was after like a prolonged month-long coaching search that just went sideways at the last second. Like Luke Walton, that was Vlade's guy, without any question. He wanted Luke Walton the first time. He wanted Luke Walton, while Dave Yeager was the head coach. And so there's always these moments where, you're going to have difficult decisions to make. But I certainly wouldn't make a difficult decision on the front office based on Doug Christie. I would make it solely based on their body of work, whether you thought that they had positioned you in a good spot to be good moving forward, whether, your franchise is in a good position. And I think we're going to get to the end of this season, and that's going to be a really, really tough question to answer. Is this franchise positioned to be better at any point in the next 5 years? And are these guys the ones that have like created a spot where you can get better, or are they the guys that have got you into a situation that is pretty bleak and, like you're at the bottom of a well and you got to find a way out? And so I think it's going to be a pretty interesting like week and a half after we get done with this season as to what the direction of this franchise is moving forward.
Just out of curiosity, who wanted Dave?
Oh, there's people in that in ownership and in that front office that wanted Dave. Yeah.
Okay. All righty. How How bad is it for Sacramento right now? It felt like they weren't playing bad, but they lost to the 3 best teams that they've played in recent memory. They have a quality win against the Rockets, earlier this month. But you lose a heartbreaker to the Clippers, who you are in a fist fight with right now for playoff positioning or play-in positioning. And then you get absolutely blown out by the New York Knicks and the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, look, the schedule is always going to be extremely difficult down the stretch. And, I think we were hoping that the team would play more competitive games against the Knicks and the Warriors. But it feels like, again, every time I come on, it feels like we're negative. And I don't want to be negative because, look, I'm pulling at least for my guy Doug to figure this thing out. But this is a tough position to be in. That really the toughest stretch of your entire schedule is after tonight. It's like 7 games of just brutality in the NBA. I mean, you guys can look at it like I can. What is it? Memphis, Chicago. What you've got the Bucks, you've got OKC, you've got the Celtics. Like the stretch of games that are coming up, the Kings will be lucky to win 1 or 2. Maybe they get on a tear and they can win more than that. And that's not me being
back in there too, by the way.
Yeah, I think the OKC game is a 5th game in 7 nights. Yeah, I mean, you tell me that's not bleak. That's beyond bleak. That's I don't know what to say about the difficulty of the schedule ahead. After that, it lightens up. It does. But the fact is, this team is going to have a tough time remaining above 500, remaining anywhere near 500 for a couple of days. And then can they respond in that road trip they have? And can they respond in the last week of the season and sort of pull themselves out of it? But look, it's just kind of like the way the schedule is built. And unfortunately, it wasn't Doug Christie who, really the easy part of this schedule was in the first 40 games. And that wasn't Doug coaching. And that's not to heap everything on Mike. I think the team was just in early turmoil and not figuring out who they were and identity crisis and all that stuff. But now here we get to the end of the season and we're not being negative or positive. We're just looking at the schedule and saying, uh-oh. I mean, that's a reality. The reality is the schedule in front of them is just not fun. And the same thing goes for the Phoenix Suns. I personally think the Kings will be the 9th seed. And that's because Dallas is just a mash unit. And Phoenix has already lost so many games that I don't think they can catch up. Now, we'll find out tonight if Phoenix gets back in it. But this is it's tough for everybody at the bottom of this Western Conference. And all of this is so you can fight it out to see who gets to get their butt whooped in the first round by the Thunder. And that's just, again, it's a reality.
I don't know why, but getting your ass kicked for 4 games feels better than getting your ass kicked for 1.
Agreed. Agreed.
I'll take it.
Yeah, 100%, man. Look, it is what it is, right? This is the schedule. This is the group that you have in front of you, and these guys got to find a way to play better basketball. This week has been just bad basketball. Well, last 2 games, because Sunday I thought they played well, but the last 2 games just been bad basketball, and they've got to find a way to get back at it and been talking about, but flip that energy around, man. Obviously it has to start tonight because every game matters. There is no it's a scheduled loss. We can just kind of coast or accept the loss here and up. No, you have to come to play every night. And that's first and foremost what they need to be doing.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, tonight, it's got to be a get right game. This is a game where you've got to go in there against a team that just, you talk about the Kings not playing well. The Kings haven't played well for a couple of games. They had the bad beat by the Clippers, and then they played poorly against the Knicks and the Warriors. But Phoenix hasn't played well for a month and a half, and they're in a downward trajectory that the Kings just haven't been in. But they might be catching the Kings at the right time. We just don't know. So yeah, this is going to be a tough stretch here, and you gotta You got to take care of business against a team that, again, it's a winnable game. And it doesn't make any sense why Phoenix is in the position they're in. You look at their roster, sure, they have a little bit of depth issue, but like most of the season, they've been relatively healthy and they've got all kinds of good players. They just haven't played well at all. And, again, I would say the same thing about the Kings. The Kings have had stretches of games where they haven't played well. But they've also been through like some major trauma, like time and time again this season.
Zach LaVine, 6 shots yesterday. Kyle Madson, quick to point out, 16 in the last 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
Both blowouts. Is one a cause and an effect, or like what is that?
It's a good question. I asked Zach about it on Wednesday, sort of, the tough game against the Knicks, and he's like, I don't know. Like, no, I didn't have a tough game. What are you talking about? I shot 50% from the field and like 50% from 3. And, if I was to ask him the same question, he might answer the same way. Hey, I shot 5 of 6 from the field and I hit all 4 of my 3-point shots. I don't understand it. It's one of our keys to the game tonight that Kyle and I do. Like, you have to force feed this dude. Like, no, dude, you get back out on the court. You don't get to step off the court until you shoot 5 more shots. That's not the way, the Kings can't handle him him shooting 6 shots in a game. That doesn't make any sense. And, I don't think we watch, I don't know if you guys watched the game and thought, oh man, the Warriors just took Zach LaVine away. I didn't get that feeling. Like with Steph Curry, yeah, the Kings were running everything in the world to go to stop Steph Curry from beating him. And like every other single dude on the Warriors hit a 3-pointer to beat them. But they did a great job on Steph. I didn't think that was the case with Zach. I just thought he just didn't shoot the ball, didn't get the ball enough. And that has to be like a major concerted effort by everybody on the court. Get Zach the ball and go set screens for him, clear him out. You can set 2 screens for him. Whatever you have to do, go get him open. He's your best offensive player. And if you're going to have a chance to win these ball games, whether it's tonight or it's, all the games that are coming up, he's got to be right. And by right, that means he's taken 15 to 18 shots, maybe even 20 shots a game. And, that's one of the few ways that you guys have of escaping this thing is by Zach LaVine, like willing you to victories along with others, but him being so good that it changes what the other team how they have to defend you. And he's got to figure it out. I'm not sure what the deal is, but again, I'm calling the first 3 plays of the game should be for Zach LaVine to get a shot up. And if they're taking him away, that's one thing, but I need to see that they're taking him away, that they're sending a second guy at him every single time he touches the ball. And, even still, you can find ways to beat that and get the ball back to Zach and score.
Oh, you already know what I'm going to say. Zach LaVine, go get the basketball. I ain't waiting around for somebody to run a play for you. Go get the basketball and shoot it. What are we talking about? You're Zach LaVine. Like, they swing the ball from side to side. When you touch it, you go to the cup. Like, we're not swinging it to the other side. Zach, you got it, go. Like, just Zach LaVine, that can't happen from Zach LaVine. And like I said earlier, this is probably one of the things that frustrates so many people like a Trista about Zach LaVine. You've got all the talent in the world. You've got all the ability in the world. But sometimes you're just a little too passive what's going on. Man, he talked about how, we had this revelation last year and came into this season and, it just isn't as aggressive, with forcing shots and things of that nature. And that's fine or whatever, but you also got to read the situation. Like, you're 5 of 6, you're 4 of 4 from beyond the arc. Your team is struggling. Go get the basketball and go to work. We don't need Doug to put up two up to get it to no. Get the Zach. I'm here. I'm Zach LaVine. I'm taking the basketball. You swing it to me. I'm going on Moody and going to work. Like, these guys, they gotta take a little responsibility for their own actions. Not to say that he's not, but you're Zach LaVine. Go get the basketball and shoot it.
That, and if you're his teammates, go set big screens. Get him free. Like,
I don't need no screens. Give me the ball. I'm gonna go. I don't need that. I don't need no screens. I damn near don't need no teammates. I'm Zach LaVine. I'll go shoot the basketball. Waiting around for somebody else. That's when you find yourself with 6 shot attempts.
Yeah.
Go do it. Sorry.
No, it's okay. No, I get it. Like when you're watching it, you're just like stunned. I mean, he turned the ball over 5 times. So there is that he had he had butterfingers last night. But still, like I don't care. Like six players on the Kings shot more shots than Zach LaVine last night.
Mm-hmm.
And I think another 7 players on the Warriors shot more shots than Zach LaVine last night. That just doesn't make any sense. I mean, he played over 30 minutes. Like, what exactly happened? And he has like carte blanche to go get the ball on the inbounds and take it up. Like he has every right to go grab a rebound and go full court. Like nobody's telling him to stop at all. He has the ultimate green light. And so it's really surprising when you see something like that happen. I mean, Valanciunas took 7 shots in 14 minutes. LaVine took 6 in like 32, 34 minutes, whatever it is.
That's crazy. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Were you surprised Domas didn't play last night?
No, I mean, maybe a little bit, but still, like the way that everybody was acting on Wednesday kind of made you believe that there's a chance that he wasn't going to play. I mean, Zach was very clear, like, hey, yeah, he looked good out here, but it's a hamstring, so he needs to make sure he's 100%. So if he's not 100%, don't come back, because what we can't have is you missing the rest of the season because you yanked your hamstring. And I think Doug was the same way. Doug's like, hey, yeah, he looks solid out here. We're really excited to get him back on the court, but he's back with the medical team. And, it's one of those things where we'll need to see if he's sore tomorrow and all that stuff, and we'll figure it out, but we're not going to rush him back. So when he wasn't, available, it wasn't a huge shock. I just think it was that it was so late that we didn't know. So,
yeah, and I wonder if you have Sabonis and you're worried about, you got a back-to-back situation. If you just play him the second game, like I know you need every game, but why rush him back for the first game when you got another game the next night, traveling, all this other stuff? Like,
and hamstring may legit be maybe we don't do back-to-backs right out the gate, which is tough because the Kings got like 3 of them.
Yeah, all of the games are back-to-backs from here on out.
Pretty much.
Like.
It's absolutely what it feels like.
Yeah.
I know. I went through the list of teams the Kings are playing, and I forgot they're playing the Cleveland Cavaliers. Yeah, so after tonight,
I think, right?
Well, just after tonight, it's Phoenix, and then you've got on Monday it's the Grizzlies, followed by the Cavs, and a back-to-back with the Bulls. Then you got a day off, you play the Bucks, and you got a day off, you play the Celtics and OKC back-to-back. So it's not just, again, you got 5 games in 7 nights there, but the stretch of games over an 8-day period, you're playing, some of the best teams in the NBA.
Yeah, shout out to the schedule makers.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's really exciting. Terrific.
Especially all at home too. It's like, that's what's so bad about it. You couldn't have broke those games up, so it didn't feel like it was like snowballing on you. And like 2 sets of back-to-backs at home. That's just super rare. Like I don't know that I've seen that in the stretch of a week period. You have actually in the stretch of 7 days, you got 5 games at home. Like just put some cots in Golden One Center so I don't have to leave.
No.
You know what's funny is we talk about like this stretch of games for the Kings, and I'll ask you because I can't really think of it. Have we ever had a stretch this year where we're like, oh, that's a soft part of the Kings schedule?
Yeah, maybe when they played Charlotte and Utah, and that was about it.
It's like 2 games.
Yeah.
But even remember when they had all those games and it ended up costing Mike Brown his job, but they had like 13 of 19 games at the Golden One Center in December. It was all against playoff teams damn near.
Yeah.
Like the Lakers found themselves right then and were really good for a short stretch, like well before the Luka thing, but they had found themselves and all of a sudden it was like, uh-oh.
That's kind of gone to hell.
Well,
yeah.
Maybe this is what Nigo was talking about. If I ain't got LeBron, this guy can't do it.
Lost 3 in a row. I mean, didn't he have like 40 something, 30 something? Like, dude, it's not like dude's not playing him. I mean, Austin Reeves had 28.
But I ain't got no.
But you just remove LeBron James from the equation, and yeah, that's a big deal.
Yeah, can't defend no more.
Man.
Well, that and it's just like the Warriors. Like you added Jimmy Butler, and what that did to take the pressure off of Steph is tremendous. And then not only Steph, but then the other players are allowed to fall into sort of their natural spot in the pecking order. And so, yeah, I mean, adding that extra big name player, it can really help. I think that's the one thing I'd point out about the Kings is that they added a big player, but they also lost a big player. So a lot of these teams are, they traded lower level players for big name players. I guess the AD thing, with the Lakers, but when it comes to like Golden State didn't give up a player that drew attention in Wiggins like Jimmy Butler does. And the Kings, they gave up their best player to get another really good player. And now you didn't like change the balance of the team. You just got a different player. His jersey is different. The name on the back of his jersey is different.
The Lakers out here struggling, and LeBron potentially at Fizz.
He might be LeBron James, downtown Sacramento. Who knows?
What's this place?
Who
Slide in
knows?
here real quick.
Enjoy, King. Enjoy. We'll come back. We'll talk more basketball. Of course, the Sacramento Kings take on the Phoenix Suns tonight in Phoenix, second night of a back-to-back. Kings have lost 3 in a row. They are desperate for a victory. Can they get one tonight? What has to change? After what we've seen the last 3 games, we will talk about that with our insider from the Insiders, James Ham, here along with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Grab some
water. Johnny G, he's been back one game. And not only that, but every other dude on that roster hit 2 or 3 threes. So he had a good shooting night against a bad defensive team. We'll see what Kuminga looks like. I mean, that could be a really nice addition here late in the season for them. No, Willsy, I haven't seen anything yet. But he's super close to 50 games. Let me see. I can tell you how many games Isaac Jones has left. Okay, what game are we on? 65.
Cooper Kupp and the Seahawks. See, the Bengals were close to. Did James freeze?
Yeah, he did, I guess. I thought he was looking something up still.
I thought he was.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, Bengals are close to locking up both their guys, though.
Yeah, that's man.
Jamar Chase will be the highest paid guy whenever that's done.
Yeah, of course.
That's hilarious. The Cowboys ran on Cooper Kupp for like 20 seconds this morning.
Did I see what?
Yeah. The Cowboys, they had interest in Cooper Kupp this morning.
Yeah.
I froze. I came back.
Yes, you did. It was hilarious. And you froze, and no one knew until I came back and realized there's no way James is reading something that intently. Just absolutely not.
No, I heard you open the door. That's when I froze.
Oh.
Yeah. So Isaac Jones has been inactive for 17 games out of the 65. So that puts him at 48 games where he's been active. He's got 2 more, I believe. And I was looking at something intently because I was counting inactives on his game logs.
inactives are call-ups or not?
No, inactive means that he didn't waste a G League. One of his 50 games.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Benjamin, I don't know. I think the Kings are better off when Keon starts.
Hold that one off. I want that on the air, Hammer. Let's do that on the air.
All right. I agree, Tyler. I like watching Isaac Jones play too. Oh, the wife just texted the internet's out. And it's very possible that the other internet did die.
The odds of me getting my pool done are dying.
Oh no.
It won't stop raining.
Mm.
I'm literally standing at the finish line, and they're like, all we need is 2 straight days of clear weather, and it's not even in existence.
Ew.
Have they put the deck in around? The
Yep.
concrete?
Yep. The concrete's in, the turf is in.
Oh, I'd like to see a picture of all this.
Shout out to Isaiah Cannon. He had a blowout when his Kobe's.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
Oh no.
Norm, it snowed this morning. When I went to leave for work this morning, it was snowing at the house. But it was like big snowflakes mixed in with rain. But it was still snow. And it was like 36 degrees. I was actually surprised it wasn't snowing.
I just sent you a video, James.
Okay. My son did have a snow day at school, which is literally the best thing ever to have a snow day. I don't know if you guys have ever lived in a place where you get snow days, but
Never. We had flood days.
there's nothing better than waking up in the morning and
We're here,
the
Hammer.
quiet.
Hang on.
All right.
Sorry, James was celebrating snow days during the commercial break. It's funny, this is the same exact thing that happened yesterday. You look outside, and we know that it's been raining all day. Even I think we were talking to, maybe it was TC, someone who was like, "Yeah, it's in Sacramento. It was Manny." He said it was hailing. Like, Manny, what the hell is that noise?
We thought he was playing with water bottles.
Yeah, it was like all of this hail hitting his car. Meanwhile, we look outside, and it looks exactly like it looks now. You see the dark clouds, but it's all broken up with, like, you see like a little bit of sun out there.
It's not supposed to rain tomorrow.
I need this weather to calm down. We got things to do.
Yeah.
I need this weather to calm down.
Yeah,
Hammer, sorry.
I was going to say, as someone who grew up where it snows, there's nothing better than waking up, because especially even if your power's out, you wake up and there's a quietness that you get when it snows. So I don't know if you guys have ever gone to the snow, but it's really quiet. The snow eats sound, right? And so you get up, you look outside, it's all white everywhere, and you start celebrating because you're not going to school. I loved it. Snow days are the best.
Did you ever have to shovel or plow snow?
Oh, of course. Yeah. I've had to shovel snow. I also used to set up gigantic sled runs, which is part of the reason why my back is so bad. But yeah.
Plowing snow is a miserable experience.
Yeah.
Miserable. We had a good size driveway and like little roundabout.
Whoa.
In
Yeah,
there.
go ahead. Explain it. Yeah.
So to
What
be
we
clear,
talking about?
the house in Connecticut was fire. Like, that joint was crazy. And it was a cobblestone driveway. It was legit. It
Do
was
you have
incredible.
one of those driveways where it's like kind of 2 entrances? I can come in through
No.
the left or the right?
No, it was one entrance.
Whose driveway was longer, yours or Rick Ross's?
Well,
see,
the fact is he's so
Yeah.
cool.
Anyway, it was miserable. So you have to go out there, and then you plow all of this snow to one side, and then you got to shovel the steps. But you're not done when you shovel the steps, James, because you got to throw the salt down. horrible. It's pretty much why I left. Like my whole
I
life
can
on the East
understand.
Coast, I was like, look, I'm sorry, I can't do this anymore. You go to Boston, go to Washington, go to North Carolina. I don't care. I can't live like this anymore. I'm going back to California.
We were building a house. We were building a house. We got the second floor on, and it rained really hard and then froze, and then all of a sudden it started snowing. And we had 3 feet of snow inside the house that we were building. And then after you got done with the snow, we had to take sledgehammers and break the ice so it didn't ruin and buckle all the flooring. It was horrible.
No, this is great.
Yeah.
It's terrific. So miserable. Snow is gorgeous. And it is amazing when someone else has to get it out of the way.
Yeah, it sounds like it's nice to travel to.
Yeah, but when you have to do it yourself, it's a hard pass, man.
Yeah,
a hard pass.
Not my job.
Yeah,
good
Jesse
call,
is
Drew.
not a fan of salt on the driveway.
Yeah. Good call, Drew.
Driveway don't even need seasoning. What are you throwing it on there for? It tastes fine by itself.
He's willing to pepper that driveway, but he is not going to salt it.
Oh, that's a win, Drew down. That's a win right there. I don't remember who to give credit to in the chat for this, Hammer, but the question has come up. Of course, Malik is, struggling a little bit coming back from the injury the last 2 games, and people are asking, like, hey, is this a better move for Keon to be in the starting lineup? Does it balance things out a little bit? That seems to be an endless conversation. Of course, Stan Van Gundy referenced about 4,000 times that the Kings don't have a true point guard, and Malik has been holding those responsibilities since De'Aaron Fox left. Do you have an opinion on starting her off the bench with with Malik Monk, and who might be better suited, if anybody, to be in the starting lineup?
Yeah, I've always had the opinion that once you, I fought you guys forever on this, that I wouldn't have put Malik Monk in the starting lineup, right? Because I thought he was in a perfect role for himself. And I also thought once you put him in the starting lineup, you're never going to be able to take him back out. I don't have anything against Malik Monk as a starter. I just,
Sounds like you hate him.
No, I really, really like Malik. The problem
Him and
is
JaVale McGee.
No, we were talking about this earlier with Kyle, right? So what the Warriors did last night was they moved Steph Curry over to defend Keegan Murray, right? And like the question I asked Kyle was like, hey, look, if you were the Kings and they're like, where would you have hid a player? Who would you have chosen to go defend Keegan Murray if you were playing the Kings with your roster outside of Keegan Murray? And that's a problem, because I think we all know that you'd have your choice, and that's either Malik or it would be Zach LaVine, or it'd be DeMar DeRozan. And when you can get up to 3 players that you would like to hide on just a shooter, that's probably a huge issue. Like the Kings keep going into games with 60% of their starting lineup that doesn't play defense. And that's just really tough. So do I think Keon should be in the starting lineup? Yeah, I'm with everybody else. Like I was pulling for Keon to be a starter before the season started. Like I thought he should have been the starter coming out of training camp instead of Kevin Huerter. No questions asked. But once you made the move, now it just becomes more and more difficult. And somebody needs to go to the bench, but I don't know who it would be. Is it the future Hall of Famer? Is it the $43 million man? Or is it the guy who was a great 6-man, but became your starting point guard, and now you have a difficult time telling him he's got to go back to the bench? It doesn't matter. Like Keon Ellis gives your team the best chance to win. And that's how I look at this. Like we always talk about the Kawhi Leonard thing, that he kept shooting the ball, and Pop told him the reason why we keep having you shoot the ball is because you give us the best chance to win. The best chance for the Kings to win is to put Keon Ellis in the starting lineup and to play him 33, 34 minutes a night, and have him and Keegan Murray act as like dueling banjos against the best offensive players on the other team. And that, it's tough, but I don't know how you get there from where the Kings sit right now. And I don't think anyone wants to have that difficult conversation with one of these guys on the stretch. And so I would like to tell you that like our opinion matters. It just doesn't, because the reality is they are where they are and they're not going to do anything about it. And, Doug talked about it yesterday with Matt George at the game. like Matt asked him about this exact thing, and he said, "Look, we were playing really good basketball before Malik and Demonis started, both got hurt. So we're going to try to get back to that as opposed to making some sort of move."
And I think he's right in that regard. By the way, I think Doug is right. Like they were playing good basketball. I feel like there's always something with the starting lineup that people want to pick apart. Be it Malik, be it Zach, be it DeMar, whether it's getting Keon and into the starting lineup or it's something else. There's always something that people want to pick apart with this starting five.
Well, that, and I think you started to play really well against bad teams, and you started to pull away from bad teams and start, especially bad teams after the All-Star break, which are all trying to compete for Cooper Flag. So you started to really turn the screws where all of a sudden your players aren't playing a ton of minutes. It doesn't really matter who's starting and who's finishing, because that's it. You're beating, Dallas or, all of those, that grouping of games where they're winning by 18 points or 24 points or whatever. And we kind of got away from the general point, which is when games are difficult or in a playoff series or when you're about to face, 5 really good teams out of 6 games. How do you respond? And what do you have that's different than what's going on right now? And that's when, you have to make difficult decisions as a coach. And that might mean that they shorten the rotation again and go back to Keon Ellis coming in at the 3-minute mark. But I also think that, while Stan Van Gundy doesn't believe that Malik Monk is a true point guard, I do think that Malik Monk is a point guard. And I think he can play that way. I mean, he's a combo guard, but so is Damian Lillard. So is De'Aaron Fox. So is name half the starting point guards, probably more than half the starting point guards in the NBA. Trae Young, just keep going down. John Morant. These are all guys who love to score way more than they love to pass the ball. And so you just have to work with the confines of your roster and what you got.
And I agree with you on that, James. And because of that, I mean, once again, I don't really care who starts. I just want the Kings to win games, so it don't bother me. But Malik Monk's issue isn't that he's starting or that Keon isn't starting or somebody. It's the fact that Malik's not playing well.
Mm-hmm.
Like if Malik was on the bench and he's playing the same way, the Kings would be in trouble. You know what I mean? Like it's that's the bigger issue to me. If he starts playing better and starts being a little bit more efficient, whether he's starting or on the bench, the Kings will play better. And that's what needs to happen first. And I think that's kind of the way Doug might be looking at it, where, I hear what everybody's saying about starting and all this other stuff, but I just need him to play better. If he plays better and the other guys continue to play the way they are, everything will fall into place. So that's the kind of look at it.
He didn't play well last night, but I'd point out that against the Knicks, Malik Monk had a very good game. I mean, I don't know if it's his best game of the season, but he had 21 points. He shot 3 of 8 from 3, 7 of 18 from the field. He had 3 assists, which isn't good enough. He had 2 turnovers. So that's not a horrible game for Malik Monk. It's just the last game was a stinker. And to be honest with you, he just looked like he was beat up yesterday. He didn't look like he had the spring in his legs. He had the leg sleeve on. We know he has a toe injury. He just looks like, a player who, needs a week off to heal up. And you just don't have that kind of time here late in the season.
And if we're waiting for Malik to heal up, we're going to need some guys to get going. Because I mean, I guess everyone's frustration is aimed at Malik Monk, but we already talked about the 6 shots that Zach LaVine took. Jonas Valanciunas didn't even start the second half. Doug decided to go with Trey Lyles in that regard, and then you had Keegan Murray with a really bizarre game. A guy who had been playing really well, 2 of 10 from the field, 2 of 8 from 3. 0 free throw attempts, he was jump shooting the whole game and finished with 6 points. This isn't just a Malik Monk issue. There were some frustrations with this offense yesterday.
Yeah, you're playing whack-a-mole a little bit if you're Doug. Every time you think you got something figured out, something else pops up, and you're chasing it the whole time. And again, it's not a good position to be in. Teams that have been together for a long time with the same head coach and they have a really tight system that they're all used to relying on when things get sticky. That's how you get through situations like this where you lose a Malik Monk and a Domantas Sabonis for a long stretch of games, or at least for 3 games, 5 games, whatever it is with Domas. But the Kings aren't in that position. They're not in a position where they can plug and play players, where it's a next man up mentality. There's a next man up, but the next man up may or may not know the entire playbook. And so we're constantly seeing sort of this situation where, one player will have a great game one night, but then you get back the next game and they don't even look like the same person, and you're confused. Like, why is it that you can't consistently play? And it's because they just don't have like the basic system and chemistry to keep something going. And that just takes time. If this team was together through training camp, or if they made 1 or 2 moves that were, again, the 7th or 8th man on your rotation, that's one thing. But to swap out your number 1 and then add 2 other pieces, now we're dealing with, 3 of your 8 players in the rotation are new. And that's if you're not, adding in a Devin Carter, or you're not adding in a Markelle Fultz. That's a lot. It's a lot for a team to try to figure out on the fly with a new coach who has some of his own, things that he wants to change with the system and everything else. And this is what you kind of get. You kind of get like a hodgepodge that is inconsistent.
Yeah. He's still there. I wasn't sure for a second, but yeah. That's kind of the hand.
James' internet out there going toe to toe with the weather.
I was worried about that.
Yeah, they just out there trading punches.
That's the conundrum that these guys are in right now, and that this team is in, and they're gonna have to. We always talk about, but they got to fight through it and get through it and get to not only the play-in, but they're trying to get to the playoffs. They've got to figure whatever they have to figure out in the next, what they got, 17 games or something like that, to try to get into the postseason, man. And it's not easy. It's not something that is easy to do in general, let alone on the fly. But
fixing the plane in the air.
Yeah.
Right? Know what he said?
Yep. That's where they're at.
I don't ever want to try to fix a plane in the air.
Oh,
well, like I said, that Doug's analogy explains a lot about what's going on in this country. There's just people trying to fix planes in the air, and it's not good. Where do you think this team is going, Hammer? Like when we get to the final, when we get to exit interviews, be it after the playoffs or after their playoffs, after the play-in, whatever the case may be, where do you think this team is going?
I mean, right now they're hanging on for dear life, right? And when you get to the end of a season like this, I actually think exit interviews, if they were done maybe like 5 days after the end of the season, would be better than right after. I mean, maybe we'll get some interesting quotes or whatever, but that doesn't, again, I think that this thing would be better to, let it soak in a little bit and figure out what exactly happened here before people start, talking. And I also know it's the NBA. So like, if they're going to fire people, they're going to fire people quick. And if they're going to extend people, they're probably going to extend Doug Christie quickly as opposed to waiting. I think that this thing could actually move pretty quick after the season, and we'll have to see how it all plays out. But they have a lot of work to do this summer, no matter what. It doesn't matter who's coaching this team or who's the general manager of this team or anything else. They all of a sudden became a really, really top heavy, older team out of nowhere. Valanciunas, on the wrong side of 30. Zach LaVine is just about to turn 30, or just did turn 30, right? You got DeMar DeRozan, who's going to be 36 next year. Like, this team all of a sudden got much older than it was before, and they don't have like a big group of young players that are coming up and everyone can be excited about. So kind of like a lopsided roster, and they've got to figure it out. They've got to figure out how do they get back onto a path, or they've got to figure out if that isn't possible, and if their real path forward is to take a huge step backwards. and sort of gut this thing and start over. And I'm not sure that they're ready to do that. I'm pretty sure they're not ready to do that. But reality is it's tough. Like this isn't you're like financially you're over the salary cap already with 8 players on a contract. We talked a little bit about the Keon Ellis situation. Like they have to make a real difficult decision this summer on Keon Ellis. Yeah, if they can get him to sign an extension, that's one thing. But if they can't get him to sign an extension, he walks into next season at like 2.3 million. And at the end of that season, he's unrestricted. If you don't pick up his option for next year right now, then he goes into this summer as a restricted free agent and you can match any offer for him. So like you have some really, really crazy decisions to make on some of your players. The Keegan Murray situation. Are you going to lock him up to a max extension or a 4-year, $95 million extension? Like, what are you doing with Keegan Murray? Are you going to keep this group of players together, whether it's DeMar or Zach or Domas? Are you going to trade all 3? Are you going to trade 2? Like, I think that there's a ton of question marks that are hanging over this team, and none of them are going to feel really all that good.
Well, I guess that's.
Sorry, was that bleak?
No, I mean it's
what it is,
reality.
though.
Like it's real. I mean, James, we all kind of knew that would be the answer. We're all saying the same things. We're all talking about the same things. Like we recognize what it is. It's magnified by the fact that not only have you been blown out twice in your last 2 games, but your string of good play, and I do believe that they have been playing good, was bookended by 2 ass whoopings by the Golden State Warriors. Like the scores were nearly identical. We're talking like 30-point blowouts. I mean, 26 and maybe 26 and 28 or something like that. Mm-hmm. That's what we're talking about. And it's the Warriors at each end. That is bad. That adds a little extra bad to what's going on. So we recognize with the trade of De'Aaron Fox and people looking for clarity, DeMar, kind of being near the end of his career. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of really uncomfortable conversations when this season is over, and we don't know what the result of any of those are going to be. Not to mention the front office is limbo, and you're being coached by an interim head coach.
Yeah, that's a lot, man. There's like too many things to list. Like, and that's why, like we haven't got to like, what about the assistant coaches? Like, I don't know if one of them will be back. I don't know if 5 of them will be back, but there's massive changes coming if Doug is a head coach, and there's massive changes if somebody else is a head coach. So like, I think that this is one of the most unsettled off seasons that the Kings have walked into. But at the same time, I'll point out some of the good things. Some of the good things is the second that your pick is sent to Atlanta, you're not going to have a first-round pick this year. Sorry, folks. But you do get back your 2026 and 2027 second-round picks. So all of a sudden you have more second-round picks. Not only that, we get to July 1st, and you have every single one of your first-round picks from 2026 until 2032. So you have 7 first-round picks and an additional unprotected pick in 2027 and an unprotected pick in 2031. So all of a sudden you're a team with 9 first-round picks. And can you take a $25 million contract of DeMar DeRozan, package it with a couple of picks, and throw in some other salary filler and go get yourself a big-name player? Can this thing turn around quickly? And that's where I think this is an intriguing summer. It's not all over. It's not all like, oh, they're completely done and they can't make any changes. There will be an opportunity to make changes this summer because they all of a sudden have picks that they didn't have before.
Tonight they need to win, though.
No.
Oh yeah.
We saved the most obvious statement for the last 2 minutes of the show.
Oh, that is great. And you're right, James, but man, they need a victory.
Yeah. This is yeah.
Yeah, no, that wasn't a question. It was, you could just say yeah.
Yeah, this is a big one. The reason why they really need this is because the next week is going to be brutal, and it's going to make everyone feel really bad because that's just a schedule ahead of them, right? And they might pick up a couple of wins that we don't expect, but overall, out of the 6 games after this, if they win 2 of them, I think people should celebrate. To get to 3, that would be miraculous. That would mean that you beat a team like the Cavs, or you beat a team like the Thunder on the 5th game in 7 nights. That's what that would mean. That's why it's so difficult. But if you are able to get that little bit of distance here from the Suns and push them down, it pretty much secures you as the 9 spot in the Western Conference. And whatever happens from here on out, it's okay, because you're the 9 spot, because there's no way Dallas is going to wake up out of their slumber. And Phoenix, you have an opportunity to put one of the nails in their coffin tonight. It would give you the season series, and it put you a bunch of games up on them, and it would be a big deal.
They got to close it out, man. But whether they do or they don't, we'll be here Monday. It's just a question of, will we be talking Kings basketball or food, restaurants,
wrestling,
cooking plant? We might play John Cena's heel speech.
We will be watching that as a class
from Belgium live. We'll pull out the cart like substitute teachers. And do they have a Sunday game, or is it Monday? It's Monday. Yeah. All right.
Yep.
So there'll be plenty to talk about. Thank you for spending today with us. Thank you for spending this week with us. We're going to head over to 102.5. Flashback Friday begins literally in just minutes. So head over there. If not, we got the Purple and Black pregame show coming up next.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll be back here Monday at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam.
All right, guys, you know how Friday works. I'm watching the clock tick over on KSFM, and I got to get Complex live, so we have got to run. We love y'all. We will see you on Monday.